What is up, everybody? Welcome in to day 3 of the Pack-A-Day live draft extravaganza. Thank you guys so much for being here. Great to be back on day 3. 261 of you already. You guys are freaking incredible. We're presented by Luiges Frozen Pizza. Thank you so much to Luiges for sponsoring us all weekend long. I got the pepperoni pizza in the fridge as soon as the draft is done. We'll absolutely be celebrating. We'll be posting that pic to Twitter. Cannot wait already. Gorgeous pepperoni, beautiful Wisconsin mozzarella, robust tomato sauce. What more could you possibly want? It's the original classic pub-style pizza, and they are amazingly delicious. As soon as the draft's done, if you're in an area where you can get a Luigi's, head out, pick one up, or hopefully your freezer's already stacked. Get it stocked up and enjoy that Luigi's post-draft pizza. Soccer game went well. 4-0 win. Good win for the boys. They're playing up an age group as well. First outdoor game of the season. So can't complain too much about that. Thank you for those who asked in chat about the game. Overall went well. Yeah, my son had a really nice shot on goal. Unfortunately, fingertip saved by the goalie, but he played well overall. Good morning. Good morning. Just catching up on draft picks, kind of what's happened so far. Of course, Green Bay's coming up here in just about 3 picks, so kind of perfect timing. We've got Jermod McCoy went first overall today in the 4th round. Awesome to see him get off the board. He lands with the Raiders. Raiders move up a little bit to go get him. Hope he has it just kills it. Hope he has one of the greatest careers. Just have to, after having to go through all of that today, hope the knee holds up for him. Hopefully the Raiders, don't just waste a 4th round pick and, he's not able to play or something like that, but risk reward is worth it here on day 3 for the Raiders. Jude Bowery, swing tackle for the Bills. Darrell Jackson Jr., big defensive tackle. Thought he might have been in play for Green Bay at some point. Caleb Proctor, our guy, goes to the Cardinals. Would have been a really nice pick at 120 today, but the Cardinals get him at 104. Brennan Thompson, 5'8", dude, runs like a 4.2 40, just insanely superhuman speed on tape. Fabici Nwawu, he is a guard that is moving to center in all likelihood. I guess maybe the Texans listed him at guard, but that's a fun. They got Rutledge on day 1 and then come back and get Nwawu here in day 3. 2 really fun offensive linemen for them. Grayson Halton, penetrating defensive tackle. Jonah Coleman at running back. I feel like the Broncos take a running back. You know how the Packers want to take a quarterback every year? I feel like the Broncos take like a day 3 running back every single year. I guess last year was Harvey in day 2, right? So it just feels like every single year there's a Bronco running back taken. Kennedy is a player I really liked. Stunned. I know Keontae Scott just went to Tampa, my guy, but I never in a million years, and I like Kennedy a lot, never in a million years would I have expected Kennedy as a slot player to go ahead of Keontae Scott. Cade Klubnik goes to the Jets. They get a quarterback, probably more of a backup type quarterback in the long run. Cage Casey to the Broncos. Drew Shelton to the Cowboys. Couple of offensive linemen will provide some depth. Jalen Farmer, really like that pick for the Colts. I think he's going to have the opportunity to be a starter. Justice and I have talked about him a lot. Dallas Cowboys get Devin Moore. So good pick there for them. He is a corner that we talked a lot about for Green Bay. Surratt, a little bit of Jordy Nelson type tendencies. A lot of those back shoulder throws goes to the Ravens. Keontae Scott, my guy, goes to Tampa. And then Travis Burke just went to the Chargers. Overall board falling pretty good for Green Bay. We went through the show today on some players that would make sense. DDS still there. I know people wanted him in round 2. I told you guys he's probably more round 3-4 type of guy, but he's still there. Would be a great pick here. Mike Washington Jr. Still here, unless Detroit just got him or anything like that. But Mike Washington Jr. Still on the clock. That is a potential. Yeah, Rolder goes to, and Wesley Williams to the Jags. So Green Bay's on the clock. Green Bay is on the clock, just to get you guys caught up there. So yeah, Mike Washington Jr., DDS, Connor Law, Sam Hecht, Bryce Lance, Will Lee, Charles Demings. Really the only guy that we had on our list today that is gone is Caleb Proctor. So the board fell pretty good for Green Bay. Remember, they were trying to get up to round 3. Apparently whoever it was must have gone, would be my guess, because they clearly didn't move up in round 4 here. But we'll see what they're interested in. Not a ton again off the board. They could have been interested in Devin Moore for sure. They could have been interested in Nwawu on the inside, Caleb Proctor, Darrell Jackson Jr., depending on what their appetite was for Jermod McCoy. Some of these offensive linemen, they certainly could have been interested in, but I would say overall, not too disappointed with what's gone off the board here in round 4. I will get to all of your super chats today. Right now, I'm just going to kind of lock in on what Green Bay does here. And then as soon as we get through that soccer game, well, 4-0 win. So happy about that. Appreciate you, Matthew. But yeah, we'll lock in and kind of get on Green Bay's pick here. And then as soon as we break down that, I'll get to all of your super chats throughout the course of today's show. All right. DDS. It's DDS. They got your guy. This was a really fun pick for Green Bay, a player that a lot of people wanted in the second round, a lot of people wanted in the third round. They get DDS in the fourth round, and this is a Packersy type defensive end. All right, high relative athletic score. Let me just get my notes up here for the dentist. Dennis Sutton. Super long, super lanky, super athletic, had great production. All right, let me just put this in alphabetical order so I can get here quicker. There we go. All right, 6'6", 256, 6'6", 256, 33 and a half inch arms, had an 80.1 PFF grade this past year. If you care about PFF grades, this is somebody that came in from day one, 72.1 PFF grade, 77.5, 73.2, and then his best year yet at 80.1 this past year. I had some reason, I don't know, like the only two people I don't have ages for are the two players that the Packers have picked. So let me get his age really quick here for you. Let me see. By player, Danny Dennis Sutton is 22 years old. So he'll turn 23 in December. He had 1,919 career snaps, 51 pressures in 2025 with 8 sacks, 45 pressures in 2024 with 9 sacks, 147 career pressures and 25 career sacks. Oh, there it is. I did have it. 22 years old, turns 23 in December, 9.96 relative athletic score, did all testing except the short shuttle, had a 98 percentile vert, a 99th percentile broad jump, a 98th percentile 3-cone, and had 94th percentile speed. His top athletic comps were Danielle Hunter, Javon Curse, Mike Mamula, Malachi Lawrence, who went on day one, and Odafe Owe, who just got a $20 million per year contract in the offseason. Pretty good athletic company to be in. Usually when you see the RAS comps, there's like maybe 1 or 2 guys that are like, okay, and then there's like 3 nobodies. His 5 athletic comps were Danielle Hunter, Javon Curse, Mike Mamula, Malachi Lawrence, and Odafe Owe. That is incredible company. He exposes so much of his chest, both in the run game and the pass game. He has got to figure out a way to do better there because his chest is just a huge target. And when offensive linemen get inside of him, it doesn't matter if you're 6'6", your long arms are mitigated, all of your athleticism is mitigated. So he's got to make sure that he's not exposing his chest as much in both as a pass rusher and in the run game. Shut off a very impressive spin move, had a 24.2% win rate on true pass sets in 2025. He falls off of tackles a bit too often, needs to finish those tackles better. I don't think he's going to consistently hold up as a edge rusher in the, as an edge setter in the NFL. If he adds some functional strength, that's certainly something that he could get better with over time. But they have edges who can set the edge. I'm not super concerned about that. Definitely needs a better overall pass rush plan. Need to see him convert speed to power better. We talked about that with Mason Rager, who people had brought up, with former Wisconsin Badger. It is so important that you have a bull rush or a speed to power in your arsenal. It just gets so easy to set against everything else if you're not worried about somebody bull rushing you into the quarterback. So that is going to be something that he has to work on. I liked him a little bit better as a 4-3 end than a 3-4 outside linebacker. Obviously, he's going to be 3-4 outside linebacker. But once you get into those obvious pass downs, which again is where he's probably going to be used a little bit more, that's completely irrelevant. Doesn't have ideal bend around the edge. So if, again, at 6'6", that's a tough thing to do, right? If you're looking for that Brian Burns, I can dip and bend around the edge. Yeah, at 6'6", it's not going to happen. I probably don't even need to read that because you should just assume it basically from being 6'6". Going to need to refine his technique and try to get the most out of his skill set. He's got extreme athletic testing. I didn't think that always matched on tape. It looked a little bit more pedestrian on tape. He has a career 19.4% missed tackle rate. That goes with falling off tackles, like I mentioned earlier. But here's where I ultimately came down on Danny Dennis Sutton. Okay. You watch his tape and we're getting some good stuff here from the NFL Network. At least I'm sure we're seeing it too. Oh, there's a nice drop into coverage with an interception there from DDS. But where I came down on DDS ultimately was you watch his tape and it always left you wanting just a little bit more. It felt like there was something missing. You're watching it in real time. You're like, this is fine, but it never really matched the athletic profile. It never really felt like overwhelming for the offensive line. It never felt like it was, like the offensive line was too bothered by him and things like that. And then again, you get to the overall prospect and you get somebody that has good intangibles. That's a premium position player that can get to the quarterback, that has played at a big time school, that is a insane, like 100th percentile athlete at the position, that has 147 pressures in the Big Ten with 25 career sacks. He's only 22 years old. Like, you stack everything all together, and this is like a phenomenal prospect. We talked about it with Justice. If I told you that, overall that this type of player would be there, like there would be a Big Ten edge rusher who had a ton of productivity, that was a 99.9 percentile athlete, that had 147 career pressures, no off-field issues, no injury concerns. He's only 22 years old, doesn't turn 23 until December. That profile is a first-round profile all day, every day. And I just think you watch it on tape and you're just left a little bit underwhelmed. But I don't, at the end of the day, if he goes out and he has, 50, 40 or 40, 50 pressures this year and 17 sacks, or it's not 17 sacks, yeah, that'd be great. But like a handful of sacks, 5, 6, 7 sacks, and he's productive as a pass rusher, I don't really care if I'm underwhelmed overall by, what he does on tape. If I'm like, it doesn't look super sexy, who the hell cares? This is more and more capable of just him being a really good pick at this spot. So I just want to make sure I have something set here on my screen. So I feel like my white is changing here a little bit. Got to check something really quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think I should be okay. If it keeps doing that, though, I might have to mess with some filters. But I think we're okay. But yeah, either way, yeah, he had blocked punts too. Did I not have that? I swear I had that. Yeah, but he had some block punts. So I thought he had 3 or 4, like 3 block punts, if I remember correctly. But yeah, he was a special teams player too that made some plays happen. When you're 6'6", wouldn't surprise me if he blocked some kicks. Really, really like this pick for Green Bay. Would have been disappointed if it was round 2. Would have been totally cool with it if it was round 3. Beyond love it in round 4. So really, really excited about that. Let's get to some super chats quick. Let me see. Wetchen just went right to the was it the Steelers? Yeah, so Wetchen goes to the Steelers at 121. And again, Green Bay will have a selection in round 5. They'll have 1 round 6, and then they have 2 round 7 selections. So yeah, overall, very, very thrilled with this. I think this is a very well-rounded draft for Green Bay. That you have to feel pretty excited about. Defense all, right? I would assume we're going to get some offensive line picks here coming up, but they're 3 like biggest things, especially on defense. They get right away in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round. They get the corner in round 2. They get the defensive tackle in round 3. They get the edge rusher in round 4. You couldn't have asked from a positional standpoint for a whole heck of a lot more than that. Really, really good stuff from Goody here on day 3, at least to kick off day 3. Dale, thank you for becoming a new member. Dakota, thank you for becoming a new member. Beast, really wouldn't worry about what position we pick on day 3, especially after they address corner and defensive tackle on day 2. BPA. Yeah, this is a perfect scenario where DDS is there and he is best player available, and he's at a position that you really wanted them to take too. So best of both worlds here, Beast Bumblebee. We talked about that today as well on the show, and very, very excited that they were able to get him here in round 3. Time for the dentist appointment. I guess we can't do DMD like Britt Baker, but we can do Danny Dennis Sutton DDS. We'll do it similar like that for all you AEW fans out there. Ben Brooks, thank you for becoming a new member. I think the white hat might be what's causing some of that flicker. Change it up. Go back to our gray Packers hat. Danny Dennis Sutton, Packer family. Danny freaking Dennis Sutton. 4th round. Are you kidding me? DDS and Parsons with Hargrave and Wyatt. The 3-tech. Time to pop off. I would pump the brakes a little bit. There is a reason he was a 4th round guy. Barron Sorrell. All right. Barron Sorrell, we were excited about. 4th round guy last year. Didn't get on the field much. It took some time to get involved there. It usually takes these players some time to get up to speed. I wouldn't put too much expectations on DDS right away, but this is the exact type of pick that you want at this point in time. And again, when you when you go and look at a player who has his productivity with his athleticism, you can't be anything that but excited about it. From ESPN, Dennis Sutton is coming off back-to-back seasons with 8.5 sacks, which was a team high in 2025. He is strong at the point of attack, primarily used a bull rush. See, I didn't think he used a bull rush enough to affect the passer, but I digress. He needs to add craftier pass rush moves to his repertoire. We talked about that, including some counter moves. DDS also struggles with change of direction, which is crazy because he had a 98th percentile 3-cone, but he is a stout run defender who could continue to develop. Yeah, Scouts Inc., I just kind of disagree with your overall assessment here, but that's okay. Maybe Brugler will disagree with me too. I'll read his in a moment. We'll get NFL Network's assessment here. This was from Lance Zierlein. The comp that Lance Zierlein had for DDS was Kingsley and Igbare. Expected him to be around 3 pick. Dennis Sutton is a base defensive end with toughness. He's effective against the run, but he has limited pass rushing upside. He's predictable linear rush attacks, the burst and bend to beat tackles. His predictable linear rush attacks lacks the burst and bend to beat tackles to the top of the rush and flatten into the pocket. He uses hand violence and brute force to challenge tackles with weak anchors. He'll get bounced around because his pad level is too high, but he's tough to finish and finds his way to the action when it's near to him. Dennis Sutton is equipped to muddy run lanes, but might not make many impact plays. He has average upside as an odd or even front end. Heavy hands to jolt tackles and create space to operate in both phases. Uses up and over arm action to clear the inside edge. Smooth inside spin opens up rush lane opportunities. Can slide laterally with zone blocks and redirect through them against cuts. Displays powerful pull and shed technique at the point. Takes on heavy contact, but stays in the fight. Weaknesses: plotting upfield rush, lands down the middle of the tackle. Limited bend to flatten and shrink to the pocket. Slow to counter when rush stalls at the top. Plays with elevated pad level throughout the rep. Lacks tackle range and can be wiggled into misses by runners, and needs discipline to cut down on roughing penalties. That was from Lance Zierlein. I wonder if Daniel Jeremiah might have, he probably was, let's see here. Yeah, okay. He had him at 107 on his board, so he didn't do a write-up for DDS. We'll get Brugler's here, just to give you an idea. Dane Brugler, one of the best at writing up his scouting reports. I always appreciate what he is able to do. DDS was 13th on Brugler's big board. For reference, Derek Moore, who the Lions took in round 2, was 14th. Romello Height went yesterday, was 15th. Jayshawn Barham went yesterday. He was 16th. So yeah, he's taken here in the 4th round over some players who went much earlier than him. All right, so DDS strengths, like this, the book is so big it doesn't bend. Let's see. Imposing frame with long muscular arms and proportional bulk. Solid linear athlete who can gain ground with long strides. Strong at the point of attack, using physical hands to hold his ground versus single and double blocks. Uses length to jolt chests to blockers and work around outside shoulders. Consistent competitor who gets jolts of energy and cranks intensity to 11. Knows how to attack throwing arm and ball cradle. Multiple forced fumbles each of the last 3 seasons. Started on punt returns in 2025 and blocked 3 punts. Tied the single season school record. Passed Matt Millen and Abdul Carter, amongst others, to finish 6th on the school's all-time sacks leaderboard with 23.5 sacks. Scouts say he has a self-inflated view of himself at times, but it comes from a good place because he sets a high bar for himself. When asked why he played in 2025 bowl game, he responded, "I love football. I don't understand not playing." His weaknesses: upright, straight line rusher and can be ridden upfield. Mediocre explosiveness, which shows off the line and when shedding blocks. This is what I talk about when I say you see the athletic testing at like a 99th percentile athlete, and then you put it on tape. You're like, where the hell is that? It looks slow, methodical, prodding. It looks like that on tape. But then again, you get the athletic testing that proves he's an insane athlete. You get the 8 sacks per year, the 40 pressures per year. And you're like, all right, well, in the 4th round, that sign me up. If it looks a little prodding at times, so be it. Lackluster dip and some stiffness turning the corner. Inconsistent snap anticipation. Had 4 offsides penalties in 2025. His spin move lacks burst or deception. Too easily caught up in the wash as a run defender. Tighten space when attempting to redirect and chase the football. What he offers in reverse is limited. Summary: A 2-year starter at Penn State, Dennis Sutton was an outside edge rusher, 3-point stance, and former defensive coordinator Jim Knowles' scheme. He posted nearly identical production each of the past 2 seasons and led the Big Ten in pressures per game with 3.8 in 2025. He also added special teams duties as a senior and accounted for 3 block punts. Dennis Sutton wins with a combination of quickness and power in all facets of the game. He isn't very deceptive as a pass rusher, but his hands are active and aggressive, which allows him to mix up his attack with varying swims, stabs, rips, and chops. Though he offers a solid anchor in the run game and rarely gives in, he lacks explosive twitch, getting off blocks or redirecting in chase mode. Overall, Dennis Sutton will find sack production harder to come by against NFL blocking, but he has a commanding presence and has the size, strength, and quickness to be a force player on the edge. He will be more appealing to teams looking for a high floor role player as opposed to a high ceiling pass rusher, which again is counterintuitive because he has all the insane athletic upside, right? So he's a bit of an enigma overall is how I would kind of define him, because you look at him and again, all the athletic testing, you would say this is a high-end upside edge rusher. But then again, you put the tape on and it's like, where the hell is that exactly? Because I don't see it. Malik Muhammad to the Bears. That's a bar for the Malik Muhammad stands out there. He was one in group chat that was very very polarizing. I think Dusty and I think one other were like, we're good on Malik Muhammad. And then I think it was like Morley and I forget who maybe it was Ross, or I forget, it was a couple other ones were like all in on Malik Muhammad. So he was a polarizing figure in the group chat, but hopefully me and Dusty are right. And he's actually terrible because he's now a Chicago Bear. He reminds me of post ACL Gary for a 4th. That's great. I see what you're saying there. I think they're different players overall, but I get your overall sentiment for sure. Does DDS feel like the Sorrell pick has all the ... A little bit. I think they're, again, very different players, different body types, but these are the exact type of edge rushers that you want to be taking chances on in the 4th round. And you see if you can hit on one. Again, I think Barron Sorrell is going to be like the next Kingsley Enagbare. I think he's going to have almost an identical career path to Enagbare. And DDS, I think there's more upside there. Again, I kind of disagree with Dane in that regard. I think there's more upside there because of the pure athletic gifts that he has, not just like the speed, the agility, things like that, but having the 6'6" and the long arms as well. Those are really, really helpful in the NFL. He just has to learn how to use them. That's going to be the bigger thing. Let's see here. Penn State connection with Micah as well. Players director, pro personnel, John Wojciechowski on the Micah Parsons, Danny Dennis Sutton, Penn State connection. I think they'll be happy together and he'll help Danny like he's helped the other guys. All right, not much of a takeaway there. Skylar Bell goes to the Bills. Packers director of player personnel, John Wojciechowski on Danny Dennis Sutton still being available in the 4th round. We were absolutely surprised that Dennis Sutton's strength is rushing the passer and his 3 block punts last season were a bonus on tape. I don't think there's anything else yet. Yeah, just that they were surprised he was still on the board. Me too. All right. So that's the news there. I think everyone's pretty excited about that pick. Green Bay's next pick, by the way, is at 153. So we got about 26 picks to go here, 25, 26 picks to go before Green Bay's back on the clock, barring a trade up. Mike Washington Jr. went to the Raiders too. So after DDS, it was Wetjen to the Steelers, Mike Washington Jr. to the Raiders, Wade Woodaz to the Texans, Malik Muhammad to the Bears, and then Skylar Bell to the Bills. The Bills have back-to-back picks here. So they're on the clock again. Unless they traded out. No, they got another pick, and then San Fran, Cincinnati, and Carolina on the clock after that. We excited, fam? We good? We excited about the DDS pick? Demings would be fun. Keenan is a possibility. They don't like as they talked about yesterday, Goody talked about yesterday, they don't like the just the one-dimensional player. So I don't think they're going to be in on Keenan. Demings would be a really sound pick for them in round 5 for sure. I think I know I said position doesn't matter, and I think they'll definitely take BPA. But what I will say is, kind of keep an eye out for offensive linemen. I think they're going to want to get on the offensive line train a little bit. Caleb Elam's to the Buffalo Bills, height, weight, speed guy out of TCU. I wasn't a huge fan of his tape, but 4th round value is pretty good for him. I think the next picks for Green Bay need to be running back, O-line, and corner again. Like we talked about, don't just get good players today. You're not getting anything that's going to usually come in and help right away. I mean, if you can, you're just trying to take best player available so that you might get somebody that is good and can help. But if you try to reach for something, a lot of times you end up, kind of counterfeiting yourself or just, making it so that you're not, not getting exactly the player that you need, despite, trying to get a position of need. Screw it. Keep trading away the first round picks. I'm loving this draft, and our first round picks haven't been the best anyway. Only half serious. You can't screw up a first round pick if you don't have one. That's simple math, simple common sense. Appreciate you being here again today, Beast. Appreciate the 1,900 of you who are in chat. Special teams value too, but I'm going to take a chance on good players and hope that you can transition them to special teams if need be. I don't think I'm not specifically drafting today for just special teams. You look for some special teams value as well, but I'm looking for good players all throughout the draft. And then, if you need to help them make it on special teams, you help them make it on special teams. Most hated Chicagoan. I need 2 of Demings, Heidenreich, Katron, Capehart, or Moten to hit my 3. What did you think of the Chargers and Pats taking Akis from Chicago? The Chargers draft, I'd have to look at that. I think the Patriots getting Akis is a good overall selection. What did the Chargers done? Then they get Mesidor in round 1, if I remember correctly. So Mesidor in round 1, Slaughter in round 2, Brennan Thompson in 4, Travis Burke in 4. Probably going to be one of my lowest graded draft classes, to be honest. Was not a Mesidor guy. I thought Slaughter was okay, but I think, as a pure center, it's fine. Not a day 2 guy for me. Brennan Thompson's a freak from a speed standpoint, super small. He's going to fit very well with Mike McDaniel's offense, though. Travis Burke's a fine pick in round 4 there, but it's a fine draft. Nothing too crazy. Ray, you're more than welcome. Kind of hate the round 4 pick. Malik Muhammad was there. MAD, I think you're the only one. I think you're the only one. I think everyone was kind of hoping for DDS at that point, at least from what I could tell. Again, I don't think he's going to set the world on fire, but you bet on those traits with the productivity from a Big Ten school. I'll take that all day, every day in round 4. Yeah, Micah going to coach him up. If you don't think he's going to take the Penn State edge rusher under his wing and make sure that he's getting the most out of all those crazy athletic traits, I got another world for you, because he's going to absolutely take him under his wing. No questions asked. LVN reworked his 5th-year option. All right, what do we got here? Why am I not seeing anything on LVN? Oh, you're just asking? I thought there was 2 questions about LVN. I thought there was news on an LVN thing. I don't see anything on LVN. So I don't think LVN will. Sorry. There's just a couple comments on LVNs. I think he'll still get the 5th year, would be my guess. We'll see. But I don't think this changes. I don't think this changes the calculus on LVN at all, to be honest. All right. Justice wants in. Have to send him the link. 1 second. Please hold. All right. Yeah, Justice is going to be very happy. That's a chance worth taking. I think he can be a baller. Absolutely. Yeah, Justice is going to be very happy. Well, I bet he has the mask on. I'm going to bet he has the mask on for this pick. That's going to be my guess. That's my bold take. He's going to have the mask on for the DDS pick. We'll see if I'm right. He's not in chat yet, so I don't know for sure. I'm very happy, patient with our draft so far. Love DDS at 120. Would love to see O-line, Demings, Capehart next, but would be fine with BPA. All of those I think would be, well, O-line depending on who they take, but Demings and Capehart would be swell round 5, round 6. Go get those guys. I would absolutely love that. 49ers picking here. Carver Willis from Washington, offensive tackle. Just as you know, just to be totally transparent, as we get more and more picks here as we get further in. I've known most of the vast majority of these picks already in round 4. There's actually only Carver Willis is one I have not watched. Wade Woodaz is somebody I didn't watch. I think everybody else I did actually in this round, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, everybody else I did. So there's only been 2 so far, but the further we go into this, the more I'm going to have fewer things to say. I'm very happy that I've gotten 3 Packers picks in and have known all 3 of those. So I can actually go off of my notes on those 3. But the further we go, the less likely that that's going to be. Again, I watched about 200 players in total. So we're still, we're at pick 127. There's a decent chance I can still go a while here. There's probably been about, I don't know, maybe, I think there was 4 yesterday, 2 today. So there's only been 6 so far, but we'll get to a point here where I'm going to know less and less about these players. I did not watch any kickers, punters, or long snappers. So if we get any of those, you're on your own. Corey, thank you for becoming a brand new member. We talked about that. Sorry, my apologies. Losing my place here. Carolina took Will Lee. I'm low key. I'm fine with that. Will Lee was fine. I think he was a good scheme fit. Was never, really on the, like, I would like Devin Moore a lot better. I like Julian Neal a lot better. He would have been fine. I honestly would have probably taken Demings over Will Lee at this point. So he was a fine player, but I'm not losing any sleep over that. GB Garrett's okay. I missed the first half. I didn't miss, actually. I was listening in my car, so I didn't miss all of it. No, it's been said, but thank you for doing these live shows. Best way to watch, listen to the draft. Very kind of you, Unf. And thank you for the super chat. Nailed it. I knew it. I knew the match was coming out. Let's go. How's it going, buddy?
We did it, baby. Pick of the draft.
You got your
Robert
guy.
Quinn in the 4th round.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I tweeted out the Pikachu with the direction image on multiple social media platforms. We did it, baby. This is exactly what we needed.
They got edge, defensive tackle, and corner. The exact 3 that everyone wanted. That's an ideal situation.
I think there were some people who wanted them to double down on corner. I saw some people saying like Muhammad and Will Lee were still out there. They wanted them, but I think most people are happy with getting DDS, man. This profile always works.
Give me Demings in the 5th, and we can still double down on corner. I'll take that all day, every day.
Yeah, I'm still catching up on who went after Green Bay. But I mean, there's still some good players left. This is the thing that we talked about, and this is one of the reasons why. I mean, we can get off the DDS thing real quick, like where I was like I would have rather traded back than taken Cisse, even though Cisse was like the pick, right? Like it made the most sense. But it's because like there was always going to be this logjam of corners that ended up going in like the 4th round, and I just wanted that extra swing, like. Because I mean, like, yeah, Will Lee is still out there. Like, Muhammad went right after us.
Taken, but maybe he didn't actually.
Did he?
Somebody said Will Lee got taken, but I haven't seen. Maybe the Panthers here at 129 were the ones who took him.
I mean, it makes sense. He's a good football player. He should be coming off the board.
Yeah, that was the one thing. Again, there was that opportunity to grab some corners in this area, but again, they get the edge rusher here that could have gone a lot earlier in round 4 too. So
I should have gone a lot earlier. I mean, the kid from Duke went like the pick before,
which is crazy.
And I've seen the kid from Duke. Crazy. No chance.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one at all. Did not. Yeah, there will lead to the Panthers here at 129. So he's off the board.
All right.
What did you think of the pick yesterday? Defensive tackle.
I would have gone orange. I think the way they worded it kind of let you know what their plan was, though. They viewed him as a guy who could get after the quarterback, too. And they valued versatility to play 3 technique also, which was not orange, which was not Darryl Jackson. I think you could make the case that orange can rush the passer. I do think that.
I agree with you.
But to also play 3 tech, probably not. And the way that they talked about it when they were like, no, he's so far ahead of everyone else on our board when orange goes 2 picks after or whatever, and they were one of like the 10 teams that went to Orange's pro day and stuff. It seems pretty clear that like they viewed those guys differently, and they were looking for a pretty specific type of defensive tackle. Now, do we have a starting nose at that? I don't know. I could still see it being Carl Brooks and Wyatt on the ends, and Hargrave at nose tackle, and then McClellan and Brenton filling in basically as backups all across the defensive line. So I don't know if that was necessarily addressed. Like that might be more of a depth pick than like a starter coming in immediately thing than fans realize. But that's just kind of my thoughts on it. I mean, I would have gone a different direction. And those two guys are just going to be linked forever, right? I mean, Packers fans do this where we're like Terry McLaurin or, the tight end or all this stuff. And yeah. So Orange and McClellan watch. I mean, we're going to be putting them next to each other for their entire careers.
Especially because Green Bay, traded up as well. I mean, Orange would have went one pick ahead of where they were selecting anyway, but which would have like really.
Which I don't disagree with the trade up. Like if you look at kind of what happened, it was like 3 of their draft visitors, and then like 3 defensive tackles went in like the 8 picks that they moved up, or something like that. I don't know the exact math, but it was basically like. Their board probably would have gotten nuked, right? Yep. Whoever they wanted to go after, their board would have gotten nuked. So,
and if Jacksonville liked him over the defensive tackle, like Agnew that they took or something, like they could have had him off the board. They could have had Orange off the board.
The Jets were one of the teams that didn't take a guy, but then they took Darrell Jackson the next round, right? So, they could have been in the mix too. I think the trade up was smart. I just think I would have gone a different player. I don't hate McClellan either. Like we took him in the 3rd. I gave him a 4th round grade. Like it's not that big of a difference, but I would have gone Orange.
I will say too. Did you catch Goody saying that they were like considering? Well, it was like intimated. He didn't say specifically that it sounded like they were considering him in the 2nd round. Like he was one of the sort of guys that they were considering in the 2nd round as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell we're doing with that.
In case anyone wants to be afraid and have not good feelings today, the last time he said that and then moved up in the 3rd round to go get his guy that they were considering taking in the 2nd round was when they took Josh Myers in the 2nd round and then traded up for Amari Rodgers in the 3rd. And he said that they were considering taking Amari in the 2nd when they took Josh Myers. So hopefully this one turns out a little bit better. And Cisse in the 2nd ends up great. And then they trade up and get their guy. Like you said, though, in general, the process, if you had one guy that's a tier above on your board and he is like the guy, then absolutely take the 5th round pick and go up and get your guy that you feel a tier better above everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, I do like that Goot is a little aggressive in terms of going after his guys and stuff. And they said they try to trade back into the 3rd. I wonder who that guy was, because they didn't seem to have any urgency to trade up today.
It would feel like it had to have been like somebody that got taken at the end. Maybe Julian Neal, who was the corner that I talked about, and we've talked about a lot too. Tiernan, maybe. I don't think it would probably, maybe Jennings Dunker, but I doubt it. Trey Zune, maybe, but that would have been a really high because he was taken at 91. Yeah, I don't know. Julian Neal was definitely somebody, though, that felt like a very Packers-y type corner. Caleb Proctor, maybe Proctor.
Maybe.
He was a top 30. And he went very early, round 4.
He was the top 30.
So
we have some quotes coming from Dennis Sutton on Zoom. I love and I need football. I live and breathe football.
It's been a trend for like it was the exact same thing, that he like if you I don't know if you saw the thing that I retweeted of Cisse on the Richard Sherman show. If you didn't get to listen to that, that was super impressive of just like how much he is.
They were saying like he goes like into practice and then goes into the film room immediately and then just like hangs out in the film room and is like working like high school kids and stuff.
At 20.
Yeah.
At 20.
Yeah. You know what I was doing at 20? Not that.
Unless it's just like really good at PR and like he's just like that's what he's saying and he actually just like goes and rips beers after practice or something. He's like, yep, just watching film.
Can't even buy him.
Big film watch. I know. Yes, because that stops everyone at age 20 from
That was
finding
something I was doing at 20.
All right. Sorry, Beast, for planning that. What did you think of Pregnon going? I know I just want to ask you from an Oregon standpoint, going late third.
I don't know. Yeah, I had people from Jacksonville that I'm close to ask me like, what the hell happened? I asked people at Oregon, and they're like, no, there shouldn't be any medical thing or anything like that. You know,
That was an interesting one that fell to end of round 3. That
usually it's like an
see.
injury thing or like a mental thing. Like, it's not a mental thing with Pregnon. Pregnon is a guy who went to like a highly acclaimed high school. He's bounced around, played in 3 different systems, like picked it up every single time. I don't know why he fell. I mean, maybe it was just teams not really wanting true guards yet. I mean, they were too busy drafting blocking tight ends, so someone's got to drop.
Just going back to DDS for a second. What pick did Green Bay get him at?
120.
120. All right. DDS was 74th on my board. He was 60th on Dane Brugler's board. He was 107th on Daniel Jeremiah's board and 72nd on the consensus board. So yeah, it's somebody that was, again, Brugler
higher on mine.
What's that?
He was higher on mine. I don't really rank him like that, and I didn't see every position, but like, yeah, I would have taken him at 52.
Yeah, and again, even Brugler at 60 is that like full. It's literally half of where he went. Like he had him at 60, he went 120. Again, I don't think anybody can argue like just insane value in round 3 for that type of pick.
Yeah, nuts, absolutely nuts.
And I talked about earlier too, but I just go back to whatever you feel about the tape or some things like that. When you've got a 99th percentile athlete, he did all the testing except what was it, the short shuttle or something? I think he did 3 cone. Yeah. So 99th percentile.
Cone is what matters.
Yes, and that's what it was, an insane 3 cone. So 99th percentile athlete, played in a Big Ten school, had 4 years of productivity, had ridiculous sacks and pressures, had 120 plus pressures in his career, like 20 plus sacks in his career. Like you just have that type of profile. We talked about it on the show, like a week or 2 ago. Like that's like usually like an end of first round like type of profile for an edge rusher, but they get him in round 4.
Yeah, it always works, man. I mean, these are the Donnell Hunters that the NFL misses on. It's a profile that always works. There's one guy sitting right now, Andy, for me.
Okay. Yep. Let me hear it.
Sticking out like a sore thumb. Sam Hatch, Kansas State.
I love him. I absolutely love him. I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet. There've been a lot of centers that have gone. I would have taken him over Slaughter, who went in 3rd.
I liked him better than Logan Jones, among others who have been drafted already.
I'm trying to see I haven't kept up with my board really well. Bryce Lance is still out there. He's an interesting one. Sam Hesh was 69 on my board.
Cutting into my neck.
You're all good. Kyle Lewis didn't get taken yet, did he?
Crazy hair because it was just in a mask.
Let's go. I don't think Kyle Lewis got taken, did he?
Who is this?
Kyle Lewis?
No, he hasn't been taken.
Yeah.
He's weird. I actually kind of like him, especially like in this range. Like, I think the hype got way too high on him when people were talking about him, like maybe going in the 2nd round or something like that.
Agreed.
He's a slot to me, but he's a slot who can help you as a dime backer. And he's also a guy who's going to help on special teams a lot. So I think we're still end of 4th round, early 5th. I don't know.
Yeah, we're end of 4th. End of 4th. We're about 20 picks away from Green Bay. Some other ones, Jalen Kilgore's out there. Keith Abney II is still out there.
Yeah, the small corners, the Duke kid is still out there too.
Jennings. Yep.
One of the biggest surprises to me, I mean, I talked with Eric Galko yesterday. He wasn't sure that his guy, Cade Klubnik, was going to get drafted. And the Jets traded up and gave up 2 fourths for him. I apologize for the hair, folks.
No need to apologize. Everyone's jealous.
Garrett Nussmeier is still out there. Taylon Green is still out there. He got drafted over those 2 guys. That's
Cole
crazy.
Payton too.
I'm not a Payton guy, but I know people like him. No.
I said I think I'm gonna like, if I'd have to watch like 3 games of that wind up, I think I might throw up in my mouth a little bit. That wind up is just god awful. But man, he could hit to all layers of the field with good touch. He's going to need time, but he's got the athleticism too. I just viewed him as a backup quarterback. I don't know that there's much more upside than that.
My boy Crownover is still kicking around. He's a super project. But like Markel Bell went like a round and a half ago. So
that Markel Bell pick was crazy. I mean, he goes to a good spot in Philly where he can learn with Lane Johnson and Mailata. That's a good place to be.
Maybe.
But
if they're a team like, hey, all we're going to do is run wide zone now. I'm like, really? With the 360 pounder. That's interesting.
I tweeted out yesterday.
And the receiving tight end that you guys just drafted. What's his name?
The tight end thing was crazy yesterday. We need to talk about that in just a second too. But I tweeted out yesterday, within 20 picks, there was a player who was taken at 5'8", 182 pounds, and a player who was taken at 6'9", 346 pounds, a 164-pound difference, and a foot and 1 inch difference in height taken within 20 picks of each other. Just a beautiful, beautiful sport.
Yeah. You got to love it. You got to love it.
How can you not be romantic about football? All right, let's talk tight ends for a second, because that was a crazy. I don't know what the hell Jacksonville's doing. That was wild.
They started it off with Borkircher, right?
Yep. And then it was just tight end. It was crazy.
It was nuts. And then, specifically, it's the blocking tight ends. And I kind of think that this is a response a little bit to the kickoff.
Okay. That's more interesting.
I mean, we saw this happen at the cutdown deadline last year, right? It's why we were able to get a guy like Josh Wiley for free, where teams were just like, hey, man, we have to use tight ends on the kickoff return. And if you can't help us there and you're not a starter, like we're not feeding you, we don't want a pass catcher off the bench. So I think it does make sense, looking at the trends in the league over the last year, that teams were like, no, we want blocking tight ends. And they all went, and they went like, some of them went like 100 picks, more than 100 picks above consensus.
Where was he was taken in the second round, right?
Borkircher, yes, because he was their first pick. He was their first pick.
Let me ask you this question. If you could, using salary cap space, buy a second round pick, how much salary cap space would you give up to buy a second round pick?
I used to have the numbers on this. I actually tried to reinvent big boards at one point, Andy, when I was doing XFL stuff, when there was cash swaps and things like that. And then basically my idea was, instead of grading players and giving it like, hey, this guy's a 5.4 or whatever,
right? You
attach the contract that you would give him if you were a free agent, and then you figure out the draft value from there, and then it'll help you.
Smart.
It'll inform you when to punt out. Right? Because maybe you shouldn't be making a pick if you don't like any of these guys to that level.
Yep.
I would guess at least $15 million per year, which you can get a blocking tight end for cheaper than that.
If you are going to draft a primary blocking tight end in the second or early third, even mid third, like I'm offering Charlie Kohler 3 years, 30. He went for 3 years, 24 million to the Chargers this offseason. I will gladly sign him to a 3-year, $30 million deal. I'll get it 3 years, $33 million. I'll get him to $11 million per year. I will call Minnesota right away and be like, what do you want for Josh Oliver? Can we get you a 4th round pick for Josh Oliver? Like, I am calling around and doing everything I can to find some of those established, more blocking tight ends before I'm spending a 2nd round pick on or early to mid third on some of these players. Like I saw, the blocking tight end market is getting out of control and they're spending $8 million. So what? It's like $8 to $9 million. Like, what is a starting guard? A starting guard is going for $20 million. Try to get one of those guys.
Hubbs is going to be like corner 4, and he's around that range. We just paid St. Juice money close to that, and he's going to be corner 4 on this team.
And Justice, how many of these tight ends do you draft that it takes them to round 3 or 4, especially some of the blocking guys, until they figure, Kohler was just starting to figure it out at the end for the Ravens, and then you sign him to the deal. But I don't know. It seems like
they take a while. I was joking in one of the group chats that I have with some national writers and stuff, and I was like, someone should tell a team that Pregnon is a blocking tight end, because he kept falling.
Hey, do you have any idea what the insane value of Darian Kennard is? He can be your swing tackle, and he can be your blocking tight end. That's like a $30 billion player right there. That's like a 1st round pick.
And I do think that that's one of the things, right? Like we talked about Green Bay, and we're like, hey, we kind of need a blocking tight end, but at the same time, you have Darian Kennard and you have Chris Brooks, and those guys are going to be able to help you out too. So I
Yeah.
don't know if the value is going to be there for a tight end. We'll see.
Travis Glover might supplant Kennard too at some point. I think they might give him a chance to do that too with his size.
Like
If I like him in that role.
People
What's
cut
that?
him. People who like already mentally have like him and Monk and like all these other guys, Jennings and John Williams. They have him like cut. I'm like, I think they like all those guys, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
John Williams is the weirdest walker I have ever seen in my entire life. He has like
his gait,
like he has like it's like whole like from the knee down. I don't even know how to explain this. Is like a full 90-degree angle. It was the weirdest thing. Like I don't know how you can play football. It was like we were watching it at practice one day, and I'm like, how are you like? It was like a 99th percentile, like or 90 sub plus percentile athlete at the position, and like you watch him walk, and it's like he doesn't look like he knows how to walk. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe he was overcompensating because he was hurt. I don't know what the hell it was, but it looked weird as shit. It was so weird.
Bryce Betcher got drafted the second half of the Caucasian collision unit for Oregon. So him and Thieneman are both in the NFL now.
I am just not okay with the fact that somebody can go, what was it, like 12th round to the Astros and then also get drafted in the NFL.
Well, think of Kyler. Kyler got drafted first round in baseball.
Oh, I know. I mean, yeah, trust me, there's more of them, but like just that somebody can be that freaking talented to get drafted in two major league sports. It's just absurd. Yeah. I just absolutely, the fact that Dion was like, not just like a AA or AAA guy, but was actually like on the freaking Braves while he was playing football.
Well, like, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm a little young for this, but like if the Braves would have won that World Series, like he would have been World Series MVP. Right.
I'm not. I hated baseball at that time. You might be totally right, but that's not my wheelhouse whatsoever. Bo Jackson, obviously another one. It's just crazy to me that is something that can actually happen.
Insane.
Russell Wilson too. I think Wilson was a pretty high shortstop draft pick, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
All right, I got to get to some super chats here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out, get back to work. I just wanted to pop on for the DDS pop. We did it, baby. We
appreciate
did it,
my friend. AcmePackingCompany.com, JUMOSQ. What you got cooking the rest of the day?
I mean, we're sure going to cover the UDFAs, which is like one of our biggest posts of the year. So I'm going to be on that. We're going to get the full draft recaps. We'll get you guys what people are saying about all these picks. Like we're getting the pick post up and then we're getting reaction posts up. I'm sure there's going to be like draft grade stuff that's going to come out after. So we'll get all that and all the quotes from the press conferences and things.
Just a really quick shout out too. I've been in those situations for like Packer Report in the past and doing some stuff like that. There's like, we are all geeked up about draft day and like, we just, all of us just kind of want to enjoy it. A lot of that stuff that's happening on the back end with like Acme Packing Company and places like that, there is so much work that goes into that. And on the back end, it may not look like a lot, but it is an insane amount of time. And again, we're all just like wanting to see who's being taken. And on the back end, these guys are working their asses off to get you all these quotes and to get you all these, obviously the tracking of the UDFA guys and all the stuff updated on the website. So go out, check it out, acmepackingcompany.com. They're doing great work for you guys. And if you're not checking it out every day, you're doing it wrong anyway. But give those guys a lot of views today because they're working hard for you guys.
Yeah,
appreciate you, my friend.
Come to the website so I can afford a haircut.
There you go. Appreciate you. You have a good rest of your draft, my friend. Justice Mosqueda, the one and only. Always appreciate him a ton. All right, I have to see where I left off on super chats because I don't know off the top of my head. All right, we did that one. I think McClellan and Cisse start. I think Cisse and St. Just and Valentine are going to be in a triple threat match for the starting spot opposite Keyshawn Nixon. And if Keyshawn Nixon, slips up at all in any way, shape, or form, or just, something doesn't seem right, I think that could turn into a fatal four-way very quick. So I think he'll have an opportunity. He's 20 years old. He's young. If I were guessing if they were playing a game this weekend, I would bet that Keyshawn's one starter. There goes Bryce Lance to the Saints, by the way, at 136. Bryce Lance to the Saints at 136. But I would guess that Keyshawn's a starter at 1. I would bet that St. Just is the starter in like base and in more rundown situations. And then Valentine is your, sort of nickel and obvious passing down corner. And then Cisse just gets a little bit of time to kind of develop and things like that. That would be my guess today. I also think that you could make an argument pretty quick that Cisse might be the best corner on the team. And I think it's only going to be a matter of time before he gets on the field and starts making an impact. So 20-year-old young rookie player, round 2, I want to give him a little bit of runway to kind of get up to speed a little bit. That's a lot to ask of a young corner, but I think he's got the talent to do it. And it's not a low bar it is a low bar to clear to try to get into that starting lineup. So I think he will get there sooner rather than later. But, again, kind of one step at a time. McClellan, I think, will have the opportunity. If I'm guessing, so, right, there's always a little bit of separation of church and state between the front office and the coaching staff, right? You heard it from Goody yesterday. They asked of like, well, how much do these players fit within Jonathan Gannon's system? Was that in mind when you took them? And Goody's like, no, I am taking good, versatile football players, which is exactly what he should be doing, by the way. And if I were head coach, or if I were like running a team and I was hiring a defensive coordinator, and the defensive coordinator said, well, in order for this system to work, I need this exact type of player, and I need these 2 exact type of players, and I need this, there's no way I'm hiring you. You're out, you're done. That's not what we do. If I am a really good defensive mind or offensive mind, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or a coach that is the main brain trust for that side of the ball, what I want my GM to get me good players. And I will say, I will figure out how to put a system together and a scheme together and a playbook together to utilize those players to the best of their ability. Just get me good football players and I will figure out the rest. Where I was going with this is Goody takes McClellan and says he can do a little bit of everything. You can use him as a nose tackle. You can use him as a 3 technique. You can use him as a rusher. You can use him as a run defender. Here's your player. You go have fun with them. Do what you want. And when the coaching staff gets a hold of him, I have a feeling that they're going to say, we need him as our nose tackle. Put on weight, not bad weight, like put on strength, put on muscle, put on some mass. And you are our nose tackle. We want you to 2-gap. We want you to be that true nose. And you're going to start there. That's where we want you to get to. And then Hargrave and Wyatt on the sides of him. That's where they are going to want him to be. So I think Goody's taking him as like this versatile piece. Awesome. He can be used in different ways. And I think when the coaching staff gets him, they're going to say, you're a nose. We want you to be a nose. And we want you to put on some functional strength. Kyle Lewis, we just talked about, just got taken here by the Dolphins. So there we go. Good game for the Dolphins. Or good draft for the Dolphins. Good pick for the Dolphins is what I meant to say. But yeah, I think they're going to probably get him more in that role. And I think he will have the opportunity. Now, he's young again, 3rd-round pick. Don't put a ton of expectations. There's a really strong chance that, like what Justice said, that it's just Hargrave at the nose with Carl Brooks and Devontae Wyatt as your 3-man line, because they're just more experienced and they're, more familiar with the NFL. But I have a guess when the coaching staff gets this versatile piece in, they're going to say, awesome, you can do everything. We don't care. We want you to be this specific thing. That'd be my guess. We'll have to wait and see how the coaching staff actually wants to use them. LVN gone after the season. We have so much depth now at edge. I'll actually fight back on this pretty heavily, Noxical. LVN is by far and away a step above anybody else on this roster at edge rusher, not named Micah Parsons. It is Micah and it's LVN, and then there's a gap. I like Barron Sorrell and DDS. Colin Oliver will have to fight to make this team. Brenton Cox will have to fight to make this team. Aaron Mosby will have to fight and make this team. There's 4 players who are locked in at edge, and one of them is probably going to start the season on the physically unable to perform list. And so you are hoping that DDS and Sorrell are your backups and Colin Oliver can kind of be your 5th guy. You usually keep, 5 edge rushers, in a 3-4 sort of defense. So Brenton Cox is no lock to make this team, nor is Colin Oliver, nor is, Aaron Mosby or anybody else. They have actually very few numbers at this position. This is a position that they can, get some back of the roster sort of competition. My guess is more an undrafted free agency for the Packers, but they have, it's literally all the names that I just said is all they have. LVN, Micah, who is again probably out to start the season, DDS and Sorrell, Brenton Cox, Colin Oliver, and then Aaron Mosby. That's the only 7 that they have. They don't have any other like random former practice squad guys or guys they picked up out of nowhere. So they need a few more numbers there. Again, probably more like undrafted free agent numbers. But we're putting a lot of stock right now in, like, especially starting off, DDS, Barron Sorrell and Brenton Cox are probably fighting and battling for that spot opposite of LVN. None of those three players are proven, and all of those guys are day 3 or below. And Cox and Mosby were UDFA guys. So this is an edge room that still has a long ways to go. And you take LVN off of this team, like for next year, for example, and it's just Micah, and then what? Are you going Barron Sorrell and DDS as your number 2 and number 3 already in 2027? After you just spent all this time developing LVN, I think there's like a 95% chance LVN gets that 5th year option and or some sort of compromise or extension, something like that. I don't think he's going anywhere at this point in time, and I'd be like 99.9% sure that he'll be a Packer in 2027. I'd be very, very stunned if that were the case. So no, I would not get too far ahead of your skis and saying like, oh, now everything's solved at edge. Yeah, day 3 picks are, failures more often than not. And we have no point of reference yet that Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver are going to be anything. Brenton Cox, you probably in an ideal world want this like your 5th or 6th, 3-4 type of edge. I like the fact that they've got more competition there now, and DDS makes all the sense in the world. I still think it's Micah, big gap, LVN, big gap, developmental edge rushers. So that's how I would kind of view it right now. MAD does things, kind of hate. Oh, we talked about that. Sorry, I missed the other one earlier. Corey, thank you for becoming a new member. We did that one. All right. Do you think re-signing Trayvon to a prove-it deal is out of the question? Yes. I talked about this a few times this week already, but a couple things. They drafted a corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they drafted another. This is one where they said they wanted numbers at it. I'd give you pretty damn good odds that they take another corner today at some point. If not, they'll hit up undrafted free agency with 2 or 3 guys. They're going to have 4 guys already that make the team in St. Juste, Valentine, Nixon, and obviously Cisse. And the next guy, you want guys that can play special teams. Diggs is not a special teams guy. I also talked about they cut Diggs immediately, end of season. They cut him, gone. Not like, hey, let's try to renegotiate things or let's keep you around for a while and see if we can work something out. Nope, just done, gone. Like, whereas Elton, they waited a while, see if maybe they could get a trade or maybe they could work out something. No, right away, he is gone. He's done, immediately ending the season. Dallas paid out of the teeth to take dead money to get him off of their team. And then he was basically, of every player that was out there, he was the first one that could sign with any team because Green Bay cut him right away. And as soon as he was cut, he could sign with anybody, any of the 32 teams. He had the ability to, he didn't have to wait till free agency started. So he had a February head start on March free agency. And yet we are here April 25th and not a single team has agreed to a deal with Trayvon Diggs. I think the writing's on the wall. I'm not saying he won't get a job somewhere at some point in time. I don't think Green Bay has any interest. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'd be pretty surprised at this point in time, especially now that they drafted a corner in round 2. And again, any corner that you're going to bring in at this point, you're probably competing for the number 5 corner spot, number 6 corner spot, and you want those guys to play teams. And Diggs does not play teams. A reincarnation of the Lindsley pick coming in hot would be great. Sign me up for that, Dylan. I'll take a Pro Bowl center in the 5th round all day, every day. Green Bay with the best draft so far to the NFC North. Bears 2nd, 3rd rounders seemed like a reach. You and Justice thoughts. Sorry, I didn't get that into Justice ahead of time while he was still in here. I still think Green Bay is probably, I don't know, let me just take a look at it here really quick. I think Green Bay's probably the worst of the 4, if I'm being honest, just because they didn't have a 1st round pick. You might say that based on the capital they have, you could say that they're doing the best. I would absolutely, potentially agree with that. So Cisse, McClellan, and DDS for Green Bay. Again, good draft so far. For Detroit, I love Blake Miller, one of my favorite players in this draft. So I think that's a really good pick. And then they get 2 players from Michigan, interestingly enough. But Derek Moore, to me, that's right where he should have been taken. I really like him as an edge rusher. I think he'll be a good designated pass rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. And then Rolder's a good linebacker. So to me, that's again, just having the 1st round pick and Blake Miller really sort of resets that. I think that I would, if I could trade draft classes with Detroit just based on Blake Miller alone. I know it's not need for Green Bay, but I think in general, if I were starting a team today, I would take that Detroit one over Green Bay's. Chicago, Thieneman is fine. Logan Jones, Roosh, Xavier Thomas, Malik Muhammad. What I'll say about Chicago's is Thieneman is going to fit very well next to Kobe Bryant. Logan Jones is a Drew Dahlman clone. Ephesians Prysock goes to the 49ers, corner out of Washington. Logan Jones is a Drew Dahlman clone that fits super well in their system. Sam Roosh is going to give them that blocking tight end and is probably going to allow them to save $10 million next year when they cut Cole Kmet, because Roosh will become their number 2 tight end. Again, Xavier Thomas was a huge reach by most consensus boards. I have not watched him, so that's one I can't comment on too much. Malik Muhammad's a good corner out of Texas, just a little bit on the thin side. That's probably not my favorite draft. I actually could make an argument for Green Bay, like just specifically for Green Bay, that I would rather have Green Bay's draft. In fact, I think that's probably one that I would make, that I would rather have Green Bay's draft for the Packers than Chicago's draft. Minnesota, you get the high risk reward in Caleb Banks, Golday, Dominique Orange, Caleb Tierman, Jacoby Thomas. That's a pretty darn good draft. And again, you have a little bit more volume. I'll probably take the swing on the 5 guys rather than the 3 for Green Bay. I mean, most people wanted Orange over McClellan, which helps as well if you're making the argument for Minnesota. And then, you just got, you got Cisse, and then you just got DDS. If you're just looking at upside on the defensive line, I'll take Caleb Banks over DDS all day, every day. And then, so am I going to trade, what would it be left? Their first round pick. Would I trade Cisse for, Golday, Tiernan, and Thomas? I don't know, probably not in that regard, but I don't know. Those are still pretty solid drafts overall. And I think Green Bay's just against the 8 ball by not having that first round pick. But again, if you're looking at value based on what selections they had, then I would say, yeah, I think Green Bay's done a really, really good job. Sorry, again, I didn't get some of these to justice ahead of time. I don't know why Kilgore is still available. Sometimes it's always interesting with safeties, because you look at some safeties and they're going right away in round 1 and 2. And it's not just always talent. And then other safeties we don't really care about safety. And so I don't know. Kilgore's a good player. I have him pretty decently high still on my board, but he would have been somebody that I would have expected to have probably gone in that 4th, 5th round range. I guess technically, I would have guessed more of the 4th round range. Yeah. I think we're on to the 5th round now. I think the last 4th round pick just got taken with Colby Young. So we are officially on to the 5th round. Green Bay is on the board, at least. We got Green Bay on the board, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think 11 picks before Green Bay picks. 12, but one of them is in here for the Texans. Kamari Ramsey goes to the Texans at 141. All right. Converted my fiance, who is from South Carolina, went to school there, to a Packers fan. He's saying Kilgore would be a Lee household hit. Nickel backup. Sure. You could easily take Kilgore at any time, and I'd be totally fine with that. Again, position be damned at this point. Just go get really good football players, and Kilgore certainly would be in that conversation. Darian Kennard has more playoff catches than Brandon Marshall. It's sure. Absolutely. He has more fumbles than too, I guess. Thoughts regarding Gulbin for depth late, center that played both guards recently, bad film or something. Also, Gil Howard late did well both in pass rush and run defense. Haven't heard either name discussed. I know Gulbin was a guy that Nagler, I think, liked. I think he was on his top 5, if I remember correctly. I watched a little, just very, very little bit of him. Looks capable. Could be somebody, I think, round 6-ish, maybe probably in that range, but possible. And I did not watch Gil Howard, so I can't discuss him too much. My apologies on that. Derek, thank you for gifting a Pack-A-Day membership. Appreciate that. DDS, steal of the draft, not biased. I'll take it. It's a very good value on day 3. How do you feel, Barron? He might break out? Yeah, I think he's going to be in a really good position. Love that he's been working so much with Micah. He cares about the game. He works a ton at it. There were flashes last year, and I think he's going to get a real opportunity to potentially even start opposite LVN while Micah is out. I think this is a huge, huge offseason for him. I think he has a lot of opportunity, and I mean a lot of opportunity. As I've said, my kind of comp for him all the way around has been not the exact player, but sort of the archetype the career arc of the player, I think is going to be almost identical to Kingsley Enagbare. Somebody that gets a decent amount of starts, is a really nice rotational edge defender, can set the edge all right, can get to the quarterback, never going to be your 1A guy, might not even be your 2A guy, but is just a really sound football player. And then, again, he gets a $10 million contract in free agency when he leaves. Maybe Green Bay keeps him in that instance. Do I think he can be better than that? Yes. Are there ways that he could end up worse than that? Absolutely. But I think if you were to ask me where his career kind of arcs out, I would bet that it's a very similar trajectory to Kingsley Enagbare over the course of his career. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Appreciate you a ton. Any running backs you think they may target now, draft or otherwise? Washington is gone, and I don't know how I feel about Brooks and Lloyd being the backups. I bet they take a running back at some point. They could look, just undrafted free agency. They could call around too for what teams of maybe looking at something. I don't think they have to do anything here. I think we're going to be limited. There's Singleton, Emmett Johnson. Johnson could be somebody that they have some interest in. Le'Veon Moss was a Dolphins top 30 visit, if I remember correctly. Again, if the Dolphins like them, there's a decent chance the Packers like them. Katron Allen's okay. I would love Heidenreich. Give me Heidenreich. I would love Heidenreich. I think he'd be a really fun fit in this offense too. So if I'm cheering for somebody, Eli Heidenreich, the running back out of Navy, would be the guy I would like to take a swing at. Not like physically. That'd end bad for me. Try not to mess with too many people who are in the Navy and or our football players and or just anybody, because I lose almost every time. Yeah, DDS pick Pokey in day 3 is just phenomenal value. Again, we have no idea what he's ultimately going to end up being, but fantastic value. Trey Benson could be somebody you take a swing at. I would trade like a 6th-round pick over for Benson if Arizona wanted to do that after taking Jeremiah Love in round 1 on day 1. I would absolutely be all for that. Bankston, I think, will be a UDFA. I think Bankston will be a UDFA. I don't think he gets drafted. Could be wrong, but I think he'll be a UDFA. I think there's a decent chance Green Bay picks him up. Cards are on the clock now at pick 3, Green Bay at 13. Yep, we're getting there, Omer. We are getting there. Fernando Carmona to the Titans. It's another one I did not watch. I think I got through. Did I get through the end of round 4? I did not watch Trey Monroe for the Dolphins. Did not watch Jeremiah Wright. Did not watch Matthew Hibner. Kendall Daniels. Yeah, I did not watch Colby Young. So we're getting a little bit more in that range again of not having watched as many of these players. I did watch Ramsey. Did not watch Carmona. Let's see who the Cardinals get here. I hope the Packers take somebody that I watch, just because, again, it makes it easier. I can break it down better, but if not, that's okay. Yeah, those would all be great picks. Scott, Hecht, Johnson, Abney. I'd be all for any of those. Malik Muhammad is gone. He's a Bear, unless you're a Bears fan and you're excited about it. But yeah, he's a Bear. Heidenreich is a combination of Tyler Ervin and Dominique Daphne. Would be interesting in the system. That's an interesting comp. I think it's a little different. I wouldn't put Dominique Daphne in that conversation. He's a really interesting player, though. Really interesting player. Demings would be fantastic. Watch for Brian Parker, the offensive lineman, is somebody that I would say for Green Bay, if you're looking for a Packers-y type, unless he went. No, he's there. Brian Parker, the second out of Duke. He's a very Packers-y type offensive lineman. I don't think they'll do it. He's not a Packers-y type offensive lineman, but I would love Bo Stevens out of Iowa. Sam Hecht, again, at center would be fantastic. One of my favorite. He's easily in my top 100. That's probably about the gist of my remaining offensive linemen that I have a great feel on, if I'm being honest. I think Maggie Loney was a big Isaiah World, or Diego Pounds. I forget. I think it was Isaiah World. John wants Demings. Parker does make a lot of sense. Totally agree. Yeah, Rivers was not my kind of favorite type of guy, but in round 5, 6, you could certainly do worse. I liked Austin Booker better. Austin Booker to me was a lot more explosive. I see where you're going with it. Similar type of players taken in the 4th round. I think Booker was really young when he got taken too. So if it were me, I would take Austin Booker as prospects above DDS. But I think DDS could end up as good, if not better, than Booker. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But if you're asking me which one I would want to just based on draft profile, I would have definitely taken Booker. Yeah. Okay. It was Pounds that made. I thought it was Pounds that Maggie wanted. Oh, World has the ACL. You're right. My bad. Brailsford was one of the ones that was like a top 100 player by a lot, and I just did not get it at all. I didn't like. I like borderline didn't have like a draftable grade on him. He's just so damn tiny. He's 6'2", 289 pounds. I don't know what you do with that. I just don't. But the technique is good. He battles. He had a lot of playing time at Alabama. But yeah, the Green Bay never. I don't think ever would have taken him at 289, 6'2". Yeah, in Iowa, Packers offensive lineman's not Packers. Not quite. Yeah, I think there might have been something to that BBG about Booker falling a little bit. All right, what did Browns took Brailsford? That's an interesting one. All right. Yeah, tight end. I don't know that there's like that tight end run just nuked everything. Jack Endries is a tight end I like out of Texas. I'd be fine with that. I know a lot of people liked Michael Trigg and Justin Jolly, and I couldn't get there with either of them. At this point, it's fine. Like I don't know that that's what they're looking for though. And the reason that they're still there is like those guys are not blocking guys at all. They're more receiving types, and that's the league has wanted the blocking tight ends, not the receiving tight ends. So I don't know where those guys are going to go. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, Nowakowski would be an interesting one. I didn't realize he was a Badger, right? I don't think I recognized that. There was another one too. Was it Chris Bell was a Badger? I'm like, what the hell were you doing with these guys? Like, how did you not figure those out and be a little bit better? What a stupid program right now the Badgers football team has been. Reggie Virgil to the Cardinals, wide receiver. Capart is still available. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be absolutely awesome. Guys that there's still a decent amount from the guys that we talked about, on the show today. Obviously they took Danny Dennis Sutton. Mike Washington Jr. is gone. Did Connor Lew went, right? Connor Lew, I think, went. Yeah, Connor Lew went. But Sam Hecht is still there. Bryce Lance is gone. Will Lee is gone. Caleb Proctor is gone. So I guess more are gone than I thought. But Sam Hecht, Charles Demings, Michael Heldman, Jordan Vandenberg. Those are some names I would definitely keep an eye on today through, pick 5 or round 5 and certainly 6 and 7. DeMonte Capehart is another one. Should have had him on my list today when we were talking. Nick Barrett is an interest. What did he test as? I have to look at him. 6'3", 312, 7'6", 8 RAS into the bench press, 9 pressures, 2 sacks. Probably not enough of a pass rusher for them. So I don't think they'll go in that direction. But he's an interesting player. I'm trying to think what else, if there's anybody else here that kind of makes sense. At this point, though, like you could take a Keith Abney II, a Jalen Kilgore. They could try a Crown over and see if they can make him into something. That would be an interesting project. Again, Brian Parker II is definitely their type. Maybe a Jack Endries at tight end. VJ Payne is a really fun safety. Emmett Johnson at running back. Rayshon Benny, maybe. Le'Veon Moss, the running back, maybe. Taylon Green. They could look quarterback. Taylon Green could be a possibility. They could look like Michael Taafe, the safety out of Texas. That you're not taking him. Oh, Sam Hecht just went to the Panthers. That's a little bit of a bummer, but I don't think they probably would have taken a true center anyway. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But Taafe would be a special teams demon. If you're looking to kind of replace Zane Anderson, Michael Taafe at safety from Texas, probably maybe a little bit early for that. But he has the ability to be a absolute nightmare on special teams. He's super high IQ. I thought at safety, he kind of played like Bob Sanders, to be honest. He had fantastic anticipation, and he should be a core special teamer almost immediately. He would be just a fun piece. If you're looking like, hey, we added a lot of pieces to the defense and like we feel good about our offense, and you want to add something maybe a little bit more special to special teams, Michael Taffe would be a potential option there. I think what you mean is heck no, Scott Schneider. Heck no. Yeah, Brian Parker makes sense here for sure. Browns have 4 picks before. Oh, did they just take one? Because I see 3 on the board. Maybe they just took one. Just 3, right? They have 146. Yeah, just 3 before they pick. Unless, again, I'm missing someone. Oh, they just traded. Wait, they trade up? I don't know. Either way, on the NFL screen, it says Cleveland, and then Cleveland, and then Cleveland, and then Green Bay. But on ESPN, on my draft board here, it says there are 4 Cleveland picks. So I don't know if there's a trade somewhere in there, got messed up or something, but yeah, maybe it is 4 picks for Cleveland. We'll see. Maybe they traded one of those up. I don't know. We'll see. We talked about the running backs. Take a flyer on Green from Arkansas. I personally would rather probably take Cole Payton. I wouldn't even hate Garrett Nussmeier at this point. I would definitely rather have Nussmeier or Cole Payton than Taylor Green. But I think they, if they're looking for, again, that athletic profile at quarterback, he's definitely somebody that they could take. Round 4 is in the books. We are in round 5. Drone could be the 7th round pick too. Probably more of a UDFA, but they could just get him and make sure that they get him at the end of round 7 if they didn't take a quarterback by then. Also could end up with some trades. This could be the area where, if some team is going to trade for Anthony Richardson or Will Levis, we're probably in that range now. So that could be another opportunity for Green Bay if they wanted to go in that direction. Maybe a Spencer Rattler. There's a couple, quarterbacks like that they could start getting. I just talked about Rattler. One step ahead of Noah's, but could start getting a little itchy for a backup quarterback if they wanted to. Chargers took Nick Barrett. I was just talking about him of maybe he could be a pick for Green Bay, but I don't think he had the pass rushing chops to probably be there. All right, so let's take a look at our rounds here where we're at. So I think they're way. Oh no. Okay. Barrett to the Chargers at 145. Brailsford to the Browns at 146. So I think we're at Washington at 147. And again, Green Bay's up at 153. So we're about 5 picks away. Chambliss is not in this draft. Not in this draft. He was able to take a court case to allow him to play an extra season at Ole Miss. So he is back to Ole Miss. So you would have to take him in 2027. Can't take him yet. Oh, you got a 2027 4th from Seattle? That's impressive. Who's left on my top 100 board? I haven't been updating it as of late, so I'll have to just kind of double check everything here. Let's see. Jalen Kilgore, Keith Abney, and Jake Endries, the tight end, who I kind of had an aggressive 100 on that I, could have gone either way. He was kind of one that I toyed with putting at 100 as a little bit of planting my flag on the guy, but I'm not surprised he's still there. Raiders are trading pass rusher Tyree Wilson to the Saints. So a player trade there. But yes, only 3 players left on my top 100 here at 147, with Kilgore definitely being the highest, Keith Abney, and then Jake Endries. This is where I do think in somebody in my position, you do want to kind of keep a little bit of an eye after so I go through and I grade my original players, and then after I put my sort of feel on it, I do kind of just take a look and see, all right, where am I high on? Where am I low on? Abney was one of those players that I wasn't super high on. And like everyone was in like the top 100 for him. And I'm like, all right. And I do think he's a good cover player. I think he's going to be fine, but I'm totally understanding of him being here in the fifth. I didn't think that he was like this surefire thing, a little bit on the smaller side. He does have like a little bit of like Jair Alexander kind of cover skill to him. But Brugler had him at 61. Daniel Jeremiah had him at 98. Consensus had him at 61. Again, I ended up with him at 82, but I, in hindsight, probably just should have stuck with my gut and kept him out of the top 100. I didn't do any studying of the kickers. I don't think they're going to take one, though. They already gave. Oh, Demings got picked? That's a good pick. Who took him? Washington? All right, so the Raiders acquired fifth round pick and the New Orleans Saints pick 150 in exchange for Tyree Wilson and a seventh round pick 219. So that is the terms of that deal. I haven't seen anything come through on Demings yet, but I will take your word for it, everyone. Yeah, Raiders did get a pick. It was a pick swap, so they did have to give up a pick too. But yeah, they moved up by what, 2 rounds? I think they went from a 7th to a 5th. Is Cole Payton from Bloomer, Wisconsin? I didn't know that. Where did he learn that damn windup of a throw? Going with the mellow yellow today, by the way. Washington still on the clock again. Is that where Demings went? Is Washington? Can somebody confirm that? So Saints were trying for Thibodeau, but Giants didn't want to do it, so they went to Tyree Wilson instead. Miami's 2 spots ahead of us. They could snipe someone for sure. Okay, so Washington took Joshua Josephs. Where did Demings go? Are you sure? Are we sure Demings is actually gone? Yeah, I would be cool with Cole Payton at 153. I'd be totally cool with that. Browns are selecting Justin Jefferson. So there's a Seattle pick in between. The Seahawks traded up. Are the Seahawks the one that got Demings? Okay, Demings still on the board per multiple people. So I don't know who had Demings getting drafted, or maybe I just misread it. Sorry if I misread it. Good. I don't know if they'll take Demings, but I'd prefer to at least still have the option. Yeah, Everett's gone. For those wondering about Dalen Everett, he was gone round 3, right? So Seahawks traded in to pick 148. Still no Garrett Nussmeier. Commanders got again Joshua Josephs. Don't know who Seattle got yet here. All right, well, while we're waiting for Green Bay's picks, let's get our prize picks in for today. I'm going basketball today for sure. Definitely taking Jalen Brunson, more than 19.5 points. What else do we want to take here? Points, rebounds, assists for Jokic, 54.5. 20, 10, 10, 40, 25. Yeah, they need that game against Minnesota. I'm going live. I'm going fewer, 54.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Jokic. That's a little, I don't know how I feel about that overall, but we're going to go with it anyway. And I'm going Jalen Suggs, more than 3.5 rebounds. Anything else stand out? Jalen Green, 19 points. That's an interesting one. I don't feel great about it. Did I just lose one? What one did I just lose? I just lose. How did I lose Brunson? Come on. All right, what else do I want to do? Let's do points. See if anything else for points pops out. Make sure I don't miss a Packers pick here. You know what? I'm going to take a flyer. We're going Anthony Black, more than 9.5 points. So Nikola Jokic, fewer than 54.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Jalen Suggs, more than 3.5 rebounds. Oh, some of these are already in progress. That's why these are getting updated. All right, you know what? We're still going to do it. That's how easy it is. We're going to do... We can accept the projection changes. There we go. Got our lineup in. Lineup submitted successfully. $5 lineup. Perfect. 3 fun ones to get in there. Keep a little bit of a closer on the NBA games today. That's as simple as it is. PrizePicks. Use code HMA to get $50 on your first $5 lineup. Again, HMA to get $50 on your first $5 lineup. Terms and conditions apply. See PrizePicks for details. Available in most states, including Wisconsin. So you can get those picks in. Again, check it out over at prizepicks.com and make sure to give me a follow at Andy Herman NFL. Appreciate PrizePicks sponsoring today's show. Yeah, Xavier Harris has some major off-field stuff. So him and Corleone apparently both do. Justice was kind of talking about that the other day. Jokic could easily do a 60-point triple-double. That wouldn't surprise me at all. He's a beast. Who do I want here? Capehart. I'd be a really big fan of Capehart from Clemson, the defensive lineman. Charles Demings, the corner, would be a really big one. I'd be cool with any of those. Oh, Bo Stevens, I would have really liked. He just went to Seattle. I'd actually be totally cool with Cole Payton, the quarterback, Jalen Kilgore, the safety out of South Carolina. Who else? Deontay Lawson is kind of an interesting linebacker. Deontay Lawson was like, I just want to make sure I have the right guy. I'm almost positive, but I think he was my Quay Walker. Yeah. So Deontay Lawson out of Alabama, 6'3", 226, turns 23 in February. Didn't have an RAS score, had an ACL tear in 2024. Reminds me a lot of Quay Walker. Good size in the middle of the defense. Definitely athletic enough, capable of dropping or blitzing. Nice job reading the quarterback's eyes. Triggers downhill. Needs to keep his feet moving. They do stop from time to time, kind of get stuck in mud. Lots of light ankle tackles. Doesn't play with much violence or physicality, but played 2,400 snaps at Alabama. Despite missing time, were the green dot in their defense. He loves to go around blocks rather than taking them on. Probably a little bit more of a Will than a Mike, but can definitely play some Mike as well. Instincts are a little bit below average. I felt like I was watching Quay Walker when I watched Deontay Lawson. Now, your mileage may vary on if that's something that is actually of interest to you or not, but I literally felt like I was watching Quay Walker when I watched Deontay Lawson. VJ Payne, the safety out of K-State, I'd be cool with. I'd actually be fine with like Vandenberg too at this point in time. I know that might be a little bit rich for some people, but I really like this tape. The defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech. Give me Heidenreich too. It's again probably a little aggressive at this point in time. Don't really care. Whatever wide receiver Green Bay takes, I am not going to know because they're going to take one today, would be my guess. I will not know them. I have no wide receivers left that I have watched. So we are in no man's land at wide receiver moving forward. I would be fine with Jack Endries, excuse me, at tight end. Yeah, so there's some decent stuff still out there. Brian Parker would be fine. This is a bummer that Hecht went already. Harold Perkins is interesting. I don't think that's probably the direction that they should go in, but certainly an interesting player. Keith Abney would be totally fine too. I actually think he can actually stick outside a little bit. I don't think he has to be just a slot. Yeah, there's some fun stuff still out there. I'll be interested to see what they do. Dalton Johnson, safety out of the Raiders, for the Raiders out of Arizona, I should say. And then Teafe, the safety from Texas, again, to kind of supercharge the special teams a little bit, would be a fun one too. Green from Arkansas, could be. Tafe is special, underrated safety. Yeah, I like him. Would be a fun pick here in the 5th round. Any information on the RAHS on our picks so far? Thanks for going live. RAHS. What am I missing? RAHS. The Regional Alliance for Healthy Schools. What is RS? I'm confused, Seabiscuits. Jack Strand, that's the Bloomer, Wisconsin. Gotcha. Your sister dated him in high school. There you go. Zakiya Wheatley's a nice pick. I'm surprised he went over Kilgore, to be honest. Has Good ever said the board was not falling good? Probably not. Nobody ever says that. Oh, a-hole score. Gotcha. Let's see. I don't know that they added any relative a-hole score guys so far. I will say McClellan is at least in that conversation. McClellan's a little bit in the conversation for a-hole score. DDS had some roughing the passer penalties. I don't know if you want to count that or not, but a little bit. My bad. I should have got the a-hole score better, quicker. My apologies. Lack of sleep. I'm chalking it up to that. Thank you to the 2,500-ish of you who are in chat. Appreciate you guys a ton. I'm sleep deprived. My apologies. I'm happy I'm mostly here and with it. Yeah, so we went over that. Did the Packers trade down? Packers pick is in. Broncos took Jolly, the tight end. Keep you posted as soon as I see anything. There's a good chance I don't know this one, would be my guess. Unless it's Demings, or I guess if it's any of the top 30 guys, then I'm in. I know them. If it's not a top 30 guy or one of the random guys that is still left on my board, we might be in uncharted territory. Keeping an eye on everything. We'll try to get to you. Is it Brian Parker? Or is that who you're hoping it's Brian Parker? Have not seen anything yet. Jaeger Burton? Nagler got his guy? Okay, a lot of Burtons. So I'm assuming we got Burton. Yep, there it is. Welcome to Green Bay, Jaeger. Jaeger Burton, 153 to the Packers. All right, so I did not watch Burton. Nagler did like him a lot. That's basically my only knowledge of Jaeger Burton, who again Nagler really liked. I watched a lot of his counterpart at guard, but I did not watch a lot of Jaeger Burton. Just from ESPN, really quick, we'll go through everything and find it out. I might even throw some tape on while we're live here. I can't post it, but I'll watch it and give you my notes. Burton is light on his feet for his size and great power at the point of attack. He has some trouble holding his ground to anchor when bull rushed, as he can get pushed back into the backfield before bowing up. Burton needs to improve his hat placement and can get caught lunging at his blocks. He lacks great balance and core strength, having trouble controlling his blocks. Burton has the feet and athleticism to climb to the second level, but doesn't do it consistently. I'm a little interested that they took kind of a center only guy, just because they just talked highly of Monk at kind of that center. I don't think Monk is ever going to be a guard. Actually, I think Monk is going to probably have to stay at true center. Maybe Burton has some guard versatility. I'll have to watch him a little bit more. That could be the possibility as well. Let's get Brugler's thoughts on one Jaeger Burton. All right, Burton was 9th on the center list for Dane and was a 5th to 6th round player for Brugler. Getting his notes up now. All right. Strengths, tall, broad blocker with thickness in his lower half. He is 23. He'll turn 24 in August. So a little bit on the higher age end, not crazy brutal, but he will turn 24 in August. Tall, broad blocker with thickness in his lower half. His nickname is Moose. So we got Moose. Quick off the ball to protect either gap versus explosive rushers. Didn't allow a sack in 2025. That's a good stat. Can refit and lose slowly versus bull rushers. Moves well for his size with the agility to execute reach blocks and pulls. Can function at the second level and very active when uncovered. Showed newfound confidence as a senior. Served as a game captain for 3 games in 2025. NFL staff said he was the ringleader getting the O-line room together in and out of the building. Played in 50 games. Snaps spread between left guard. There you go. All right. So he played guard too. 43.4% of his time at left guard, 36.6% of his time at center, and 19.9% of his time at right guard. So he probably has 3 position versatility on the interior of the offensive line. Weakness, average core strength and can be jostled off balance by power. Feet can get a little overactive, leading to oversets. Fits up defenders, but average finisher and doesn't overmatch anyone. Wish there was more pop once he reaches linebackers at the second level. Overextends himself in the run game and struggles to sustain for extended periods. Mental mistakes decreased in 2025, but still an area that needs to be addressed. Has played a lot of football, but has just 1 season of NFL-worthy tape. 4-year starter at Kentucky. Burton lined up at center, right-handed snapper. In his final season in former offensive coordinator Bush Hamden's scheme, he bounced between positions as an underclassman, including center in 2023, a short-lived stay because of his struggles there. After reps at both guard spots, he moved back to center for his senior season and changed the narrative with NFL scouts. Burton is a good-looking athlete for his size with foot quickness as a pass blocker and range in the run game. However, he isn't a true mauler who plays up to his size or knocks defenders back on contact. The biggest wild card for his NFL transition is the consistency of his confidence and calls and adjustments. Overall, Burton needs to continue to develop his sustained skills and the mental aspects of the position, but he is a quick win blocker with positional flexibility across the interior. He offers intriguing value for zone-based schemes on day 3. That is Jaden Duggar, who the Packers had in for a top 30, just went to the 49ers at pick 154, by the way. So that's a top 30 guy off the board for Green Bay. Let me get the NFL notes on Jaeger. This is I'm sure all the Jaeger bomb. We've had now Gerhard DeBeer, and we've also drafted a Jaeger. It's too bad DeBeer and Jaeger weren't on the same team. Unfortunately, if we're being honest with this pick, you would ideally like liquor before beer. The Packers had DeBeer first, and now we're moving on to Jaeger. That's a concern. Beer before liquor, never been sicker. So it is noteworthy here. Durable 5th-year senior who has just made 47 consecutive starts. Burton is built to play center, but could offer swing potential at guard. He has adequate play strength and good quickness for a zone blocking scheme. He gets beaten to first contact by length and will struggle to put up a sustained fight against 2 gappers at the point. He can slow a bull rush, but needs to do a better job of protecting his edges and operating with consistent posture. Burton's best fit will be with a zone-heavy running game as a late draft pick or undrafted free agent signee. He hits his NFL marks for measurables at his position, wins the lateral race to his zone landmarks, climbs quickly with athletic adjustments in space, uses core power and grip strength to secure his blocks, alters punch timing and approach using independent hands, which you love, adequate anchor drop to slow bull rushers when tested. Weaknesses, weight gets too far forward as a run blocker, pressed and pulled aside by 2 gappers, gets beaten into the frame more than he wins, ducks helmet into contact with pass rushers, has trouble redirecting long rushers off of his edge. There are your notes on the Jaeger bomb. How you guys feeling? Yeah, I know he's Nagler's, one of Nagler's guys for sure. Oh, Capehart just went. Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting a lot of guys that I liked. What have they all done so far? I'll get back to our guy just a second, but Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter, Ted Hurst, Keontae Scott, DeMonte Capehart. That is a list of my guys in this draft. Bain is he wasn't necessarily my guy. He was just like a consensus top 10 guy, right? But Josiah Trotter, Ted Hurst, Keontae Scott, DeMonte Capehart. That is a really fun draft for Tampa so far. 987 for Jaeger. All right, you love to see it. Is that the alcohol volume or is that his RAS score? Yeah, again, positional versatility, interior offensive lineman. They needed offensive lineman at this spot. There wasn't a ton left on the offensive line, to be honest. Go take the guy that you think is going to be best for you. There's not much left at this point that you're going to be upset about, like that they took one guy over the other. At least I don't think so at this point. Still time for a running back. There's not great, like the running back draft is dead. The running back draft died when Washington got taken earlier today. There's just not much left in this running back class. Demings could be a 6th-round guy for sure if he stays out there. Not impossible. Lions took Abney. That's a good pick for them. He'll fit them very well. Ranked 10th out of 684 centers from 87 to 2026 for RAS score. That's awesome. Let me just take a look at his RAS really quick. Should have known to watch the guy named Jaeger. Yeah, so he did everything. 98.8 percentile RAS score. 74.7% height, 88th percentile weight, 77th percentile bench, 61st percentile vertical, 94th percentile broad jump, 98th percentile 40-yard dash with a 4.94 40, 84th percentile 10-yard split, 90th percentile short shuttle, and 75th percentile 3-cone. His biggest comp, actually, look at this. Biggest comps. Number 1, Elton Jenkins. Number 5, Jacob Monk. So 2 Packers. They have a type at center. And Jenkins, remember, when they drafted him, they kind of thought that there would be maybe some center options there, and he ended up at guard. But Monk and Elton both on his top 5 comps. Other ones were Ryan Kelly, Connor McGovern, and Graham Barton. That is a great group of 5 comps. I mean, obviously Monk hasn't done much, but Jenkins, Ryan Kelly, Connor McGovern, and Graham Barton being your top 4 is about as good of an athletic comp zone as you can get at that point in time. So that's a good sign. The Navy guy I liked is Heidenreich. Actually, there's 2 Navy guys I like. Robinson, the defensive tackle, too. They're both interesting, very, very interesting players. Yeah, Heidenreich from Navy would be fun. Sorry, that is a running back left. So the weird thing about Heidenreich is like he's not a running, he hasn't been a running back. He's done some things out of the backfield, but he's basically been like a fullback, H-back, slot wide receiver, but also projects as a running back. Just a really, really weird dude. Of course, Navy runs a very interesting offense. So he's a complete projection. When you watch him as like a true running back, he doesn't quite know what he's doing yet. He's kind of more of like a weapon and moving him all around. But I think he projects as a running back in the NFL. He's got like the exact same like measurables and everything as Christian McCaffrey. It's pretty crazy. His 3-cone was just absurd, like absolutely absurd. His slot ability was really impressive. I did watch Brian Parker Duke. His tape is fine. There's nothing too special about it. Again, not much. This is a brutal running back draft. So I know everyone wants certain things. Like we want things that, are maybe a little bit lacking, but you don't attack draft classes that suck. And the running back class in this draft absolutely sucks. It's just really bad. Like I said, Mike Washington in the 4th was pretty much the end. Again, Heidenreich, maybe a late round flyer somewhere. But again, he's kind of even like not a for sure that he's like a true running back. Again, I didn't watch Burton, so see if I can pull up some tape on Burton here. Again, I can't pull it up for you guys. I wish I could. Things are stupid with that stuff. It's dumb that I can't just show tape, but let's see. I know it's not super fun to listen to me watch, tape. He was Kentucky, right? Let me get PFF up here so I can see what games. I guess he played in every game for them. So, all right. See if I can pull up. All right. His best game was his best game was against Tennessee Tech. I probably don't need to watch that. Let's see if I can find the Vanderbilt game. Nope, don't have the Vanderbilt game. Let's see. I got the Florida game. I can throw that one on. All right. Kentucky offense versus Florida defense. I'm watching number 62 center, I'm assuming. Got to get the right end zone tape up here. All right, yeah, use that center. Why is my computer running slow? Probably because I'm doing a live chat and trying to watch game film at the same time. I got to get my home row keys set up here. Why? It's all over the place. Sorry, 1 second. I'm not going to obviously do too much of this, but I just want to watch a handful of snaps just so I can kind of get a feel. Nothing on that snap. All right, he's definitely got the movement ability. Nice pull from center over to the left side. That's a screenplay to the outside. Don't need to watch that. Wearing number 62 just reminds me a little bit of like Jacob Monk. Again, kind of a similar athletic profile as well. Whoever who called the 5th round pick the Corey Linsley reincarnation. Hopefully you were right, my friend, that they took a center in the 5th round. Hopefully they do get a Corey Linsley part 2 here in the 5th round. Centers are always so interesting to watch just because they're either like the help player on so many snaps or a little bit of a tug there, but nothing that's going to get called. Nice pickup. Oh, that's a nice pickup on the blitz. So gets a piece of the defensive tackle and then easily takes out the linebacker. Nice rep there. He's got a nice, firm, quick snap. Oh, so that's a really nice rep against the nose tackle. And ooh, that is a nice. So just a fire of the right hand right inside the chest plate. He's, again, when we talk about independent hand usage, you can see that right away. His left hand is still free in case there's a blitzer coming. And then now he's got control of the defensive tackle with one hand, resets himself, gets square to the defender. Now he gets help from the right guard, and then he just gets his hands inside, and that defensive tackle is absolutely done. That's a very nice rep. Very, very nice rep. Again, wish I could show this. I'm sorry that I cannot. Climb to the 2nd level, get the linebacker, get a good piece. Nice pickup by the running back. Stays on pace with a twist on the inside. So defensive tackle takes out the guard. Defensive end comes around. He's just waiting for him. Easily takes him down, or not takes him down, but picks him up, I should say. Good stuff so far. All right, next play. Falls off the block a little bit. Nothing egregious. Screenplay that doesn't matter because it's to the outside. I'm not going to do too many of these guys, so I promise I'm just going to kind of give just some initial thoughts on like 20 plays or so. I'm like 16 in. Yeah, you'd like to see him have where they kind of talked about maybe being a little bit more like violent, heavy-handed. You'd like to see him, like there's one on the 2nd level. He doesn't quite get there to the linebacker and get his hands inside. Like to see him just have a little bit more pop in his hands. The footwork and getting set, getting square, things like that. The independent hand usage all looks good. Just like a little bit more of like a jarring approach once he gets there. Get him a punching bag. Get him working on those violent hands. Just a few more. It's a fun watch so far. Looks the part. Double team there. Nothing too noteworthy the last few plays. Now I'm going to watch this one and one more. That'll be 25 reps. So gets off the line well. So he gets a snap, gets to the gap, good lateral agility, hands to the defensive tackle. I don't know where that running play was supposed to go. That was an interesting. Yeah, he actually probably got too far into the wrong gap on that one. That's where maybe you're talking. Yeah, he okay. So defensive tackles to his far right shoulder. And so he's going to attack him, but the run's going to his left side and he oversets to the right side and the defensive tackle comes inside on him. He's just got to let the defensive tackle come to him in that situation to pick him off. He was a little bit over aggressive, and because of it, defensive tackle gets inside and is able to make the stop on the run. So that's a negative play for him. If he just goes, if he doesn't try to go out and aggressively attack, because he goes out, the defensive tackle takes a quick step in and then he's just beat. So that's just one of those mental ones where you just let the defensive tackle come to you and pick him off and you're good. And instead you just kind of overset to the outside. Good twist pick up there. All right, that's all I'm going to do. I'll obviously pick up the rest later. But yeah, just some notes there as I was kind of going through it. Thank you for bearing with me for that. I don't know if that was good or bad or you hated it or liked it, but those are some quick notes as I was going through it. Again, wish I could have showed you guys it as well. Travel Seeker, love the draft so far. I mean, they're hitting the positions of need. I mean, literally, they haven't gone outside of need so far, right? We literally talked corner, defensive tackle, edge rusher, offensive line depth. Hello? Exactly what they get, right in order. Wish they still had that 5th round pick here. A little bit of a bummer, but outside of that, not too much to complain about. Jason's absolutely loving the draft, not only checking the boxes, but checking them with top-notch talent. Burton was a draft crush for me. There you go. Love it, Jason. I'm excited to dig into him. Like that's where it's going to be a little bit fun for me, where like the first 3 guys I've seen and studied pretty in depth. I'm going to love to watch him more. But like now, probably the decent amount of the rest of the picks I'm going to get to kind of dig into for the first time. Yeager to the Hall. Bredesen to the Vikings. That's an interesting pick for them. I'm fine. You can take, fullback E players. I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that. All right. What did I miss in selections? I was getting some tape study done. So Capehart went to the Bucks. We talked about that. George Gums Jr. All right. Edge rusher from Florida to the Colts. Keith Abney to the Lions. Oh, there goes Tafe to the Dolphins. They get their special teams ace. He'll start at safety for them, probably. Their whole defensive back room is so barren. He could easily start at safety for them. Max Bredesen, tight end fullback to the Vikings from Michigan. And then Schrouth, the guard from Notre Dame, goes to Tampa. Tampa having a very consensus board happy draft so far. You're going to listen this week, and I think every draft podcast is going to be very excited about Tampa Bay's draft class so far. Yeah, that's what I said, is kind of get that replacement for Zane Anderson. I actually think Tafe can be better than that. Yep, got to love Moose as the nickname coming to Green Bay. And that, in fact, again, the fact that his name is Yeager and his nickname is Moose, he's going to fit in Green Bay. Like we're already in cult hero status with a guy named Moose, whose first name is Yeager, coming to Green Bay. He's going to be like the niche guy that everyone's getting jerseys for. By the way, PSA, this is going to be the most important update that I have for you today. Some of you may want to go out, get the newest Green Bay Packers jersey or any jersey. Do not do any jersey shopping this time of year. It wouldn't shock me if Matthew Golden changed to number 2. It wouldn't shock me if some of these rookies who get numbers now get different numbers like Matthew Golden did right before the start of the season. Matthew Golden was 22 at, pretty much following I think he was another number and then went to 22 and then obviously ended up changing it to 0. Like these things can change a lot. Wait until cut downs are done. All right. Cut downs are done. And then about a day or 2 later, you will get the final numbers for the season. Then you can feel comfortable going out and getting your jerseys. Don't fall for it. Don't mess it up. Don't get the jersey now. And then they switch the jersey number right before the season starts. Wait until like week 1 or even just a little bit before. You don't need it for week 1. Even if you do, then wait till like the Thursday before, go to the pro shop or order it up and rush deliver it or whatever. But wait to get your jerseys in until they actually finalize their numbers. Too late, Andy. You already ordered it, Nick? All right. I tried to warn you. Cancel the order. Andy, I think that's probably a little aggressive so far. All of our selections should play meaningful snaps all season. I don't think Yeager, you don't want to see the field. I don't think he probably should. DDS should be a rotational edge rusher. He'll see the field, I would think, especially while Micah is out. There's a good chance he sees it. I would expect that Cisse is going to get an opportunity to play, but it wouldn't stun me if he wasn't a starter from day one. Again, 20-year-old corner. He's arguably maybe the best corner on the team already, so he's going to have a real chance. But you give him a little runway, let him develop and take his time as needed. And then I do think McClellan will definitely see a good chunk of rotational snaps along the defensive line. That would be the one that I would say if I were betting today. I mean, if Cisse is the starter, he'll play the most snaps, right? But if you're just saying, betting today, the safest bet to play snaps week 1, McClellan would probably be the safest bet to get some pretty decent snaps week 1. Yeah, I guess I'm in a disagreement in that, like, thinking that they need to do anything at running back. I don't think they need to do anything whatsoever. This is one where you just have to remember and recall that this is a 365-day-a-year process. They'll either take somebody here on day 3. Chandler Rivers to the Ravens, by the way. That's a good pick for them. Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs, the pick before that. They might draft somebody today or pick up an undrafted free agent. It certainly wouldn't surprise me if the undrafted free agent or the top 30 visit running back was signed as a undrafted free agent, and everyone will probably fall in love with the new undrafted free agent. But this is one where you probably want to give Marshawn Lloyd every opportunity to prove that he can stay healthy and be that number 2 back. And you're not finding anything that can be a number 2 back in the rest of this draft anyway. All right. So Chris Brooks, Marshawn Lloyd, and Josh Jacobs, if all stay healthy, is a fantastic trio. I know you're thinking, well, why are we trusting Marshawn Lloyd? You don't need to. If you get to the end of training camp and you need a running back, you can find a running back. There will be players cut. Chris Brooks was on the street. Like, they just picked him up, right? He wasn't even a waiver claim. He was just chilling out there. And if they need to get spend or trade a 7th, 6th round pick for a running back, a la what they did with Malik Willis at quarterback to fill a backup running back position at the last moment right before the start of the season, they can do that. They don't need to learn the system, right? There's a little bit of it, but you can basically come in tomorrow and play running back. That's not something that is of a crazy, situation to do. So I think you just go with what you have for now at this point. Maybe again, take somebody here. Oh, Charles Demings to the Vikings. Come on. That's dumb. Stupid Vikings. But that's something that you can address at any time if you need it. I have zero concern at the moment. And if all of a sudden Marshawn Lloyd stays healthy, you better bet that I want him as the backup running back. So I think you just let that play out. And if all of a sudden you get to, end of training camp and none of your other running backs have stepped up, maybe your late pick or your undrafted free agent didn't work, and maybe Chris Brooks didn't step up and you need a running back, you can absolutely find one. I think I just beat you to this, unless this was the original one. They could easily draft a running back before it concludes. I don't think they're relying on Lloyd, so to speak, but I think they're going to give him that opportunity. There's no reason to have any Josh Jacobs slander. He'll have a really nice season. And any sort of Josh Jacobs down year was injury and really poor offensive line last year. He was still very, very good. I know, again, PFF, maybe not everything. And maybe if you don't want to trust my grades, but Josh Jacobs was PFF's 5th graded running back last year, ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs, by the way, head of Breece Hall, head of DeAndre Swift, head of James Cook, head of Cam Scadaboo, Jonathan Taylor. He was 5th. The only players that were ahead of him were Kenneth Walker III, Devon Achane, Bijan Robinson, and Zach Charbonnet. And he was 0.1 away from Charbonnet from being the 4th best running back on the list. So that's without a offensive line. And for me on offense, Josh Jacobs was their 2nd highest graded player on offense, behind only Jordan Love. So for those of us watching the film, both PFF and I grading it, again, you don't have to believe us, trust us, or whatever, but for those of us who went out and watched every single snap on every single play, we still thought very, very highly of Josh Jacobs last year. And it had really nothing to do with what he was doing and a lot to do with the poor play of the offensive line. And if you're looking for maybe he didn't quite have that burst, I think that was 100% injury related. And also, even when he had the injury, go watch that big run against Denver. There was still that playmaking ability there. So he's going to be totally fine. So this is the thing, right? If, let's say, Lloyd does something in camp and goes, injures himself and goes on IR for the year again, there's still no reason not to bring him to training camp next year. There really isn't, so you just let him go to camp again and hope he stays healthy next year. So there's really no reason to get rid of him. But yeah, time's running out for Marshawn Lloyd, one way or the other. That 5th retraded really came back to bite us. On paper, sure, but we have the odds that they would have taken Demings anyway. We have no idea. We have absolutely no idea. Could they have? Sure, but they could have gone in a billion different directions. They could have taken Demings instead of Yeager. And he was there to take too. And if they wanted him, they could have taken him there. Honestly, none of those do I really care about. Malik Muhammad, I was not a huge fan of. He's fine. Abney, I was not a huge fan of. In the 5th round, he's fine. Orange, again, 3rd round. That's a totally fine pick, but I'm not going to lose sleep over, nose tackle that'll help a little bit against the run, but it's not going to give you a ton more than that. Demings I like, but if like Demings could be like a 6th corner cut candidate too. Like there's no guarantee he's going to be anything special. So I wouldn't be too upset about any of those being in the division. Did I like them? Sure. But there's no locking in anything at that point in the draft. GBP's liking the draft so far. Yes, absolutely. He is a draft bust as of now. You couldn't argue anything otherwise. He was a 3rd round pick and he's played 10 snaps so far. So it's not his fault. I don't think it's Green Bay's fault, that they took him in any way, shape, or form. Nobody could have necessarily saw this coming. But if you're going to say you spent a 3rd round pick on a player and they've played 10 snaps through 2 seasons, yeah, that's total bust territory. Do you have a few faves you're hoping for? At this point, again, Heidenreich would be really fun. I really like the guys that they brought in for some top 30 visits, like Vandenberg, the defensive end as well, whose name is going to escape me. Why can't I find him? Shoot, I thought I just had him. Where did he go? Let me do it this way. I know I can find it this way. Where the heck? How high did I have him? Oh, Michael Heldman. Michael Heldman too, the edge rusher. He would be a fun one. So yeah, there's a few guys out there that I still like for sure. Daryl, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you, Andy. You're a step ahead of me. Yeah, but Vikings have had a pretty solid draft. Unfortunately, that's going to happen from time to time. Koziel, tight end to the Jaguars. They took another tight end. Fantastic. Nicholas Singleton, the running back from Penn State, goes to the Titans. Green Bay's next pick, in case you are wondering, is not until pick 201. So we're at 165 right now. We've got about, 36 picks, 35 picks to be taken, 34 picks to be taken until Green Bay's pick, unless they were to trade up. They do have some ammo with 2 7ths to trade up if they wanted to. Probably don't need a whole heck of a lot else, but a lot of praise for Goody today. Goody is actually cooking. Oh, Cole Payton. Yeah, Cole Payton would be great. I would absolutely take Cole Payton at this point in time. Where would Musgrave have been taken in this draft? That's a really interesting question, just because the receiving tight ends fell and the blocking tight ends really went higher in this draft. I think he would have went in that tight end run though. So probably round 2 or round 3, coming out of college, what he was, I still think he goes probably in that range, round 2 or 3, but he clearly was not the blocking tight end that teams were looking for. Apparently the Paul Farrington guys were not a fan of John Kuhn, but now I'm seeing him pick. Keon Black went to the 49ers at end of day 2, which was a crazy early pick. Just got home from work, Andy, and turned the show on immediately. Thank you so much. Have you talked about your favorite kicker yet? I have not. Did not study any kickers, long snappers, or punters. Thank you for the super chat, though. I think there's a decent chance they take another corner. Corner offensive lineman would be, I think, a pretty good bet with their final 3 picks. But they'll take best available. I would, if I were betting, I would say corner, offensive lineman, and wide receiver. But I think linebacker, even safety could be in play. Quarterback could be in play. Running back could be in play. I don't think that we're to the point. There's nothing they couldn't take. I think they could literally take anything at this point in time. Late to the show, just got here. How is today gone so far? How long until the next pick? We're about 40, was it like 35 picks away until their next pick? They're at 166 now. And again, it's 201 that they pick next. So yeah, we got about 35 picks until Green Bay's next pick. So we got basically a full round until they select again. Keyshawn Elliott, that's a pick I like. Unfortunately, again, goes to the Bears, linebacker out of Arizona State. He was pretty polarizing. I was one that liked him more, and a lot of people did not like him, but I thought he was a pretty darn good linebacker out of Arizona State. Again, he goes to the Bears. Bills have back-to-back picks coming up. Yeah, like the draft so far. Today has gone pretty darn well. DDS getting him in the 4th round. Tough not to be excited about that. Then got some depth on the interior of the offensive line. I'd not watched him ahead. I spent about 25 snaps watching him, and I thought overall looked pretty good. Again, overset on one play. Just was a little bit over aggressive on it. That's an easily teachable moment. So that's always the difference between, grading a NFL game and scouting a player is like on an NFL game, he makes that mistake and that's a big negative. And I'm writing it down and, he was too aggressive to the outside guy, got it inside of him and things like that. In a scouting, from a scouting point of view, I really don't care about that. That's a easily correctable coaching thing that you can teach in like 5 minutes, right? So now he needs to correct it and make the improvements and things like that. But I don't really care that he made a mistake on a play. Like how he grades in a plus minus making a mistake is completely irrelevant. I want to know, does he have the body type, the hands, the athleticism, like those sort of things to be able to do it? And if the answer is yes, then I don't care necessarily that he made the mistake. Now, if I see the mistake on tape over and over and over and over and over, I still think he can fix it, but I'm going to probably have to assume at some point they were probably coaching him to correct it and he wasn't making the necessary adjustments. That then becomes a little bit more of an issue, right? But if it's a one-off where he made a mistake at one point, I don't really care. Again, I'm not grading how he did in college. I'm grading what player he can become in the NFL. And if it's not a trait-based issue, if it's not something he can't do, then it's really not a noteworthy play. And that was, again, it's something he needs to clean up and make sure from a technique standpoint, he doesn't have it happen again. But again, that's something you can watch on tape with him and make the correction. And you should expect him to be able to correct that pretty quickly. It's not something that you're even worried about from a scouting standpoint. Man, Taylor Green is an interesting QB. I mean, he's fast as hell, just absolutely fast as hell. But yeah, I wasn't huge on his tape. It's fine. He'd be a fun player in preseason. I'll say that much. And you could definitely try to run that Malik Willis offense with him. It was okay. It was okay. I didn't love the tape. Just want to say thanks for all that you do and how dedicated you are to this channel. Hope we get that Bankston. I don't know if he's gone in. He's not. Again, I would expect UDFA, but maybe Green Bay takes him in the 7th round just to make sure that they get him. That could easily be the case as well. Thank you guys for all the support over the weekend. It's been really, really fun. This is what's crazy to me. This is what's insane to me. If you would have asked me how long I've been live so far, I would have probably been like, I don't know, maybe like an hour and 20 minutes. We've already been live 2 hours and 12 minutes. And I missed a decent chunk of the 4th round to begin with. It's crazy how time flies when I was doing this. Like when we got to the end of the 1st round, I'm like, what the hell just happened? How did the end of the 1st round go already? So it's been a ton of fun. Remember, I will be going live tomorrow at noon Central Time just to kind of recap everything. I'm going to, probably have a lot of time. Well, that's not true. I'll have some time tonight to go through and watch the tape on a few more of these guys that maybe I didn't get a chance to spend time on prior to the draft. So looking forward to that Q&A tomorrow at noon Central Time. If things go according to plan, Ross Uglum should have a recap video out some point tonight for day 3. We'll have another episode on the audio side coming out tomorrow morning. I will have a recap of day 3 out tomorrow morning. I'll probably have a gut reaction video coming out later today following the picks as well. So keep an eye out for that. And then tomorrow, the Q&A at noon. I haven't talked to Justice yet, but my hope is that he can record tomorrow. And then Justice and I will kind of do a full recap of the draft for Monday's show. And then Tuesday will be my very first deep dive, which will deep dive into Brandon Cisse and absolutely everything you need to know about him. There goes Jalen Kilgore. He goes to the Bills at pick 167. But then I'll do the first deep dive into Cisse on Tuesday. If everything goes according to plan, we'll do the deep dive on Wednesday for McClellan, and then Thursday for DDS, and then Friday for Yeager, and we'll go from there. So yeah, either way, should be a ton of fun. There could be stuff that happens next week. If there's a big free agent signing that they pick up next week, then we'll probably pause a day from the draft stuff to take a look at that free agent signing. Other things could potentially happen as well. Maybe there's another big Christian Watson extension or things like that. But that's kind of our plan for now. And as I've said, if you haven't checked out those deep dives in the past, cannot recommend them enough. It's something I spend a crap ton of time on. Just watching as much film as I can possibly get my hands on, researching everything I can possibly research to get you guys the most comprehensive breakdown of all these players. And we'll do the undrafted free agents after that as well. We won't do quite the deep dive on the UDFAs, but we'll do a UDFA episode on the offensive players, and then we'll do a UDFA episode on the defensive players. Unless there's only like 5 total or something, which could be this year. There could be less. So yeah, there's a possibility that we definitely could just have one UDFA video this year, but we'll see. Kendrick Law, wide receiver out of Kentucky, goes to Detroit. Hey, Farrington or Ziggy. Yeah. Demings was our guy, a-hole. We all really liked him. He was a top 30 visit for Green Bay. Loved his tape, prototypical corner. We're a little pissed off about that one. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, jerks. Thank you. You're more than welcome, I should say. Thanks for being here. And finally, a draft day win. Well, I guess, happy for you guys, I guess. You can have one sort of nice thing in Charles Demings. If the big win for you guys is Charles Demings over the weekend, well, we can live with that. Still sad you guys didn't take a quarterback. No, actually, I really liked the Banks pick as well as an aggressive swing. Obviously, Big Citrus was another one that a lot of people wanted. I certainly would have been in on him in round 3. What else did Minnesota do? So yeah, Golday's fine. I wasn't huge on his tape. I like the Tiernan pick a lot at the end of round 3. Jacoby Thomas, probably aggressive round 3, but I did like his tape. Don't really care about Bredesen as much, but yeah, overall pretty decent draft for Minnesota. Nothing I'm too worried about, but nothing, I wouldn't really fail anything from this draft by any stretch of the imagination. Off to soccer. Go get him, coach. You're more than welcome. Thanks for being here. Bredesen is just such a classic Vikings pick. We really value blocking tight ends. Well, to be fair, I'm assuming the Ziggy, everyone valued blocking tight ends in this draft. That was a crazy run in this particular draft. Joe Royer, the tight end out of Cincinnati, goes to the Browns at pick 160. So we are at pick 170. My apologies. I don't know who the Steelers took at 169. The Patriots are currently on the clock at 171. So again, we're about 30 picks away from Green Bay's next pick. I'm going to see a very good chiropractor after all of this. Might need a massage too. Andy, why do you think the 4th round has always been our sweet spot? I don't know. They've done a really good job with it, though, overall. Last year was, Baron Sorrell. Year before that, Evan Williams. Colby Wooden turned out okay. Romeo Dobbs, Zach Tom. That's a crazy 4th round. I mean, just getting Romeo Dobbs and Zach Tom in the 4th round of the same draft is absolutely absurd. Royce Newman didn't work out too great before that. They didn't have a 4th rounder in 2020. They didn't have a 4th rounder in 2019. Jamon Moore was a huge bust in 2018. Beagle didn't work out in 17. Jamal Williams was a good pick there. Blake Martinez and Dean Lowry. Overall, for 4th round picks, you get pretty decent value there. Same with Jake Ryan the year before that. It's decent for a 4th round pick. Carl Bradford didn't work out in 2014. JC Treader was fantastic. Getting Bakhtiari and Treader and Jonathan Franklin was going to be great. That was going to be a legendary 4th round, but getting a starting center, an all-time left tackle, and what would have been a really good running back in round 4 in 2013 would have been epic. Mike Daniels was insane in 2012. Jerron McMillan was terrible. Devon House is a good 4th-round pick in 2011. Didn't have one in 2010. They need to stop trading away. Like, some of the worst drafts are the ones that didn't have a 4th-round pick. They should never get rid of 4th-round picks. Just keep trading for 4th-round picks. Thank God they got 2 next year. 3. They should have 3 next year. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I want Malik Willis to be a 4th-round comp pick. Maybe that would be better. TJ Lang in 2009. Josh Sitton in 2008. Jeremy Thompson did not work out in 2008. Alan Barber didn't really work out in 2007. Corey Rogers did not work out at all in 2006, although Will Blackman was a solid pick. Brady Papinga was all the way back in 2005. Holy cow, that's crazy. Marviel Underwood and Papinga. Papinga was fine. Underwood did not work out at all. Didn't have one in 2004. Didn't have one in 2003. Najee Davenport in 2002. Bill Ferrario, 2001. That did not go great. Anthony Lucas and Gary Berry in 2000. That did not go great. Aaron Brooks is a fun one. Josh Bidwell worked fine, although, punter in the 4th round, whatever. Roosevelt Blackman was a bust. Jermaine Smith was a bust. Chris Darkins was a bust. Jeff Miller was a bust. Gabe Wilkins was fine. So there was some 90s 4th round that didn't go great. Edgar Bennett, great 4th round pick. None in 91. Jackie Harris, good pick at tight end in 1990. We don't need to go anywhere before that. But yeah, 4th round, pretty important round for Green Bay over the years. No, 3 more picks for the Packers. 1 in round 6, 2 in round 7. So 3 picks left for your Green Bay Packers. My one takeaway from this draft, this may be the worst draft for fantasy football I can remember. This is going to be a really bad card collectors draft too. Because at quarterback, Mendoza, Simpson, they'll be okay. But it's not like a great Jeremiah Love will be a good card collector. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price will be good for fantasy. I mean, maybe he doesn't, Love doesn't do much in Arizona right away just because the team sucks, but Love will be a good card collector draft. Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, maybe Concepcion, Mekhi Lemon. But yeah, you open a pack of 2026 Topps Chrome. There's not going to be a ton of hits from rookies. Sadiq will be okay, but you're not getting many options for big time hit cards in a pack of 2026 Topps Chrome. I'll put it that way. Round 6 is right now, my friend. No, I lied. Round 5 is right now. Round 6 is coming up very soon, though. So yes, round 6 and round 7 are both today as well. We're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 12 picks away from round 6. Yeah, who was the analyst that did a whole breakdown? Renner, I think Renner did a full breakdown of McCaffrey versus Heidenreich too. Card breakers are screwed. Not going to be a great one. They're going to have to come up with some creative stuff. I will say I've never wanted, I have some cards. I don't have a ton or anything. Like during COVID, that was like my nostalgia trip of just like, I might as well do something. So I did get into cards while COVID was going on. And then I had some cards after. I'm like, oh, what am I going to do with these cards now? But I still felt like to dabble from time to time or open a pack here from time to time and just a little nostalgia there or whatever. Karen Prunty just went to the Patriots. He was somebody Green Bay had in for a top 30 visit, corner out of Wake Forest. But I don't know if any of you have seen the new Topps Chrome cards. They have a Topps Chrome Tecmo Super Bowl insert, and it's really cool. I'll show you this really quick. I'll show you the Matthew Golden one. See if I can get a good image of it here. Share my screen quick. Yeah, so there's the Matthew Golden Topps Chrome Tecmo Super Bowl card. As you can see right now, the bid is at $338. There's like 16 bids. I think the buy it now is what? Oh, is this an autograph one? That's an auto. That's really sweet. So if you want to bid $625, That's what you're looking at. But the Tecmo Super Bowl cards are like really, really cool. So they got the Marcus Allen one with the auto. I think they have a Bo Jackson one too, which is like a chase card. They've got the Lawrence Taylor. So like there's some really cool, but yeah, I mean like the Matthew Golden, especially the auto one, super sweet. Or is it not showing up anymore? Why is it not showing up? That's weird. Why is that not working anymore? No, whatever. Oh, because I'm still on because it's opening new tabs. That's why. I need to share my window. Yeah, so they've got like there's the Matthew Golden auto, and then the Marcus Allen auto, like the Lawrence Taylor one. Just some really cool Tecmo Super Bowl inserts. So again, they're too much for what I would want to pay for those or whatever, but really cool nonetheless. Really cool idea. Well executed. There was my random Tecmo Super Bowl Topps Chrome spiel for a second. Cards during COVID going to make us Packer fans some money. Jordan Love rookies were a very good discount. Got me a couple low numbered autos. Yeah, I have a couple. I got a Prism Red Jordan Love auto, and then I've got the rated rookie hollow like PSA 10 as well. Got a couple Jordan Loves in there. Quinn, thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate that. Tyreek Hill is not signed anywhere as of yet. Don't get your hopes up. If you're hoping he's going to be a Green Bay Packer, I would not hold your breath, my friend. Andy, can you explain how picks go for undrafted? Ray, rephrase that, my friend. I don't know exactly. I think I know what you mean, but remove me. I want to remove that. But rephrase the question. I think I know what you mean, but I just want to make sure before I answer that. There we go, Tim. Eating a Luigi's Big Daddy Mega Meaty Pizza while waiting for our next pick at 201. Thanks for making this a fun afternoon, Andy. You're more than welcome. Thanks for being here, my friend. Lorenzo Styles Jr. goes to the Saints. Obviously, his brother went a whole heck of a lot earlier. Have the Vikings just drafted everyone on their wish list or what? A little bit, not entirely, but a little bit. They've been keeping an eye on what the Packers would do. Much better than I think Kwesi would have probably handled this draft. Kwesi would have drafted, all the blocking tight ends at this point or something. For the players that don't get drafted, can you explain the picks for the players that don't get drafted? Sure. Okay. So you just want to know how undrafted free agency works, Ray? So basically, even before the draft is over, like starting in this like late 6th, early 7th round, teams will start calling players and agents for players and try to sign them to undrafted free agent deals. So agents are going crazy right now, trying to get, bonus money and, guaranteed deals and things like that for their undrafted free agents. Now, every once in a while, as lore goes, the Packers had Julian Edelman signed to an undrafted free agent deal. And then the Patriots swooped in and took him at the end of the 7th so that they got him instead of Green Bay getting him as an undrafted free agent. So then, of course, he's a Patriot and the Packers don't get him. But you start having those conversations late on day 3, and you have kind of your players lined up that you want to sign. A lot of, these players that Green Bay brought in for top 30 visits that are undrafted free agent types. Those are like, recruiting mechanisms to try to get, because it's a free-for-all. It's the wild, wild west. There's no, all 32 teams are frantically calling all these top players that didn't get drafted to try to get them to their team. And so you're trying to put together not only a group of undrafted free agents, but you're also trying to get players into your rookie mini camp for tryouts as well, that maybe are on that second tier list of players that you have some level of interest in, but just want to bring in for a tryout. So it's just kind of chaos and madness. And then, for a lot of these players, some are just going to go to the, if you're a really good agent, I mean, you of course want to get as much, signing bonus money, because for some of those guys, it's the only guaranteed thing they might get. They might only get, $20,000 as a signing bonus, but that might be all that player ends up getting. If they wanted to end up on a team or on a practice squad, that $20K might be the only NFL money that they potentially get. So you want to try to get as much of a signing bonus. But if you're a top undrafted free agent and you're a good agent for that player, what you're looking at, like, so if I were an offensive line, if I were a running back, right? If I were an undrafted free agent running back, I would have a lot of interest going to Green Bay. I would have so much damn interest going to Green Bay. Josh Jacobs is entrenched in the 1, right? Marshawn Lloyd is hurt every single year. Chris Brooks is in most scenarios a number 3 running back and is not completely immune to being cut if there were really good running backs that were just better than him. And nobody else is set to make the team. Like, you have as good of a chance as pretty much anybody to make the team. And Green Bay keeps an undrafted free agent on the 53 almost every single year. So if I'm a good agent and I have a running back who's a UDFA that's sought after over the league, it might be that the Cardinals, right? So the Cardinals might be offering, $50,000 as a signing bonus, and the Packers might be offering $5,000 as a signing bonus. And some agents, bad agents, would just say, 50,000 better than 5,000. Let's go there. But that undrafted free agent has no chance of making it other than a practice squad in Arizona. No chance. That the running back room is stacked. They just drafted a first-round pick. They got Trey Benson. They've got Connor. There's no way. They just signed Algier. So great. They got a 50,000 signing bonus there. You have no chance of making that team. In Green Bay, you could make it as the number 2 running back. You have a legitimate chance, like anybody's game at this point, especially if Lloyd gets hurt, to make it as a number 2 running back. So if you're a good agent, you want to look at your player and then what players they have at that position. And so, like, if I were, I'm trying to think what else. Interior defensive line. If I were, I would be interested in Green Bay. You're competing with, Nasir Stackhouse and Jonathan Ford, for roster spots for a top 5 or 6 spot on this team. Warren Brinson, if you're a good player, you can beat those guys out. So now if I'm going to Green Bay, I don't know that I want to, I guess almost anything is probably mostly workable at the moment. Edge is probably a little bit tough to crack at the moment if you're a UDFA. Wide receiver, I think there's a number 6 spot that you could certainly fight for. Tight end you can fight for with Josh Wiley for the number 3 spot. So yeah, I think if I were a UDFA, Green Bay would probably be a pretty great place to go, that you have a legitimate chance to fight for a 53-man roster spot at just about every position. So, it's a free-for-all signing bonus money, guaranteed money. Some players get almost guaranteed roster spots because they'll guarantee almost the entirety of their base salary. So you'll see some of those, just like the very top guys that are basically getting handed a 53-man spot if they sign with the team. There's some interesting things that happen, but it is a free-for-all out there that's probably already started. If it hasn't yet, it's probably going to start pretty damn soon. Let's see. The criticisms by some of Jaeger Moose are hilarious. If he didn't have some flaws, he wouldn't have been available in the 5th. Go Pack. Thanks. I haven't seen, most of the people in the chat have been pretty cool with Jaeger. I haven't seen any of those criticisms. Again, I didn't spend time watching Jaeger pre-draft, so I don't have a hardcore take on it one way or the other. I'm excited to watch him after the draft, though. I'm just surprised. I don't know what people are upset about. I don't know what Christian's upset about either. I don't know if he's mad at me or somebody else. Jaeger was the 5th round pick for Green Bay. Jaeger Burton, offensive lineman out of Kentucky. Yeah, again, DDS was somebody I liked, didn't love throughout the process, but it was in the context of where you were drafting him. They would have drafted him in the 2nd. I would have been pretty ticked off. If they drafted him in the 3rd, that was a solid use of the pick. I would have been fine with it. They draft him in the 4th, and I love it. Absolutely love it. Might be off, but I'd still like the Packers to get another corner. Again, I think anything's in play at this point in time. Wouldn't shock me at anything. They could go to get a backup quarterback. We've been talking about running back. They could get that. They could certainly take a wide receiver to get ahead of things next year when, Sky Moore, even now, like the number 6 wide receiver spot is pretty open, right? Because unless I'm forgetting somebody, you've got Golden, Watson, Reed, and then Savion Williams, Sky Moore. you have a wide receiver spot open for a player to make. And I know you have Bo Melton and some, like Isaiah Nair, Jacoby Keeney, James, Will Shepherd, etc. But, you could still take a wide receiver here. Offensive line, you can always take. You could take easily a blocking tight end. That's there's not much left in the blocking tight end, but you could try it. Interior defensive line, you can still bring in more competition. Backup linebacker, you can still bring in competition. Corner, you can bring in competition. Edge, you probably don't need anything at this point in time. I'd probably just wait to UDFA for edges at this point. But even safety, like you're to the point now, if Bullard's just going to be a full-time slot, you've got McKinney, Evan Williams, and then just Katana Ladapo as your backup. You really don't have another backup safety besides Katan. So that's another one where you could potentially look at a backup safety, which, by the way, I think there's one left that I still like. VJ Payne, the safety out of K-State, 6'3", 206. I liked him when I watched him. He was a fun one. All right, back to our chats here. Got to adjust my screen here just a second, or just adjust my window, I should say. Justice wanted DDS in the second. I'd love to see his reaction. Well, he was on earlier, and he had the mask on. He was pretty damn excited. So he was pretty damn excited. I'm going to take a look at corner really quick here. I did watch Ezekiel Masses and Damani Jackson. They're both fine. Damani Jackson's a little bit like he could potentially fit. Those are the last two corners that I've watched. Masses is not a Packers type at all. Yeah, I forgot with Deming's gone. There's not a ton of McCutcheon Sr., not somebody I watched, but a very Packers-y type corner. Very Packers-y type corner. I know what I wanted to look at. Oh, he wasn't for sure. So on my 25 most likely Packers players, I did hit on 2 so far. So McClellan was on my list. And then I thought, was it just one? Oh, no. DDS was on the list as well. So McClellan and DDS both on my list of most likely Green Bay Packers. And I think we still have a chance to hit some. I did have VJ Payne on there. He could very much again be a Packers type to still look at in round 6 is there as a safety. And I think we'll get some late round and UDFA potential types too that they brought in for some top 30 visits. Yeah, Xavion Harris has got off-field stuff. I know he's like number 1 on ESPN's board and things like that, but he had some domestic violence stuff in his background. So that's just gotta, whatever. And then he's a very awkward player too. Very awkward. It just looks weird seeing him. For those who haven't he just looks like I'm trying to see if I can get a good picture of how he looks. Because again, I can't do video, but he's a crazy large human being. Yeah, I don't have a good picture of it, but anyway, just look him up. He's massive. Well, there goes Ezekiel Masses, guys. I was just talking about. He goes to the Raiders and pick 175 here. We are less than 100 picks left in this draft. In fact, we're about 80-ish picks left in the draft overall. Not for Green Bay. That'd be a record. They only have 3 left, but about 80 picks ish total. 82, I guess, to be exact. I do, Emilio. Built the locker room. If you build it, they will come. No, not really anymore. Again, it's not like I've studied all of them, so there could be ones that I like that I just haven't watched yet. But no corners that I've watched that I've seen at least. I don't think so. Damani Jackson was fine. I think he was the only one left that I've watched. Yeah, didn't watch any of the other ones. Tim Keenan, I don't think is going to be Green Bay's particular brand of vodka because he's just basically a run stuffer, and Goot's gone on and waxed poetic about not liking guys that are just run stuffers. So I don't think he's going to be their type. But, if you're just looking for a run stuffer, he could be somebody. He's probably like a 6th, 7th round guy in most drafts. Yeah, again, I wouldn't worry about running back at all. That's probably like the very last thing. I could make an argument that it's probably like of all positions that it's like almost like last on my list, right? Especially in this draft. This draft just sucks at running back. So I think another safety to they only have really one in Katano Adapo backing up. Another corner to come in and compete I'm good with. I probably don't need an off-ball linebacker. I'd probably put running back ahead of that. Maybe edge rusher too, because you're just not going to find anyone right now that's going to beat out Brenton Cox or Colin Oliver or Baron Sorrell, DDS. So you probably don't need an edge. Probably put running back ahead of that. I'd still take another interior defensive lineman. I would still take a wide receiver. I'd still take a tight end. I'd still take a quarterback. I'd probably there's a lot of positions I would take over running back at this point. I doubt the Packers weren't on Kayvon. I'd be a little bit surprised. You might make a cursory call just to see cost or things like that, but doesn't seem like something that they would do. Yeah, Bankston as a UDFA running back is as good or better than anything that you would get at this point. Heidenreich I'll take. They want to go take a chance on Heidenreich. That'd be fun. But outside of that, Katron Allen is fine. Le'Veon Moss is fine. There's just not much out there. Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati to the Chiefs at 176. Just got off work. Thanks for being here. I thought it was Brandon, but it looks like Bandon. Packers got DDS. Everyone very excited about that in the 4th round. So that was their first pick today. And then they took Jaeger Burton, the center out of Kentucky, in the 5th round. Offensive lineman, I should say. He has center and guard versatility. So center guard, Jaeger Burton in the 5th round, and then Danny Dennis Sutton in the 4th round. Only 2 picks so far. They've got 3 left. We are just about to hit the 6th round. We got about 5 picks left in the 5th round. Hit the 6th. The Packers have the 20th pick in the 6th round. And so we are still about 25 picks away from Green Bay's next pick unless they trade up. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, Jeff Caldwell's a name I heard a ton of. Didn't get a chance to watch him. Jack Endries would be a fun one. I wasn't big on Michael Trigg, but Endries would be a fun one. Jalen Daniels could be the quarterback if they wanted to go in that direction. Still really like, Peyton too, the quarterback. Nussmeier's still there. Taylor Green's still there. Cole Payton, Baron Morton, who they brought in for a top 30 visit. Jalen Daniels, Mark Gronowski are kind of some Packers-y types. Yep, just talked about him. The only real one, and I don't think he's going to be a Packer, but Mason Rager should get probably picked here. I would say in the next 40 picks or so, if I had to guess. Anthony Lucas, Max Llewellyn, couple edge players. Max Llewellyn out of Iowa and Anthony Lucas out of USC. Those are 2 players that I wouldn't hate around this point in time either. Liked both of their tapes. Probably a little bit more on the Anthony Lucas side. Michael Heldman, again, still out there from Central Michigan. Interior defensive lineman Vandenberg from Georgia Tech is another interesting one. Landon Robinson from Navy is an interesting one. Who's my wide receiver out of ECU? Anthony Smith. Anthony Smith, the wide receiver at ECU. Maybe looking like he's going to be more of a UDFA guy at this point, but he'd be a fun one. Probably like late round 7, nothing more than that. I did go out on a limb and say Anthony Smith was going to get drafted. I might end up looking silly for that. The top kickers, I did not study any kickers. Trey Smack, it's a great kicker name. 6'1", 188, that's a small kicker, but out of Florida. Dominic Zavada, kicker out of Michigan. 6'3", 178. 6'3", 178. How is that real? I guess kickers are a little bit different. Drew Stevens out of Iowa, 6'1", 213. That sounds a little bit more like it. A little bit more of a thicker kicker. And then Will Farron out of BYU. Stevens was a 4-year starter at Iowa, boasting an 80% career field goal percentage. He recorded a career-long 58-yard field goal last season against Oregon, which tied for the third longest field goal in 2025. Zavada's consistency fluctuated over the course of his career. He posted field goal percentage in the 90s during his freshman and junior seasons, but dropped to a career low 68% in 2025. Good night. I'm good. Smack served as the primary kicker for Florida for 3 seasons, finishing with an 82.8% career field goal accuracy. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'll stick with McManus in this scenario. No kicker need at this point. Certainly not taking a punter, probably not taking a long snapper. I feel okay. Miami just took Kevin Coleman. Nice call. Whoever just brought up Kevin Coleman. You jinxed it, or you had impeccable timing. Yeah, I have no interest in Desmond Ridder being the backup quarterback. I'm okay with him competing for it. If you get a legitimate quarterback option and Ridder just beats him out, fine, so be it. But man, I have a lot of trepidation going into the season with Desmond Ridder as the backup quarterback. Day 3 is my favorite day of the draft. Missed the days of rounds 1 and 3 on Saturday, 4 and 7 on Sunday. What's your favorite draft day memory, Andy? Oh, I didn't post my Throwback Thursday this year. I forgot to do that. See if I can find it. And if that the search function on Twitter is just so brutal. Let's see. See if Grok can find it. I can't believe how awful the search function is. I don't know that I have a singular great draft memory. I was really pumped when they drafted Vonnie Holiday. I was really pumped when they drafted William Henderson. I don't even know why. So those were things I remember really hoping they were going to get Marshall Faulk or Garrison Hurst, and it obviously didn't end up happening. Yeah, there's just I've just loved it from day one. Did Miami? What is? Let's take a look at Mr. John Eric Sullivan's draft so far. They had 1,000,000,001 picks. They needed them too. They got Proctor in the first, really like that pick. Chris Johnson in the first, really like that pick. Jacob Rodriguez in the second, really like that. Caleb Douglas is an interesting, player. He was apparently a huge reach. Kasmerick, I liked. That feels like a major reach in the third. Chris Bell's good value in the third. Trey Moore, I didn't watch. Kyle Lewis is really good value in the fourth. Tafe is good value at safety in the fifth. And then they get Kevin Coleman in the fifth. A little bit of a mixed bag of finding really good values and also reaching for people. So it's a very interesting mixed bag in that regard. I say reaching, we don't really know how all of these teams viewed the players, but at least compared to the outside consensus, Eagles took Cole Payton. Eagles took the quarterback Cole Payton. Just checking through a couple things here really quick. How not even Grok could find the Throwback Thursday? That's lame. I have to search for that later. Disappointing. Now, well, what can you do? Try to find it later. Yeah, Drones could easily be their guy as a UDFA or late 7th round guy. He's a fun player. I actually kind of liked watching Drones a little bit more than I liked watching Taylor Green. By the way, the McGinn thing, holy crap. The McGinn scouting series had Taylor Green as like a 1st to 3rd round guy. When I saw the first thing, I'm like, what are you talking about? There's no chance, just absolutely no chance. And now he's, we're about to be in round 6 and Taylor Green still hasn't taken. Not a great look there overall. It wouldn't stun me if Taylor Green went undrafted at all. Like I said, his tape was meh. Favorite draft hat design? I love the 2001 hats. I had actually was the 2000. Oh, this isn't the one. It's like, I think it was the one from last year. I don't know where I have mine right now, but I think it was the one from last year, either last year or 2 years ago. There's a really cool one that I still have and I wear from time to time. I usually haven't liked them. The Hertz thing is really weird. Oh, you just commented on it? Thank you for doing that. There it is. Thank you. Gotta post it. Thank you for those of you who found that. Appreciate it. Big B, I saw that. So here's the like Ty is awesome friend of the show. And I've actually talked to Bob when I was doing the scouting classes and stuff. Bob was awesome to work with. He had legitimate scouting contacts that he was able to get me in touch with, that I was able to reach out to a couple and do some kind of interviews with and things like that. So this isn't anything towards it. It's just really, really funny if you go and read every single one of these scouting reports. I was joking with a friend on this the other day. Every single one of the scouting reports that you'll read for the players, like, love the player. Second scout said that he's a playmaker and will immediately be able to make an impact. Third scout said that, here's a couple of things that he could work on, but I would take him all day, every day. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. Said another scout, he sucks, wouldn't draft him in the 7th round. And it's like, and some of these players were like the ones where they were clearly like top 100 players, like all day, every day. Like some of these scouts just have to be completely just messing with them. Like I truly believe that, because like either these scouts are just insanely stupid, or they're just completely like just throwing this away. Because like everyone is like, yep, wouldn't touch this guy, couldn't stand him, thought he's an idiot. It's just like, okay, yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, some of it I think is chalked up to just, again, difference of opinions. But like every one of these scouting profiles reads is like 3 of the scouts like him, and then like there's one that's just like, I hope he dies a slow, painful death. And it's just, I don't know, the discrepancy is very, very funny to me. Thanks, Big B. Appreciate you, my friend. Remember one year Green Bay took the guy McGinn mocked in the 1st. They just took him in the 3rd. He's not a good, again, Bob's not evaluating this stuff. He doesn't do draft evaluations. His is all gathering a ton of information from scouts that he gets quotes from. So that's all Bob is doing. You have an A- for the draft so far? I'd probably go a little bit closer to like a B+. But again, I want to go out and spend a lot of time watching these players, and I'll have a lot better feel. Spend a ton of time watching every single snap and get a pretty good feel for it. Brewers play at 6:10 today. Magic beat the Pistons. That's an interesting one. What is that? Orlando leads the series 2-1. Wow. What a crazy upset that would be. Suns up 2 early on the Thunder. Hurricane Senators tied at 0 after 1. What happened in hockey yesterday? Canadians beat Lightning in OT. Mammoth beat the Golden Knights, and the Ducks beat the Oilers 7-4. That's quite the game. And yesterday in the NBA, I don't know if I ever got to check scores there. Celtics beat the Sixers. Lakers beat the Rockets in OT. I did see LeBron's crazy 3-point shot at the end to tie it after the big steal. Spurs came back and beat the Blazers, huh? Interessante. Really don't see how people thought DDS would go at 52. He is so stiff and upright, runs like Rashawn Gary in 2025. Again, that's where I talk about you watch the tape and he leaves a lot to be desired. And then again, you look at the athletic profile and the productivity and you're like, all right, how do you want to reconcile that stuff? It doesn't look pretty. Doesn't always, it doesn't have the, it doesn't have the typical, edge rusher, like, tape profile of like a top player. But you look at the athletic profile and again, the productivity in the Big Ten, 4 years of good play, lots of pressures, lots of sacks. Look at everything. And you're like, it's a pretty damn good player. And you just have to sort of reconcile those two things. And I think why he goes in the fourth is, evaluators are taught, athleticism is one thing, productivity is one thing, but how do they project to the next level? And if he plays like he did in college in the NFL, it's going to be a struggle for DDS. There's no two ways around it. It'll be a struggle for him. He's got to find a way to play differently to win in the NFL. It's not going to work the way that he played in college he's not going to get those sacks and those pressures in the NFL the way that he did in college, probably by just being a little bit of a better athlete and being 6'6" and having long arms and things like that. But those are great tools to build with. And he has had success doing it in college in the Big Ten at Penn State. So that's where, and again, when you guys heard me on Thursday saying, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this guy in the second round. This is why. This is very much why. I thought maybe third round, but late third, early fourth was always where I kind of expected him to go. He actually went a little bit later than even I thought in the middle of the fourth, but late third, early fourth was kind of the DDS range for me for that type of player based on the profile of what his tape looks like. So when you're drafting in round 3, 4, 5, especially like round 4 where DDS went, as you're drafting in early round 1, right? You've got A+ athletic profile, A+ intangibles, no injury issues, no off-field issues, A+ productivity, big time school. Like when we say check the boxes, they've checked all the boxes. Everything is sterling, right? Then you get, maybe end of first, early second, and you're probably having to compromise on something. Maybe the positional value isn't great. Maybe maybe they've had an injury history. Maybe they have, the productivity didn't quite match. Maybe there's something in their athletic profile, or maybe the tape didn't look quite as good, but they have everything else, right? Then you get into day 2 and there's maybe a couple things, maybe positional versatility, or maybe no versatility or no positional value, or there's going to be a couple things. As you get to day 4, there's going to usually be something pretty significant that you have to compromise on. And for DDS, I don't think, and as we saw where his kind of flaws lied and what his tape looked like, you weren't willing to compromise that on the second and third round. But in the fourth round, you get a player who's got high-end upside with great, athletic traits, like unbelievable athletic traits. So again, a lot of productivity at a big-time college for 4 years. He's still young. There's no off-field issues. He checks a lot of the boxes. I mean, a lot of the boxes. It's just his tape looks rather pedestrian a huge chunk of the time. And it doesn't project to beat NFL offensive linemen the way that he has played the game so far. But you are not projecting them or asking them to be what they were in college. You're projecting what they can become. And you have a lot to work with DDS. But again, it goes back to in the second, we're like, not sure about that. Third, fine, good. It's workable. Fourth round, hallelujah, fantastic, gorgeous pick. Let's see how it works out. Xavion Harris has a lot of off-field stuff. What did I miss for picks? Dolphins have another pick, of course. So Kevin Coleman Jr. to the Dolphins, Cole Payton to the Eagles, we talked about. Enrique Cruz Jr. to the 49ers. Seido Traore, the tight end for Mississippi State, to the Dolphins there at pick 180. Last pick of the fifth round, coming up here to the Bills. That was pick 180. We still have 77 selections left in this bad boy. Oh, he's an international pathway player? Oh, we still have like those who's the other international pathway guy that who is like just a freak dude that has never played football before, but had like a bazillion RAS. Browns drafting Taylon Green. So I don't know who Buffalo took, but first pick of round 6 is going to be Taylon Green to the Browns. There it is. Uar Bernard. What position does anybody know? I don't know. What position does Uar Bernard? I'm going to assume edge. But does anyone know what position he plays? Where does like ESPN have him? I don't even know. What position does Uar Bernard project to play, knowing that he's never played football before? The Browns drafting a quarterback is remarkable. Maybe I don't know. I don't need defensive line. All right. So maybe he's a defensive tackle. Not on ESPN's list, or sorry. Yeah, I guess I am on ESPN's list. Where did Brugler have him listed anywhere? I just don't know how you draft a guy like that. Oh, he's number 41. He didn't write up a profile for him. He was the 41st defensive tackle for Dane. 6'4.5", 306, 4.66 40-yard dash at 306 with a 1.60 10-yard split. 39 vertical, 10-foot 10-inch broad jump, 4.59 short shuttle, 8.13 three cone, 31 bench, 11-inch hands, 35 3/4-inch arms with an 85 5/8 wingspan. Just an absurd human being. Just an absolutely absurd human being. Oh, I know, Mr. Medeiros. I knew you were kidding, but it was interesting to me just because I hadn't looked at the kickers up until that point. So I was kind of intrigued. No, there's Endries, the tight end out of Texas, is still there, I think. Yeah, Jack Endries is still there. Michael Trigg is still there. John Michael Gillenberg is somebody that I know some people had liked. I did not watch him, but those are a few of the tight ends left. There's not much. Tight ends just flew today and yesterday too. Yeah, dude, look the guy up. He's a absolute freak. Absolute freak. Andy, would you call up and trade for Tajay Spears given they have Tony Pollard and drafted Nicholas Singleton? Probably not. I've never been a huge Tajay Spears guy. We are definitely getting a nap in post-draft today. I don't know what's going to come first, the post-draft nap or the post-draft Luige's Pizza. So as soon as it's done, I'll do a quick reaction video. And then I think it's going to be post-draft nap and then post-draft pizza today. Luige's Pizza, of course. With Green to Cleveland, I don't know how those two things are related. Unless you're thinking that with Green off the board, maybe Green Bay was going to go there. I guess that makes some level of sense. I'm going to take a 10-second break to close out of a billion tabs that I have open. Please bear with me as I research things throughout the show and then never close the tabs afterwards. All right, that's better. I feel like a much better human being now. Life is much better. They could take a quarterback at 201 if they wanted to take Nussberger or Nussmeier, excuse me. Baron Morton is still there too. He could be a player that they like. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. Kyron Jones is somebody they brought in for a top 30. Zane Durant is a pretty interesting pick there at the end of the 5th for Buffalo. A defensive tackle, more of a penetrating type, a little bit undersized. Could almost be like a pass rush specialist for you. Matthew, thank you very much. Gillenborg got some Tucker Kraft comparisons. All right. Yeah, Heldman is a very Packers-y type, again, top 30 visits. Matt, I really appreciate that, my friend. Appreciate you a ton. Yeah, Xavier Harris has off-field concerns. So does Corleone, the defensive tackle. So I think that's probably why they're still out on the board. Who's my sleeper player on the board? The safety. I really like the safety that's still out there from Kansas State, VJ Payne. What a great safety name too. I want all the stock in VJ Payne. 6'3", 206 out of K-State. Started 42 games out of 4 seasons. I'll just bring up my notes rather than reading somebody else's, since I actually took the time to watch the player. Might as well utilize my notes. 6'3", 206, turned 22 in March, had a 73.3 PFF score, only a 10.7% missed tackle rate this past year, allowed only a 57.4 passer rating, had a 9.74 relative athletic score, 97th percentile athlete overall, didn't do the bench press. Very impressive size, very good in man coverage, can be utilized very well against tight ends in coverage. Sound player, no major flaws, no major superpowers. Will drop his head when tackling, but had a low missed tackle rate. Always gets his guy to the ground. Showed well at the Senior Bowl. Has an 81-inch wingspan. Started 42 games. Team captain. Teams might see him as the next Eman Wari, but he's not. There was some talk about that, and I just didn't think he was anywhere near in that category. Not much physicality and violence to his game. Does fit the mold of a more modern slot safety who can do a little bit of everything. Actually has pretty good agility for his size, but it's always, again, harder when you're 6'3". But I like the player. I thought he was a really good player out of K-State. Kind of surprised that he's still there in round 6, to be honest. Yeah, Vandenberg I liked. Katron Allen. Oh no, he is still there, I think, right? I don't think he went. Yeah, Katron Allen's still there. Brian Parker is still there. Wow, Brian Parker's still there. Okay, he could be in play. I think Caldwell went. Injuries from Texas. Yeah, there's still some players there. As a UK and Green Bay fan, I am stoked they took Yeager, a 5-year guy who started nearly 50 games in a row. He's a good kid who deserves a shot. Go Big Blue and go Pack Go. Love that, Ranger. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, he's going to be one I'm really excited to dig into a little bit more later today. Torian York just went. Andy, I'm not saying I think Ritter is great or anything, but I think he is. But is he really that much worse than Willis? Yes. Ritter was out of the league when we signed him. Malik Willis just signed a $25 million a year contract to be a starter. Or you're saying when they signed him, when we brought him in? Even then, I would say yes. I think there is a difference there. I do think there's a difference. I'm not saying it's impossible, by the way. Not saying it's impossible at all that they could, have a reclamation project. I don't even hate him as a reclamation project. I don't even dislike that he's in camp, right? I just it's not who I want as a backup quarterback. I'll just put it that way. Not as at least the top option. Packers top 30 visits. All right, so Baron Morton is still there. Kyron Drones is still there. Mike Washington's gone. Kalen Black is gone. Damon Bankston's still there. Chris Brazel's gone. Ted Hurst is gone. Anthony Smith is still there. Ian Nachor is gone, obviously. Ethan Onianwa is still there. Josh Geske is still there, offensive lineman. Kristen Miller, Lee Hunter, Caleb Proctor, all gone. Jordan Vandenberg and Ontario Thompson still there. Romello Height is gone. Michael Heldman is still there. Nigel Kelly is still there. Jaden Duggar is gone. TJ Quinn is still there. Will Lee is gone. Charles Demings is gone. Karen Prunty is gone. Malcolm DeWalt is still there. I would be willing to bet you a decent amount of money that Malcolm DeWalt ends up as a UDFA for Green Bay. Darko Perkins McAllister is still there. AJ Hulsey is gone. Jacob Thomas is still there. So there's some players still there. Keep an eye out for UDFAs. Juwan Gaston is still there. That son of a... I'm just kidding. Do you think Goody hits the free agent market again? All right. So if you're... let's look at top available. All right. Where are we going here? All right. Quarterbacks. I don't think they'd be in the Russell Wilson. Tyrod Taylor's a maybe. Jimmy Garoppolo is a maybe. So if they go quarterback and they went the free agent route, it's probably Garoppolo, Tyrod Taylor, or bust. I don't think they'd really have any interest in anybody else. Running back. Don't really see much in the running back market. Antonio Gibson would be a semi-interesting roster ad that they could kind of add to the overall room, but I don't think it's likely. Wide receiver, you probably want somebody. I don't think they want any sort of veteran player. I don't see much in the wide receiver market that makes a ton of sense for them, to be honest. Tight ends, not much there either. Mercedes Lewis, they could always go back to the Mercedes Lewis, but I don't see that happening. Not much at tight end. Don't see much at tackle that they're likely going to be interested in. I still wouldn't hate a Kevin Zeitler or a Joel Bitonio, if I'm being honest. Bring in a veteran, let them compete. If worst case scenario, they're a top backup on the team. Ethan Posich would be another one I wouldn't hate bringing in. There's a couple of veteran offensive linemen that I would, if I were Green Bay, I would certainly have the conversation about. I don't think edge is completely off the table, but I think it's relatively unlikely with bringing in DDS at this point. I think they'll let those guys go through camp and kind of see what they have. I would still bring in Calais Campbell on the interior. They could look at Daquan Jones. I think Reader's going to be a giant. Levi and Wuzurike they could look at, but probably not much there. I don't think they're going to look at linebacker. I don't think they're going to look at corner at this point after drafting somebody in the second. Anybody that they bring in, they're going to want to have the ability to play special teams. You're not going to play Snead or Diggs or Douglas or Lattimore and any of those guys on teams. They could look at a safety, Ifatu Melifonwu, a Xavier Woods, maybe a Jabril Peppers. Unlikely, not impossible. I would say for the most part, I don't expect anything drastic in the free agent market at the moment. All right, so Taylon Green to the Browns. All right, what is the Browns' freaking depth chart at quarterback? I am intrigued by this. Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, and now Taylon Green. I would say that you could call about Dylan Gabriel. I don't know that Green Bay really has any interest in Dylan Gabriel. I also don't know that Cleveland's going to have any real interest in trading away a guy they took in the third round last year for a, 7th rounder this year or anything like that. But you could call, but I don't even know if Green Bay would have much interest in that. Carson Sherrar, linebacker out of Iowa to the Cardinals. Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle out of Baylor to the Titans. And Bauer Sharp, tight end out of LSU to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Green Bay picking at 201. We are currently at 186. Vandenberg at 201 or Heldman at 201 would be very nice. I don't see I don't see Kamara being the guy there. But even if they did, Kamara's basically threatened retirement if he gets traded anywhere. My computer is absolutely dragging. Here's my mouse. Give me 1 second, guys. Something's going on with my computer here. Hopefully that's better. I might just need to close out of some stuff too. I got a lot of stuff going on here. All right. Maybe I don't think he has like tight end, running back, wide receiver. Wide receiver is the interesting one. All right. So maybe they are. I don't know if you saw the Gruden thing on Taylon Green, but like everyone's been trying to make him a wide receiver. If you look at the RAS for Taylon Green and like where he projects, I think, let me bring this up really quick here. I'm going to turn from a quarterback into a wide receiver. He is a 100th percentile athlete at RAS at wide receiver. His 5 biggest comps are Kelvin Johnson, DK Metcalf, Chase Claypool, Matt Jones, who was a quarterback to wide receiver, and Miles Boykin, who was the big wide receiver as well. He's a 99th percentile at a 6'5 wide receiver, 98th percentile weight at 227 pounds. He's a like 99.9th percentile vertical at a 43.5, a 99th percentile broad jump, a 97th percentile 40 at 436. If he would, but he's like completely unwilling to do it. Completely unwilling to do it. But he's literally like Kelvin Johnson at wide receiver. Athletically, I'm not saying he'd beat Kelvin Johnson, obviously, but like athletically, he's Kelvin Johnson. So I don't know. Where did they announce him? Did they announce him at QB? I know people were posting. Yeah, so they announced him as a quarterback. Okay. Andrew Berry quickly dismissed any idea of moving Taylor Green to another position. He's going to play quarterback in Cleveland. All right. There goes that. There's 3 minutes of our time we'll never get back, but he's an interesting study where he probably should be a wide receiver. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I just think this might be one of those things of like, yeah, we're drafting him as a quarterback. And then once he's signed his contract and on the team for half a year, and they're like, yeah, you can't play quarterback. We want you as wide receiver. I wonder if, they're just going to maybe try to do that at some point in time. My favorite Packers offensive lineman of all time, big Corey Linsley guy, big Mike Wall guy. I'm going to go with Mike Wall. Got to go with Mike Wall. But outside of Mike Wall, Katron Allen to the Commanders. Outside Mike Wall, I'd probably say Corey Linsley. Yeah, we just went through the top 30s. Sorry, we just went through it literally like 7 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I talked about Deontay Lawson a little bit earlier. I thought he was Quay Walker. I mean, obviously like a B- version of Quay or whatever, but he reminded me so much of Quay Walker when I was watching his tape. Yeah, who said Terrell Pryor? That's probably a pretty decent comp there for Green. I can take a look at it. I guess I can't. Oh, here we go. So I can compare him to Pryor here. Give me 1 second. The Calvin Johnson thing, though, is like crazy. So Green is a much better prospect than Terrell Pryor was at wide receiver. So similar. So Pryor was 6'4", Taylor Green 6'5". Green was 227. Pryor was 240. 4.36 40 for Taylor, 4.38 40 for Terrell Pryor. But the vertical on Taylor Green is 12 and a half inches higher. The broad jump is way better. And while Taylor Green didn't do agility testing, Pryor did not do well in the agility testing. So Green actually looks like a much better prospect at wide receiver than Terrell Pryor did. And Terrell Pryor did a pretty good job transitioning to wide receiver. Micah said the Packers won the draft, but largely because they traded first rounders for him. Once again, he wins the modesty award. I love it. Yeah, Mike Wall was fantastic. Obviously, friend of the show as well. Bringing back up where we're at in the draft here. So Katron Allen to the Commanders, Bobby Jamison Travis, defensive tackle to the Giants. We are getting closer to Green Bay, 201. We're at pick 188. We're about 12, 13 picks away. Jets drafted Miami guard Anez Cooper at pick 188. Bengals are selecting Brian Parker II. So if you were hoping for him, that ain't happening. Watched all day yesterday. Thank you for the coverage. I was away today, but feels like this draft is going perfect for our position of needs. What do you think? Yeah, from a position standpoint, could not ask for anything better for Green Bay so far. Literally hit it basically one at a time. Drafted corner right away with Brandon Cisse, then got McClellan at defensive tackle, a nose tackle in the third, Danny Dennis Sutton, edge rusher in the fourth, and then came back and got an offensive lineman in the fifth. Again, could not have, if you were saying they got 4 picks, what would you have said you wanted them to spend it on? You would have said offensive lineman, defensive tackle, edge, and corner. Those are literally the 4 positions we said are the biggest areas of need. Doesn't necessarily mean that they, that they filled all of those spots or anything like that, but no question about it. They absolutely, really got their needs. Did York get taken? I don't think he got taken, right? He is one of those that you are not going to turn on Torian York's tape and not enjoy yourself. He is a massively fun player, but he is also somebody that I just don't know if he's going to make it in the NFL. He'll probably make a ton of money in the UFL or the CFL somewhere, and he'll get a chance in the NFL for sure. Ivan Pace is maybe a player that you're trying to have him emulate in the NFL. I bet he gets taken in the 7th round would be my guess, but it's possible he could go UDFA too. Oh, sorry, .con. Let me double check back. My apologies. We went over that one. Oh, there's another one. How often do character issues actually impact talented players' long-term development? Thinking of Jeffrey Simmons, Tunsil, etc. Is Xavion worth it? So there's a lot of different variables here, right? In some instances, it's completely detrimental. My guess is there was red flags with Aaron Hernandez, and he was phenomenal, but then he murdered people. That's bad. Ray Caruth, not great. It can go in a variety of different directions. Tyreek Hill, what's your appetite for the risk reward? Some people are going to be completely turned off by the fact that Tyreek Hill is on your team after all the incidents that he's had. If Tyreek Hill is playing at an MVP level, the team might be willing to turn the head to some stuff and be like, oh, well, I'm sorry, what's going on with Tyreek Hill? He's like kind of in the MVP conversation. He did what? I'm sorry. He's kind of an MVP. Now, again, I'm not justifying that, but that's what happens. If somebody's in the MVP conversation, you're sometimes a little bit more willing to turn your head to things. If you're Xavion Harris and you're a borderline, 5th round pick anyway, 4th, 5th round pick anyway, and now you've got off-field stuff, well, now the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I don't need a borderline roster guy on my team that is going to bring me bad PR. When Colt Lyerla, right, had all this stuff, a borderline tight end, Green Bay brought him in for like a mini camp visit just to test him out or whatever. But if you're a fringe guy, I'm not willing to take bad PR for a fringe, number 3 tight end. So it just depends. And I'm not, again, justifying any of that. I'm just saying, if you are a big time NFL player, teams, it's just tale as old as time. I'm telling you how it is, not how I wish it would be, but you're going to get opportunity after opportunity and teams are going to look the other way on stuff. If you're Xavion Harris, it's less likely to happen. You're kind of screwed. So if it's just kind of how it works, right? So again, I'm not justifying it in any way, shape, or form, but for Xavion Harris or a Dante Corleone, you might not get that chance. You might get a draft as a chance as a UDFA. Maybe somebody takes a swing in the 7th round, but it can definitely affect. And again, once you're at this point, I don't know that some team's going to be willing to take on that PR for a 6th or 7th round guy. As far as their development, I don't know that it affects their development in any sort of way, but it just is more of what appetite a team has for taking on that player, depending on their talent level. You might be willing to take on some bad PR for a player that can help you win a Super Bowl. For a guy that's a borderline practice squad guy, you're very much less likely to do so. Dylan, thank you for the 10 pack-a-day memberships. You are a legend, my friend. Yeah, Paul's reaction to the Grenard trade was pretty damn great. I know, Justice and I had a good conversation on him the other day. I didn't really want anything to do with Crown Over. I watched his tape for a little bit and I'm like, I'm good here. but he'll get drafted would be my guess at some point in time. There comes a point in time where you reach a level of they only make so many human beings like this. He is a mammoth human being with good movement skills. And at some point, you just say, all right, give me the flyer on it. And I think he's going to take a very, very long time to try to get anything out of. But, he's more talented coming out than like a Yash Nyman. Yash Nyman was a ball of clay and he got a swing tackle out of him. Now Yash was a UDFA. So maybe maybe he ends up being a UDFA as well, Crownover, excuse me. But I don't know. We'll see if he goes. I think he'll get drafted. Injuries would be a really great pick. We are still about 10 picks away from Green Bay. Yeah, Jermaine Burton has been a major headache for the Bengals. He probably doesn't make the team this year. Rashee Rice, in and out, a lot of boneheaded decisions. Just depends what your appetite is for that stuff, and it very much varies by team. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, or you're a Stinky Bears fan. Thank you, Tough Socks. He's 100% right. He is 100% right. If you are not subscribed and if you did not hit like, you're a Bears fan. I'm sorry. Just it's simple, common sense. Hello, HJ Bucks. Can you confirm Gannon is speaking later today? Is that a true story? I'm gonna actually be pissed if that's a true story because I can't do it. Yeah, I have too much stuff going on today. Why are you putting that in the draft weekend if that's the case? I have not heard that. Josh Cameron to Jacksonville. I don't know why he would speak today, but maybe they're just going to try to get all the stuff done today. But that would be really sucky if today was the day that he was going to speak. I have not got anything from Packers PR that Jonathan Gannon is speaking today. So it's possible, but I have not got anything from Packers PR that he is speaking today. Barry Brown, wide receiver from LSU, went to the Saints. Again, Josh Cameron, wide receiver out of Baylor, went to Jacksonville. Giants are on the clock back to back. Apparently one of their picks is in. Macaulay, thank you for becoming a new member. I do think Rager gets drafted. I do think he'll get drafted. Might be a little bit close. Might be a close call in the 7th round-ish, but I think he's deserving of getting drafted. Yeah, the McCoy fall just sucks. I'm so happy he got drafted today. Way to start off day 3 with getting him selected. I hope he kills it. I hope he goes on to be an all-pro for the Raiders. Just absolutely sucks that that he had to go through this. I can't even imagine for him and his family what that must be like to be one of the top 10 players in the draft, to get generational money, tons of guaranteed money. And then, he's still going to get a good contract and things like that. But that's just brutal due to it's something he has no control over. Absolutely no control over. Hope he kills it. Hope he gets a big second contract. I'll be cheering for him. I'll absolutely be cheering for him. I've been at work all day. What are your thoughts on the edge and center we drafted? I haven't had to watch any of their tape. Yeah, DDS, really great value in the 4th round. I'll be doing a live recap, or not a live recap, but a immediate gut reaction after today's done to listen to a little bit more of that, or you can kind of go back and watch what I said earlier, but really good value there. And I have not watched, I've not watched the center. I have not watched Jaeger yet. So I'll have to, kind of pause a little bit more on my overall take. But overall, I watched a little bit. I shouldn't say that. I watched like 25 snaps just really quick on here. I'll look the part. And we'll see. I'm excited to watch more tape of him. Packer Nation, thanks for becoming a new member. Thoughts on Deion Burks falling if we get him despite not being in need? I think did I end up watching? He was on like the fringe. I think I watched Deion Burks. Maybe I didn't get to him. I can't remember. I did get to Deion Burks. 5'9" and 3/4, 180 pounds, turned 23 in January. His athletic comps were Henry Ruggs the third, Zachariah Branch, who went earlier today, and Xavier Worthy. Or actually, Branch went yesterday, I should say. Only 14% wingspan. He's got very short arms, short body. Again, 5'9" and 3/4. 14%, legit 4.340 speed. So he is fast as hell. Competitive, impressive sideline catchability. Works back to the football. He's a slot only with very short arms. Didn't really break out until this past year. Doesn't separate as easily as some of the other slot receivers in the class, but very creative with the ball in his hands. Interesting piece. 4.340 speed. You like to see that. Joe Kelly, linebacker, just got taken. That's a good pick. Was that to the Giants? I didn't get to see. I just saw it pop up, but that's a good pick at this point in time. BYU guy, right? I think, yeah, I get him and the Oregon guy mixed up, but I think he was the BYU guy. But yeah, Deion Burks is, I don't think Green Bay is going to be in the market for Deion Burks, but if they wanted to take him, if they had an appetite for it, I certainly at this point in time, I wouldn't hate it. Didn't Caldwell go? Or did somebody put that in chat and it was wrong? Oh, I guess Caldwell didn't go. All right, Caldwell is still out there. Would you trade Watson for a second and pick up Tyreek? No, I would not. No chance. I don't think Rager would be in play for the Packers. It's not impossible. Not impossible. I don't think that would be their pick, though. Yeah, I don't know if we talked about this one, but yeah, I think he goes undrafted. Maybe somebody takes a flyer in the 7th, but I think he probably goes more undrafted. I don't think he'll be a Packer. Not impossible. I don't think so, though. No other major updates at this point in time. Again, we're at 193. Packers pick at 201. They also pick in the 7th round at 236 and 255. So we've got about 64 picks left in the draft. Green Bay has 3 of them. So about 1 out of every 21 picks from here on out, the Packers will pick. Harris is more an interior defensive lineman than a Brenton Cox, or unless you're just saying like the comp of somebody that had some concerns that they picked up as a UDFA, then yes, your comp there is very spot on. Landon Robinson would be fun. Not a Packers-y type at all, but he'd be fun. Might have some defensive tackle and fullback ability. Yeah, Vikings have had a pretty good weekend overall. Endries, Keenan, and Andre Fuller. Andre Fuller from was it? Is it Tulsa? Tulsa, right? Or no? Is it Tulane? Right? I always get Tulsa and Tulane mixed up. You think he's Tulane, right? Toledo, son of a Tulsa, Tulane, Toledo. I knew he was where he's from, and he's the same as the safety that got picked on day 2. Oh, frustrating. They got Avery Smith too. They have 3 potentially draftable players from Toledo. Yeah, Buccaneers are going to be very favorites, very consensus-y draft board type of picks for Tampa. They're going to be a darling of all the grades afterwards for sure. Yeah, I talked about Deontay Lawson a couple times. Very Quay Walker-y. Wouldn't surprise me if Green Bay liked him, unless they didn't like their Quay Walker experience. But very, very Quay Walker-y. Who am I hoping for here? Just give me give me the Bizarro people. Give me Heidenreich. Give me Landon Robinson. Give me Vandenberg from Georgia Tech. I really want the safety. VJ Payne, I just think is a really good player. Pat Coogan from Indiana goes to the Titans. I'd probably take Payne here from K-State. Or Heldman, the defensive end. Again, Vandenberg, the defensive tackle. Any of those guys would be pretty high on my list at this point. Endries from Texas. Nussmeier's I kind of just give me Nussmeier at this point. I'll take Nussmeier at this point. I think you could do a lot worse than Nussmeier. He doesn't have that athletic ability, which is a bit of a issue. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not on Nussmeier. I wouldn't hate it, but I don't know. I'm not exactly pining for it either. Damani Jackson would be fine. Heidenreich would be fun. Sturdivant, J. Michael Sturdivant, from a like Packers-y type project standpoint, I'd you know what with that. Yeah, again, I wouldn't get too carried away with position. Just find a good player. Haven't seen Claiborne. I think the blocking tight end market is pretty much nuked at this point. If Green Bay were to draft a long snapper, it would be from Georgia. Of course, it would be from Georgia. Like that's the most like even if they're gonna like draft a long snapper, of course, it's still gonna be a Georgia Bulldog. That would be very funny. Yeah, I think we're probably to the there's still some fun stuff left. So I wouldn't punt on the draft too much quite yet, but still some fun stuff left. Malik Benson, wide receiver out of Oregon. I just need to grab I need something to drink. My mouth is getting a little bit dry. So give me 2 minutes and we'll be back for the Packers pick here in the next 5. I'll be back again. It's not going to be like 2 minutes for me to be gone. Let me just step out for 1 second, guys. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes and then we'll get ready for that Packers pick. See you in a second. Hello. Sorry it took me a second longer because there were pretzel bites and they looked really good. So I had to have a couple pretzel bites. And they were delicious. Sorry, Elite Chicken. My bad. I let you down. I went to get a soda. And like I said, there were pretzel bites up there. So took a couple extra minutes because they were delicious. No regrets, no apologies. I bet I do have 2 big brisks upstairs. So had to choose between the Coke Zero and the brisk. And I wasn't ready to take the heat for another giant brisk iced tea that everyone got mad at me for. So had to go Coke Zero. So my apologies. Oh, come on. I'm sorry. Everyone's welcome to their own opinions on things. If you think Diet Coke is better than Coke Zero, there's something wrong with you. There is something seriously wrong with you. And for the record, there's nothing wrong with Diet Coke, especially McDonald's Diet Coke. Fantastic. Good beverage. It's fine. But if you think Diet Coke is better than Coke Zero, you need to get checked out. It's a sign of something. I don't know what it is. Your taste buds might be dead. And I am very much throwing stones from a glass house with my taste buds, but Coke Zero is amazing. It is amazing. Diet Coke tastes like a diet soda. Coke Zero does not taste like a diet soda. Coke Zero is so much better, so much different. There's no rage bait. I am dead serious. It is a night and day difference. If you don't like soda, if you don't like Coke, that's fine. But if you are a diet soda drinker or just a soda drinker, Coke Zero, way, way better. The difference is one has legitimate, amazing flavor and the other tastes like completely watered down Coke. And I want the one with legit flavor. The McDonald's thing, for those who don't know, there is something actually different about the McDonald's Diet Coke. I forget the story on it, but look it up. There is actually something. I think they have like a proprietary like Diet Coke syrup or something. I don't know what it is, but there's something different and it's much better than the regular Diet Cokes. Oh, Diet Pepsi. Come on, Matt. Get out of here. You at least you knew it. At least you had self-awareness. I'm sorry. Have a good day, sir. You're out. You're out. All right, let's talk Packers. Let's talk picks. What went? We had JC Davis, offensive tackle out of Illinois, to the Giants. Jack Kelly, linebacker out of BYU, to the Giants. Pat Coogan, center out of Indiana, to the Titans. Malik Benson, wide receiver, Oregon. Oh, Crownover went. Crownover just went to the Patriots. The Patriot-C type pick. Just a project, just a pure raw project. That's all you're looking for around this point in the draft is just some project-y type players that maybe you hit on, probably never work out, probably end up on your practice squad for 3 years, and then probably ends up in the practice squad for 3 years, and then nothing ever happens. But I hope they show the Crownover stuff, the highlights. Right now, NFL Network showing Zane Durant. So we got a trade. Rams are on the clock at 197. Went to open my soda and was already open. Yeah, I can still drink normal Coke, but Coke Zero is great. Oh, okay, ESPN showing highlights. I can't do ESPN. Did you see the Mike Greenberg thing? Maybe those of you who are watching it were well aware of it, but he said Denzel Boston was David Boston's son, and they're not related at all. Oh, I can't do ESPN. Kuiper's fine. I can't do Greenberg. I can't do Booger. I can't do. I really just can't do any of it. Kuiper's fine, but I would take Daniel Jeremiah over Mel Kiper all day, every day. The truth of the matter is, like, I think the only person on either draft booth that I like, again, Kiper, I'm totally cool with. I have no real issue with Kiper, but like Kiper too will be like the whole Shedeur Sanders thing last year. And thankfully I wasn't watching it. I just saw like the highlights of it afterwards. Like he spent the entire day just like talking Shedeur Sanders. Daniel Jeremiah, I just love DJ, and everyone else on like either side is either fine or bad. Charles Davis is fine. I have no real issue with him. But yeah, just not great boost. Give me Daniel Jeremiah and give me I don't even know who else I want. If you could get like Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler, and I'm trying to think who else would be like a perfect fit on the booth. I don't even know if I need anything else. I think I would just want give me like Ben Solak too. Give me Ben Solak, Dane Brugler, and Daniel Jeremiah on the booth. And Eisen's fine. Just let those three nerd out. I don't need anything else. I don't need absolutely anything else. Vikings jumped in at 198. Feeling good. Feeling good. Field Yates is fine. Yeah, that'd be good. Matt Miller's fine. He's fine. Jordan Reed is good. I could go with Jordan Reed. I could mess with that. I honestly, ever since Riddick has been on ESPN, I've never watched ESPN's draft. So I honestly don't have like a huge take on Louis Riddick. I feel like I never really get to listen to him that much. Unlike some of the okay, so Vikings took Damon Claiborne, the running back out of Wake Forest. Oh, I like Troy actually quite a bit. I actually like Troy quite a bit. By the way, Troy was the one that basically got the Packers brain trust hired in Miami. It was his recommendation. Remember, he was on the board of people who were helping with the finding the next GM and everything. And he was the one that recommended John Eric Sullivan for the job and got him the job. I think Aikman was in the courtroom. Maybe he wasn't, but I know they said he was. I didn't see a picture of him, but yeah, good relation. I think Aikman's more of a Dolphins guy right now because of they worked with him than he is a Cowboys guy. I think he gets frustrated with the Cowboys. I really like Aikman. Yeah, Mina Kimes would be another fun one on the desk. Yeah, give me like Schrager as the insider. Schrager and Rappaport are fine in the insiders. And then give me like it would be like Mina and Daniel Jeremiah and Dane Brugler would be awesome freaking desk. That'd be a ton of fun. Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver out of Kansas, goes to Seattle. Miami is on the clock, and then Green Bay. Brady got a lot better last year. I don't need him on the draft booth, that's for sure. But Brady got a lot better last year in calling the game. Still not my favorite by any means, but I liked him a lot more. Greg Olson is in my opinion, the best in the booth that you could get right now. He does get a little bit of like preachier analytically at times, but most of the time he's right. So it's not bad because most of the time he's right with what he's talking about. Packers are on the clock. Thought I just saw the pick somewhere and then I lost it, but I guess I didn't. Okay, Packers are on the clock. No pick that I've seen as of yet. A lot of decent stuff here that Green Bay could still go with. We've talked about a lot of it. I lost my best available though. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, Jack Endries, VJ Payne. VJ Payne is the guy I want probably at this point. Any of those like top 30 visity guys. Damani Jackson at corner would be an interesting one. Yeah, so there's definitely options here. I would probably go Vandenberg or Heldman. Probably Vandenberg makes a little bit more sense here. I'd probably go Vandenberg or VJ Payne. Kind of what I would be leaning towards. They could take Le'Veon Moss, the running back. Not exactly their type, but again, Miami had him in for a visit. Might be somebody that Green Bay liked as well. I see that, Tyler Straber. Romo's gotten worse. Romo's been the opposite. I think Romo was fun at the beginning when they kind of let him just like ad lib of like, here's what's going to happen. And then ever since then, like they've kind of reeled him in and he just is not anywhere near as good anymore, in my opinion. He's not terrible, but who we getting? Dolphins got DJ Campbell, guard out of Texas. I'm going to be willing to bet this is probably somebody it's either probably going to be one of their top 30 guys or somebody we've never even remotely heard of. Or at least I've never heard of. Where I need to get to at some point is just like having a cursory knowledge of like the final 150 guys, even if it's just like a highlight so I know who they are. I can't half-ass it. That's my issue is like I can't just like halfway watch a player and be like, all right, no, I know something. Like I would rather just get to know like 3 more players entirely than like half-assing like 100 players that I barely know. Pick is in for Green Bay. Who we got? Is it Vandenberg? Vandenberg would be sweet if it's Vandenberg, just because I've actually watched him and really liked him. Tell me who it is. I just want to know. Joe is probably right. Probably going to be a no name. Everyone's kind of a no name at this point. I tell myself every year, Alabama defensive back Damani Jackson. There we go. And I did watch Jackson, which is fun. So I really like that pick for Green Bay. He feels like a Alabama corner is the first thing I can tell you right off the bat. All right. He was actually one that Justice and I talked about early in the process. Like, there's one of the very first people that I watched because we did those corners really early, and we had Damani Jackson on our list of people to watch. 6'1", 194, turns 24 in November, 73.4 PFF grade, was targeted 21 times this past year, did give up 16 completions for a 76.2% completion percentage, only 135 yards on those 16 completions, 1 touchdown, no pick, 1 pass breakup, 4 penalties, again, a 108.2 rating, but again, only 134 yards allowed. In his career, he's been targeted 104 times, allowed 65 completions, 62.5% completion percentage, 907 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, 8 pass breakups. Does have 13 penalties to his name and a 95.3 quarterback rating, 9.0 RAS, but did not do the broad jump or the agility testing. His athletic comp is AJ Terrell. Like the overall physicality, coming up, making a hit. There's no panic in his game. He can play in multiple schemes. Looks like an Alabama cornerback instincts, good angles. He did give up some double moves, so he's got to work a little bit better on that. Has special teams experience, was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. He's a sound and consistent tackler. Once again, if you were hoping that Green Bay was going to get defensive backs with ball skills in this draft, I'm afraid I have some bad news. Just like only 2 career interceptions for Cisse, only 2 career interceptions for Jackson, and 1 was a complete gift on air. It was just a lollipop thrown up and he just ran under it and caught it. So he had only I don't even know if the other one was earned. I didn't see the other one, but at least one of the 2 interceptions was a complete gift and he didn't actually earn it. Second fewest yards allowed per coverage in the SEC, which is pretty damn impressive. Third fewest yards allowed per catch in the entire NFL drafter of this draft class. He is a track athlete. He showed good break on the ball at the Senior Bowl, or at the Shrine Bowl, excuse me. He closes quick from the top of the route. Angles are a little bit hit and miss. He's a strong hitter, not the most fluid or natural corner. Would like to see him play with a little bit more confidence. I thought he fit best in an old school Tampa 2. Good enough traits to take a late round flyer on and see if he can work out. Here's our late round flyer to see if he can work out. Like this pick. Good pick for Green Bay, especially at this point in the draft. Cannot ask for much more than this. So 4.4, 140 in the 40-yard dash. Good stuff. Good stuff overall for Damani Jackson. Anytime you can get a very classic Alabama corner with good traits in sixth round, never going to have an issue with that. We talked about they were going to draft corners. They needed them just this year and next. We said there's going to be at least 2 corners in this draft. There'll be a double up. They got it. First round and 6th round was the final answer. They could probably still take one in the 7th that they want. I don't know that there's actually much left, but this is a pretty Packers-y type corner that they get here in round 6 at pick 201 overall. Like the pick, B plus, A minus pick at this point in the draft to get a player like Damani Jackson here in the 6th round. I can get you the other notes here, so you don't have to just trust me on this stuff. Damani Jackson, scouting report. Can't type because I am sleep deprived and everything I'm going to do in song from here on out. Jackson is a smooth athlete with good size and elite track speed in totality. The play and I need a nap. In totality, the play and production have failed to match the traits dating back to his days at USC, but his 2024 tape gives evaluators the best look at his ceiling. He can disrupt from press, but can be a step slow to transition and phase from man. Tampa 2 and deep coverage suits him best. So again, cover 4 works as well. Scheme won't matter as much as consistency and confidence for Jackson, though. NFL size with shredded frame and real top end speed, quality click and close from the top of his drop, faces up and searches for the ball in man coverage downfield. Explosiveness to hammer pass catchers and jar the ball free, has shown a willingness to play through pain. Inconsistency was a problem throughout his college career, lacked control and balance in press cutoffs. Hitch shows up in lateral transitions from press, inconsistent to identify and trigger from side shuffle, too many finesse attempts as a run support tackler. Projection by Lance Zierlein was round 6, and that is where Green Bay took him. All right, corner. Monty Jackson was 27th of corners for Dane Brugler with a 6th to 7th round grade. Notes on Damani Jackson. He again is 23 years old, turns 24 in November. Former high-level track sprinter with a tall frame and lean definition. Field speed is present in his galloping strides. Flashes another gear to chase. Very few ball carriers are out of his range. Shows an understanding of how to maximize his length and coverage when in position. Competitive player in all areas. Reliability and run support spiked as a senior, limiting missed tackles on tape. Grew up in a military family and operates well within a structured environment. His weaknesses, high cut and knock need with some tightness in direction changes. Caught on his heels and late to explode out of his back pedal. Smart route runners know how to get on his toes and find his blind spot. Plays the receiver more than the quarterback, late to affect the catch point. Needs to better anticipate by picking up on route tells. Finished career without an interception over his final 22 games. Patella injury to his right knee in 2021 high school season opener, which required surgery and sidelined him for his senior year and spring practices his first year at USC. Re-injured the same knee as a freshman, and it bothered him throughout the 2022 season. Coaches said he should have redshirted. He didn't feel like he was back until midway through his sophomore year at USC. A 2-year starter at Alabama and 3-year starter overall. Jackson played on the perimeter in defensive coordinator Kane Womack's scheme, press bail off coverage. A top 5 national recruit out of high school. His career trajectory took a turn as he rehabbed a knee injury, which delayed his development at both USC and Alabama. He returned to Tuscaloosa for his senior year to boost his draft stock, but his snaps and production declined from his junior year. Jackson flashes the linear speed that made him a record-setting sprinter in high school. However, his cover instincts and understanding of the nuances of his position aren't on the same level. He is late to transition from his back pedal and can get turned around with its match movements. He needs to do a better job tracking the quarterback through the route and play stronger through the catch. Only 1 pass breakup in 2025. Overall, Jackson is a battle-tested speed size athlete, but his inconsistent eye discipline and short area movements held him back on his college tape. Improvements in those areas and a role on special teams can get him on an NFL roster. Upside play with good traits. Again, this point in the draft, I think he's going to fit well in a cover 4 for Green Bay. You know, he's not going to have to do too much of that transitioning. Going to play some off coverage as well. I think this is a good pick here in round 6 for Green Bay. Daryl, I've just been talking about it for the last 10 minutes, my friend. He will not be better than Cisse. I will say that pretty confidently. Yeah, another zone cornerback fits the style for sure. Mirko, good to see you. Andrew Jackson was my number 2 overall fit in the top 10 most likely 7th round picks. Let's go, Andrew Merteg. Love it. Our Bernard time. Did he get taken or are we wanting him now in round 7? So after Damani Jackson, Logan Taylor went guard out of Boston College. CJ Williams, wide receiver out of Stanford, and Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College. How many players have we brought in from the top 30? None, right? None of their top 30 visits have been have been drafted so far. So none of their top 30. Look, they're 7th rounders. There's a decent chance that they look there. So yeah, CJ Williams, wide receiver, Stanford to Jacksonville. Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College to Houston. Getting the picks flying off the board a little bit more now. See if there's any other notes on Damani Jackson. Nothing that I'm seeing too much. Justice was happy about this one, looks like, as well. He had Damani all caps. Yeah, we talked about him very, very, at least for us, like when we first started getting into the draft process, we talked about him very early on. Not seeing any other noteworthy Damani Jackson notes. Well, I'd have to go and look at like how many players are currently on the Packers roster. Somebody want to do me a favor and count up how many players, including the draft picks that they've taken so far? I think they had like 14 spots available, something like that. And they've drafted 4, and they'll draft 2 more. Or no, they drafted more than 4. Sorry, they've drafted 5, and they've got 2 more. So they probably have space for like 7 or 8 UDFAs, but they could clear more too. They could definitely clear more. Anthony Smith, wide receiver out of ECU, would be a fun one in round 7. I don't think Nixon's too affected right now, to be honest. He's got 1 year left on his deal. He's not under contract next year. He's probably thinking he's not going to get a contract extension next year. But I would be, I would be more like Carrington Valentine. It's probably a little bit more like he's got some work to do. He's got his work cut out for him. Benjamin St. Juste a little bit might be like, wait a second. I signed here because I thought I was going to have a really good chance, and now I've got 2 more rookies to compete with. But my guess is Carrington Valentine's probably the one that feels the heat the most from 2 corner picks today. Usually they pick them pretty quick. Like we'll probably find out like tomorrow or Monday, maybe even today, but I think probably more like tomorrow. But that's usually just like an initial number, and then it again, they can definitely change. Way too early thoughts on how the draft has impacted the roster, odd men out. So if you're Desmond Ridder, Kyle McCord, you're very happy right now. If you're Chris Brooks, Pierre Strong, Damian Martinez, you're very happy right now. If you are Jacoby Keeney, James, Sky Moore, Bo Melton, Savion, well, not Savion, he'll make it no matter what. Will Shepard, Isaiah Nair, you're very happy right now. I would still say overall, with only taking 1 5th-round offensive lineman, if you are Donovan Jennings, Jacob Monk, John Williams, you are very happy right now. I guess you could put Dalton Cooper, Carson Barnhart, some of those guys. Travis Glover, you're very happy right now. If you are Josh Wiley, you are thrilled right now. Drake Dabney, Messiah Swinson, you're very happy right now. So those guys, really nothing's been affected on offense so far. Any offensive players are pretty freaking happy. Again, maybe Jacob Monk gets a little bit of competition for that backup center spot and things like that. But anybody on offense has to feel pretty good about how this has fallen so far, that it's all basically been defensive players. I would actually say for the interior defensive line, still a lot of opportunity. Like Hargrave, Brooks, Wyatt, McClellan are going to make the team, but you have 2 spots left. Warren Brinson will probably be the leader in the clubhouse for one of those. And then as of right now, Nasir Stackhouse and Jonathan Ford are probably battling for that other one. But, Trumetti, Dante Barnett, Anthony Campbell, James Esther, like those guys are all still fighting for a number 6 defensive tackle spot. Linebackers are all super happy. There's been no linebacker taken. I would expect that they're either looking for one or going to pick up a couple in UDFA. Edge rushers, if you're Aaron Mosby, you're probably not thrilled. If you're Colin Oliver, you have a little bit more competition. Brenton Cox, just because they got DDS, but you probably, if you were smart, you knew they were probably going to take, there's a good chance they were going to take one anyway. And if they didn't take one, they probably were going to sign a free agent. So I don't think the calculus changes too much for them. You're probably looking at Oliver and Cox and Mosby, fighting for 1, maybe 2 spots on the team. Safety hasn't changed one bit. If you're Jonathan Baldwin, you're living the dream right now. Jonathan Baldwin's projected to probably make it as a number 4 safety at the moment. And then corner is the one where things have got a little bit tight. So, Valentine, St. Juste, Nixon got some real competition from Brandon Cease. And then you've got Kamal Haddon, Shamar Bartholomew, who things got a lot tighter at that position. Bo Melton might just be a wide receiver now. I don't know how much, corner he's still going to play. We'll see. But corners are probably the big one that are feeling a little bit more of a squeeze. Yeah, I've posted this. It's highly recommend checking that out. Thank you, to the 2082, you absolute degenerates, for being here with me 4 p.m. on a Saturday, watching round 6 of the NFL draft. You are my type of people. My type of people. I don't think Burton has any legitimate chance to start at center. No, with an injury, he would have an opportunity. And it is worth noting, of course, like Sean Ryan can kick out to guard if there's an injury. You could have Belton kick out to tackle and, Ryan kick out to guard, and you could look at Monk or Burton starting at center in that scenario, but you probably need a little bit of musical chairs. Thank you, Sean. Proud degenerates. Love you guys. Dave, thank you for becoming a new member. Hit that subscribe button, everyone. $79 total going in. All right. So yeah, again, that was before the draft, right? Christopher, can you confirm that? I think it was before the draft. So again, 7 more today. Or is that maybe that's with the draft so far? O-line is definitely by far and away my biggest area of concern at the moment. Nothing's remotely close. I like getting, adding some pieces at the end, corner, defensive tackle, but O-line is still by far and away my biggest concern. All right, so 79 is after the Damani pick. So they'll get 2 more. That'll bring it to 81. One of those is an international pathway program, so they can get to 91. So probably get about 10 UDFAs and maybe a couple more if they like players more than some of the players on their roster. I think it's a possibility that they could take Drones. He could also be a priority undrafted free agent for them. I don't know. There's no, if they could get Heidenreich, I'd be for it. There's just not a ton there at running back. I have a sliding scale of hockey teams. I have some that I like, some that I don't like, some that I'm indifferent about, but if I had to say one, I'm a San Jose Sharks fan, but that's my top one. But I don't have a super large pull to any one specific team. Yeah, Emeralds are fun. Gamblers are fun. They could get a UDFA kicker for sure. Well, I don't have the face for it, so it's got to be my personality. It's definitely got to be the personality. Yeah, NHL in Wisconsin would be amazing. Yeah, it is my drinking soda is killing me. I understand it. I get it. It is my one vice. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I will drink, but it's like a rare night, where I'm going to get probably pretty blasted. And then it's like, we're talking, handful of nights a year that happens. It's pretty rare. I don't ever need alcohol by any stretch of the imagination. I don't gamble anything legitimate, right? So it's all very low stakes sort of stuff. And so yeah, my one vice is soda. It's so funny because I will quit soda and I try to quit soda and I'll give it up for a time. And even times where like I'm really in like a workout kick and I'm in really great shape and I'm sleeping really well and I've given up soda and I'm eating super healthy. Everyone's like, oh, you must feel great. And I'm like, no, I feel great when I'm drinking soda and have caffeine in my body. That's when I feel best. I feel amazing. Gonna need you to put some respect on Lindsley. I mean Burton's name. No pressure on the kid. Oh, gotcha. Yes. Also, yes, you're right. Luiges Pizza, my other vice. Just soda and Luiges Pizza. I'm gonna need to talk to Danny Dennis Sutton because I'm gonna need a good dentist after all the. Energy drinks, yes, but I try to stay away. I do love my favorite thing in the world. My biggest vice in the world is Kickstart. The orange Kickstart is heaven on earth. I would drink 17 orange Kickstarts a day if it wouldn't immediately kill me. Yeah, soda, Luigi's Pizza, and butter, and pizza. Yeah, sorry, soda, Luigi's Pizza, and butter. That's pretty much the diet. Yeah, Heidenreich left at running back. I don't know if I think that one was earlier. Maybe I missed it. Sorry. Liking the draft way more than last year's at this point. I liked last year's a pretty decent amount, but I can understand it. Can't believe Mike is going to have to give up number 1 to Damani Jackson. Solid B plus, pretty much everything getting addressed. Man, I miss Nick Collins. Yeah, Nick Collins was amazing. Mirko, I think I hit this one. Oh, no, I didn't. I don't think. I can't stand anything other than regular Coke or Pepsi. Regular Coke, I get. Regular Pepsi, I used to be big on regular Pepsi, but not so much anymore. I think I went over Deion Burks, but I'm a little surprised. Ontario Thompson, top 30 visit for the Packers, just went in the 6th round to Atlanta. Interesting pick there. Thought he'd be probably more of a UDFA. Heidenreich's probably the only running back left that I like. And I don't know if you could even define him as a running back. All right, so what's gone lately? Skylar Gill Howard, defensive tackle out of Texas Tech to the Lions. Alex Harkey, guard out of Oregon to the Chargers. Micah Morris, guard out of Georgia to the Eagles. And then Ontario Thompson there, defensive tackle to the Falcons. It's so good. How you guys feeling? Give me 1 second. I want to do something really quick. Sorry for the delay here. All right. Sorry about that. Daniel Martini, any relation to Greer? I think I've said that joke like 23 times for the 23 months that you've been here. Do we need to sign any offensive linemen after the draft? My answer is yes. I have a feeling Goody's answer is probably going to be no. I feel very scared about the offensive line. It's by far and away, like I said, the biggest concern that I have. And it's not, there's nothing they can do at this point in the draft. There's nothing they can do in undrafted free agency. I would bring in a Batonio. I would bring in, who's the former Badger, Lion, Titan. What the heck's his name? Oh, that's frustrating. You know what I mean, though. Actually wouldn't mind bringing in Taylor Decker either. I don't think that's going to happen. Zeitler. Sorry, Kevin Zeitler. I would bring in Zeitler. I'd bring in somebody, bring him in, let him compete with, at right guard. And if ultimately at the end of the day, they don't win the job, that's fine. And they can go in to be the backup and you have a really good backup the rest of the year and a good veteran in the locker room. And if they win the job, all right, then Belton's going to be your sort of emergency offensive lineman that can start almost anywhere besides center. So, yeah. I got there eventually. I got there. So it's Denny, not Danny. Danny Dennis Sutton. Oh, absolutely. I consider Marshawn Lloyd as an option. I'm going to give him there's no reason not to give him every opportunity. Now, I'm not counting on it. I'm not going to expect that he's going to make it healthy through any period of time, much less the entire season, right? But I'm absolutely giving him every opportunity to earn that number or deny. All right. Deny Dennis Smith. Deny Dennis Smith. Deny. Okay. Well, there's the worst one ever. And he was my guy. I still can't get over it. I'm sorry. Tunyon. It was Robert Tunyon. Tunyon was way better. That was the demise of Robert Tunyon. When he went from Tunyon to Tunyon, it was all over. It was all over. Tunyon was way better. I don't even care. If my name was just better the other way and everyone was calling me it that way, I'm just Tunyon at that point. I love Robert Tanyan to death. He should have Tanyan to death. He should have stayed as Tanyan. Tanyan was a billion times better. But I'll go with deny. I like deny the science guy. Does anyone else believe LaFleur is not the guy to bring home the Lombardi? Jay, we're not having that conversation today. Enjoy the draft, my friend. Nope. It had nothing to do. He tore the ACL trying to change his name. That's actually how he tore it. He was actually saying it's actually Tunya, and then he exploded. ACL gone. Yeah, the ETN one, that was it. Hn, I think. Travis Hn. Oh man. I didn't even like when Maurice Drew went to Maurice Jones-Drew. Maurice Drew was great. It didn't need the Jones. It sounds fine now, and MJD is a fine abbreviation, but man, those are frustrating. I swear to God, and this is nothing towards you, Gooseby. Literally everyone for the last months is like, they better take 2 corners. They better take 2 corners. They better take, they need it. They could take 3 corners. Why are they not remaking the corner room? And then of course there's just, again, this is nothing towards you, Gooseby. There's just always somebody that's on the opposite end. Why the hell do they take 2 corners? What would they think? Why are they taking 2 corners? And I know, again, you could ask legitimately, probably just asking the question. They don't have anybody under contract in 2027. So this is as much to do about 2027 as 2026. You have St. Just, who's basically on a team option for 2027. And now you've got, Brandon Cease and then, or Cisse, and then it's Cisse? I got to get that down. I'm just getting deny, right? There's too many damn names in my head. Somebody give me the enunciation for Cisse as well. And then we've got, now you've got Jackson as well. So you've got 3 corners potentially under contract next year. But this is just competition depth, all of it. Cisse. All right. See, this is perfect. I'll remember this now forever. Thank you, Kevin. Like seesaw, but Cisse. Seesaw, Cisse. Let's learn together. The more you know. Corleone has off-field stuff as well, sounds like. Matthew, my wife and I have been watching your show from the hospital the past few days. Her gallbladder is officially retired, but doing well now. Go Pack Go. Well, Matthew, as a gallbladder removal patient myself, can't imagine that the 17 gallons of soda I drink every day had anything to do with that. I don't know if it did or not, actually. It's probably not great. But the recovery is not too bad. I've had my gallbladder out. And I had the gallstone removed. True story. I was sitting on Green Bay Nation, and this is a 1,000,000,000% a true story. McCarthy had just been fired, and McCarthy had been fired on Sunday. We recorded the show, I think, on Tuesday to air on Wednesday, or no, maybe Wednesday it was, I think, Tuesday to air on Tuesday, or Wednesday to air on Wednesday, one of the two. And it was Lily Zhao, myself, and Marcus Eversole. And we had gotten halfway through the show. And then the final part of the show was our predictions on who would be the next head coach of the Green Bay Packers. I've tweeted this before. Again, not whatever, doesn't matter. But Marcus Eversole went with Josh McDaniels, and I went with Matt LaFleur. This is 2 days after McCarthy got fired. While we're doing that final segment, I had a gallstone that I could barely talk. I was in so much damn pain, and we are recording on TV. I wasn't live, thankfully. So if I actually needed to pass out or something, I could have or whatever. But I was in so much pain trying to get through that segment. And basically, as soon as that segment was done and was out, I got in my car and I immediately drove to the emergency room. And then, it was found out I had gallstones, had to get my gallbladder. I had to get the gallstones out and the gallbladder removed. So Matthew, thinking of your wife, hopefully she does better, but it's not too bad. The big thing is at one of my incision points, I was an idiot 2 months after surgery. I was trying to kind of lift my kiddo up, and I got a hernia at the spot because I lifted too quick and it hit the spot, and I got a hernia from it. So just be careful. No lifting anything when she's done, but she'll recover just fine. It's not too bad overall. It was my flu game. I'm dying on set, and still got the Matt LaFleur prediction out. Came true. All right. We got a punter. Oh, was Eisen freaking out? All right. Where do we go here? So we had Matt Gulbin, center from Michigan State to Washington, Gabriel Rubio, defensive tackle from Notre Dame to the Steelers, Ryan Eckley, punter from Michigan State to the Ravens, and Obi Ozer, the linebacker from TCU to the Patriots. Oh, we got Stump the Truck. Love a good Stump the Truck. Bears traded up. They're on the clock. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad of a recovery for the gallbladder. Actually, I think the gallstone removal was, I think, a little less fun almost than I had such a sore throat after that. That was not fun. Matthew's wife is actually where I've gotten all my intel from. Thank you, Gobley. Appreciate you, my friend. Again, Gooseby. These picks barely matter. I know they matter. You want good, but just get good players. Position does not matter at all. Just find good players. And they've really been taking positions at main areas of need. And this running back class is the worst, most garbage, awful, no good, very bad running back class of all time. Pound on the table for Diego Pounds. I didn't watch Diego Pounds, so I can't oh, they stumped the truck. We got one stump. What's my proudest draft take ever? I don't know. I don't get to I actually remember like my misses more than my hits. I have two that I'm still pissed off on to this day. I knew they were going to go edge, and I knew it wasn't going to be Brian Burns, and I knew it really probably wasn't going to be Montez Sweat. And I think I was just in denial that it was going to be Rashawn Gary. And I just everything, if you really like look at what it's like, what Green Bay goes for, I should have 1,000,000,000% known it was going to be Rashawn Gary. Again, I knew it was going to be an edge rusher. I narrowed it down to basically, again, like Sweat and Gary. And I went with Sweat, and I should have gone with Rashawn Gary. Like I said, I just think the shoulder thing right before it really threw me. And again, I think I maybe just didn't want it to be Gary, so I didn't. But that's one that I should have gotten right. So I was pissed at that. And then last year, the amount of time that I debated back and forth on my final prediction tweet between Hairston and Matthew Golden, and I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I literally at one point had Matthew Golden typed out. I had Golden typed out, and then I backspaced it, and I went with Hairston instead. And just so pissed at that too, that I knew it was going to either be Golden or Hairston. I felt really, really good about that. And I should have predicted Golden, and I had it typed out, and then to switch it and have it be Hairston, and then they draft Golden. Just brutal. I just didn't know if Golden was going to get there. If you'd have told me Golden was there, I would have typed it in for sure. I thought there was a much better chance that Hairston was there for sure, and he was. And I just didn't think Golden was going to quite get there, but had it all typed out. And so I'm pissed about those two to this day. Should have hit the Gary pick, should have hit the Golden pick, and just a bit unlucky on both of those. Those are the ones that piss me off the most. Is I had the right formula, the right test score. I had all the things I needed and just wrote down the wrong answer. Just idiot. Absolute idiot. Oh, Vandenberg went to the Bears. That's absolutely lame. Don't like that at all. Let's go. We've almost got a starting five for no gallbladders. Let's get after it. How many picks have you hit on this year? I mean, it just depends on how you want to view it, right? Like, I predicted the Cisse in the first round. McClellan, I went on the 25 Packers most likely to be Packers. I went on a pretty big spiel about McClellan being the pick in the third round, to keep an eye out for McClellan in the third round, and they took him. DDS was on my list of 25 Packers most likely to be Packers. Burton was off my radar entirely. I didn't watch him. Didn't have much intel. Wasn't a top 30 visit, so I didn't have anything to do with him. Damani Jackson was a corner that we talked about very early in the process. I didn't make any predictions today of who was going to go where, but Justice and I, again, we did 2 back-to-back episodes where we talked about 4 corners. And I think the second episode we did was Damani Jackson was in that one of like a potential key target at corner for Green Bay. So I would just say, prediction, non-prediction. I feel really good that, we've here on Pack a Day, we covered Cisse, McClellan, DDS, and Damani Jackson, pretty thoroughly going into this week, this weekend before the picks. And Jaeger Burton was, again, the only one that, maybe was a slight blind spot, but I feel really good about everything so far. Give me Nadame Tucker or Josh Moten. Okay. You got your flag planted. I like that. Tough. Get rid of it. Get rid of both. Yeah. Diego Pounds is an offensive tackle. Yeah. Gary's an interesting conversation. I would also very much argue not a draft bust. And I do think the ACL really sort of derailed him a little bit, but definitely not a draft bust. You can argue, not as good as Brian Burns, and conversation between him and Montez Sweat would be a really interesting one, but definitely not a bust. If you get that level of overall play for a pretty good sizable chunk of time, that's a pretty good hit the vast majority of the time. Again, maybe not ever quite living up to pick 12 or whatever. Definitely didn't live up to the contract that he got most recently, but I would still say, yeah, you're not too upset with that pick overall if you're the general manager of the team. Caden Curry, edge out of Ohio State to the Colts. How I haven't looked at my all right. So gotta check here. So Brandon Cisse, I'm looking at my big board that I put out before the draft. Brandon Cisse I had as a second round target at corner for Green Bay, and they took him in the second round. Chris McClellan, I had as a third round target at defensive tackle for Green Bay. They took him in the third round. Denai Dennis Sutton, I had as a third round edge rusher on the board. They took him in the fourth. Jaeger Burton, I had as a 4th to 7th, like a day 3 offensive lineman for Green Bay on the big board. They took him on day 3. Damani Jackson, I had as a day 3 option for the Packers on the big board, and they took him in day 3. So outside of having DDS, 1 round ahead, and maybe they had him in the third round. We don't know that they got him in the fourth round, but so far, everyone that they took was on the big board that we had prior to the draft that I put out. So again, I had 200 plus people on there. You're going to hit most of them, right? But I tried to limit it to Packers types. And so last year, the only one that wasn't on the board was Colin Oliver, because he was very not Packers-y. But considering they haven't taken any of the top 30 visits, I feel pretty good about where we've had the board so far. Oh, Packers are on the clock? Oh, my bad. Packers are on the clock. Well, that's fun. That's very fun. Do we know what the trade is? Yeah, I'm assuming they just traded the 2 7ths to get to this spot. Harold Perkins Jr., Falcons. I wonder if this is the defensive end from Central Michigan. Last pick of the 6th, Packers on the clock. Trade. I've not seen terms of the trade nor who they're picking yet. As soon as I find out, I'll let you know. I would assume they traded the 2 7th round picks to get to this spot. I don't know. I will say, Goody, it's a win. It's a win-lose. If we only get 6 picks out of this draft, really, really nice that I only have 6 players to do deep dives on. That takes a lot less of my time. The bad news is I only have 6 players of content to do deep dives on. Like sometimes when they pick like 14, I've got like 2 weeks of content out of that. 6 people is only going to get me through like the end of this week to like next Sunday potentially. So the work it takes to put into those, I might still prefer that, but just kind of an interesting juxtaposition. I've not seen pick or anything as of this point. So they are picking. They are on the clock. The pick is in. Just have not seen. Oh my God! They took a kicker. They took Trey Smack. They took Trey Smack, the kicker out of Florida. All right, McManus. Game on. Game on, Brandon McManus. If you're asking who in the roster just got a wake-up call, Brandon freaking McManus just got a wake-up call. Also, very easy deep dive breakdown episode. Going to be the easiest one yet. I might just include him in the UDFA breakdown. Let's go. It's a smack off, the 6th round smack off. Trey Smack made 53 of 64 field goal attempts in his career. First kicker off the board. Green Bay takes the number 1 player at their position in the 6th round. Goody cooking. All right, let's get to Trey Smack. I have not watched. I don't know what Trey Smack looks like. He could be a 7-foot, Argentinian, I don't even know what. I have no idea. All right, Trey Smack. Round 6 projection by Atlanta Zerline. Smack has a strong leg and can deliver beyond 50 yards at a high rate without having to drive balls with a lower trajectory. His repeatable process and consistent placement give him an above average chance of making it in the league. Consistent ball striker with good lift and placement. Made 77% of his kicks from 50+ yards. That's good. 10 out of 13. Capable as an emergency punter if needed. Let's go. Daniel Whelan, emergency punter. We got a backup punter and a kicker. Good size with the ability to cover and tackle on kickoffs. We got Mason Crosby 2.0. Missed a 47-yard kick in overtime, lost to Tennessee in 2024. Never mind, cut him. High percentage of misses were off the right hash. All right, noteworthy there. And missed 3 field goals in the first game of 2025, including 39 and 40-yard tries. There's your Trey Smack. What a great name for a kicker. What a fantastic name. Brandon McManus, you are on the clock, my friend. You've got competition. Also, if you're also wondering who has a really bad day today, the very final answer is Lucas Haversick. My friend, sorry, substitute teaching is calling you. Your time in Green Bay is up. I'm not celebrating that, by the way. I feel bad for him, but yeah, Travis Smack. There is no write-up from Dane Brugler on kickers. He was his number 1 kicker with a 6th-round grade. And there's no other information on Trey Smack. How dare you, Dane Brugler? You're not giving me anything to read? All right. Trey Smack, kicker, Florida. There we go. We got highlights. We got highlights on NFL Network. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm all in. All in. What more could you want? Did we see the trade? Was it I'm assuming the 2 7ths? Trey making trays. Anyone confirm if it's the 2 7s? It was both 7s. Okay. That makes the most sense. Okay. There it is. There is your Packers draft. In totality, I'm assuming they're not going to probably get back into the 7th. They always could trade like a pick next year to get back in this draft. I'm assuming if they're giving up 2 7ths for a kicker, the board probably wasn't too kind to the remainder of their picks. So I don't think they're going to be chasing anybody at this point in time. Your final Green Bay Packers draft for 2026, Brandon Cisse, corner out of South Carolina, Chris McClellan, defensive tackle out of Missouri, Dennis Sutton, edge rusher out of Penn State, Yeager Burton, center, offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman out of Kentucky, Damani Jackson, the corner out of Alabama, and then last but not least, Trey Smack, kicker out of Florida. Gotta love it. That's overall, like, they addressed a little bit of everything. I mean, pretty slim on offense. That has to be, I mean, have they ever only had one pick or fewer on offense? That has to be a first, right? Just one pick on offense in a draft. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, so not last year, not the year before that, not the year before that. All right, I'm gonna chat GPT this because I'm not going through. I don't know if it's gonna answer it for me or not. See if chat GPT can come through for me. It said 2026, so that's a good start. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Again, I don't know. I don't know how much I trust it because I usually don't. But yeah, I think that's got to be the first time that only one offensive player has been taken in a given draft. Go Smack, go! All right, I like it. Winners of the draft: Packers offensive skill position players. All their jobs are safe for now. Yeah, offensive players have got to be pretty thrilled at the moment. Andy, we still need a full deep dive video. It's the rules. Can't have less than 6 videos. I'll see. You're going to get 5 for sure. I don't know what I'll do with the kicker one yet. Maybe it can be a day where they like sign a free agent or something, and I just do the kicker deep dive really quick. I mean, it's going to be the easiest film review ever. Actually, I don't know. I take that back. I don't have special teams film. I only have offense and defense film. But I wonder if I can just find. There's got to be a cut up of all of his kicks somewhere. All right, that might be a little bit of a problem. Here's the other thing. I have no idea how to evaluate kicking other than did it go through the uprights or not. There's a couple of small things I know, but for the most part, I don't even know where to begin on breaking down kicker play. We'll figure it out. 82 point. Here's Zach Cruz's tweet about it. 82.8% career field goal percentage, 14 out of 19 on kicks between 40 and 49, 10 out of 13 on 50 plus, career long of 56, 100 of 101 on extra points. Dane Brugler's top rated kicker, as we mentioned. Interesting. Cowboys took Anthony Smith. My bet, or I didn't really bet anything, but it paid off. I said he'd get drafted. I really liked him when I watched his tape. I thought he was a very draftable player. No talking smack about this draft. I love that they took a kicker. We're getting the great kicker battle of 2026. We're back in kicker zone where every kick is going to be tracked again this offseason. What more could you possibly want? Training camp is going to be lit. We've got kicker battles all over the place. Should open up an extra UDFA spot with the substitute teacher likely getting released would be my guess. They gave up. I haven't seen it, but per chat, they gave up the 2/7, which by far and away is the most likely scenario. If we're just being serious for a second, I saw somebody post this or something like it of like, why a kicker? I can understand the if you're a never draft specialist sort of person, I think overall it would bear out that it's probably bad process to draft a kicker. Rasheed Walker was a 7th round pick. That's a starting offensive tackle. And the value of that over a kicker is monumental, right? There have been quarterbacks taken like Brady at 199, obviously, Purdy at Mr. Irrelevant, and you could get a potential starting quarterback. The high-end payoff of a kicker that at best is going to come in and be, well, at best he's your kicker, but like is probably in your kicker battle. There's an argument to be made there that you should just never, like, just taking a lottery ticket on a more premium position is almost always your better bet. So there's a fair argument to be made about that. And I have no issue if that's your take on it, of like, why would you ever draft a specialist? That there's very much an analytical argument to be made for that. If your board is just nuked, you don't have you don't have a strong grade on anybody left on your board, and you think that you have a potential long-term kicker, I don't hate it. What I'll also add on top of this is, while it's maybe not super likely or whatever, if you hit on almost any player in this draft, right, their long-term play in Green Bay, even on like a hit, is like what, 5, 6, 7 years, maybe 8 years or whatever. If you hit on a kicker and get it right, you could have like a 10 to 12 year kicker on your hands. Like Mason Crosby was here forever. Like you get, like, there's a chance that if he hits, he could be here well beyond, like, he could be here beyond Gutekunst, beyond Matt LaFleur. He could be beyond almost anybody. In like 12 years from now, it might be Ed Policy and Trey Smack as like the only 2 people in the org, and Wes Hott as a writer are like the only 3 people left in the organization, with the way things change over in the NFL, if you hit on them. So I understand the argument of just like never draft specialists. Longwell was a UDFA. They drafted Conway in the 3rd, and then Longwell came along as a UDFA, and Longwell was the better player, right? So if you're upset over that aspect of it, fine. I think we're at the point in the draft where it's not that big of a deal. Almost anybody that you might have drafted at this spot is probably in contention for a UDFA deal anyway. I'm okay with it. I have no major issue with it. So yeah, I will say I have no problem with it whatsoever. Yeah, again, the most likely scenario for players taken around this spot is, cut, practice squad. So I wouldn't, again, not worth getting too up in arms about. And it's a great kicker name. Trey Smack is about as good as it gets for a kicker name. UDFAs, I'd keep an eye on any of the top 30 visits, really, for the players. I would have taken Payne here at safety. I think he's still available. I would love if they could find a way to get him in undrafted free agency, VJ Payne. But keep an eye on the UDF or the top 30 visit guys, especially the edge rusher, Heldman. He would be one that I think Michael Heldman out of Central Michigan, that they will probably try to target in UDFA. And then the quarterbacks too, Baron Morton or the drone strike, Kyron Drones. Yeah, no running back is not surprising. Again, terrible, no good, very bad running back draft. No running backs worth really taking. Again, Heidenreich would have been fun if they could get him in undrafted free agency. I'd be cool with that. I'm surprised there wasn't more of an appetite for Heidenreich, honestly. Surprised there wasn't a little bit more of an appetite for Landon Robinson as well, the defensive tackle out of Navy. I thought those guys would at least be interesting flyers for teams, but apparently teams did not think so. Yeah, Rager getting picked would be cool for the Badgers. There's Endries in the 7th round to the Bengals. That's a good pick for them in round 7. If you Google top kickers in draft, Trey Smack comes up number 1. Yeah, he was top 1 on Brugler's board for kickers, for whatever that is. Yeah, Bankston as a undrafted free agent would be nice. Would be happy to have that. No, he's a Dolphin. Omer Brown is a Dolphin. He's in Green Bay South. Okay, I do have confirmation. Not that I didn't trust you guys anyway, but it was the 2 7s for the 6. So it's 3rd. Fourth specialist. I think Schneidman tweeted out 3 specialists, but it's 4 because they drafted that long snapper that I don't remember his name anymore. And then Yeah, J.K. Scott and Anders Carlson. He's not done great with specialists. That has been a weak spot of his for sure. Yeah, drones as a UDFA would be totally cool. I don't know. Again, it just depends on their appetite of what they want to do at backup quarterback. If they feel like they want to sign a legitimate backup quarterback, then, you know, if you're going to get drones, you probably need to release one of the two that's already on the roster. So I don't know what their appetite is there. But yeah, overall, I think drones is a real possibility. Yeah, there we go. Hunter Bradley. UDFA who makes the team this year, call it now. I dare you. I'm not going to call a UDFA who makes the team when I don't even know which UDFAs are on the team. Give me the running back. Give me the running back. All right, I want to hear your grades. What are your grades on the Packers draft today? Or not today, but just overall over the last 2 days. Michael Trigg in UDFA would be great. That'd be a good one. Smack nailed a 60-yarder at the combine. All right, that's cool. D-, Dan, harsh grade. No fullback or long snapper in the 7th round, maybe next year. B- for Ben, A- for Cole, B+ for Dave, A for Alex, A+++++ for Ghost, A for Anonymousness, solid B for Doug, A for Lambo Leap, B for Raptor, B+, B would have been an easy A. You should not let the kicker pick change anything for you one way or the other. B+, A-, B+, 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 B+ or A-, A-, B-, A+, A-, B, B, B-, solid B, B+, A-, B+, A-. Overall grade, I'd charitably put it somewhere between an A+ and an A+++. B, B+, A-, very happy with it. B+. It is apparently not pronounced Danny. It's pronounced deny, is what I've been told. Might be my favorite Goot draft. A-, A-, C, B+, B, B+, A-, A-, A. Micah pulls the grade to an A+, A+. S, if you S tier, if you consider that Micah in the first, you get a little less than half of Micah. A little less than half. You get like 45% of Micah. B was going to be an F, but then we drafted a kicker named Smacks, and now it's an A+. C+ because they're rookies. They're all rookies. Mad City. A, B+, A, better than I expected. B+, A, B-, B, B+, B+. Looks like a nice draft. B+. I don't know. I've heard deny. B, B+ or A-, B-, C+, B-, B+, C+, B-. Lots of other grades too. Smack is an A. All right, no more grades. That's it for grades. Not going to do any more. A-. Just glad Goody didn't do anything dumb or draft someone we didn't need. All right, fair enough. As we filled our needs with the first 2 picks, added depth on the O-line, and got a freak project in the 4th. Can understand why you'd be happy with those things. I think overall it's a very solid draft for Green Bay, with filling a lot of positions of need. I like that McManus is not getting a free pass. He's going to have to earn his job at kicker. I will say, when they gave McManus that $1 million roster bonus, I did not think a drafted kicker was on the table. Favorite pick? I'd probably say Cisse. I think Cisse is probably my favorite pick. I think for value, you could argue DDS though, for sure. And like I said, McClellan grew on me throughout the process. Which, by the way, I don't know if you heard that. Milt Hendrickson said to a T, go back and listen to his press conference. And he said, McClellan is somebody that grew on us throughout the process. It was like almost like a T. And it was the exact, like I literally talked about it yesterday. of how when I first watched him, I was like, yeah. And then I went back and watched him again. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of really good stuff here. There's a lot of really good stuff. And it sounds like they were very similar where like as the process went on. And I think he had like pretty good, all-star game stuff and, combine and things like that. But yeah, it sounds like they had a very similar experience. Yeah, it was very funny. Very, very fast. I mean, honestly, like, these guys know these players so well in and out for years. And, you don't always hear like a team say that, yeah, he really grew on us throughout the process. It was just very funny to hear him say the exact same thing. There's almost like an acquired taste. There's certain players, when Kenny first got traded, Kenny was on a different level. And again, this was just me, I think, being a little bit younger and like evaluating stuff. But I remember, and I kind of learned it as I watched tape of Kenny through college. When I first watched Kenny, like going into the draft, I was like, this is fine. And then when they drafted him and I went and watched more tape, and then I kind of really like dug into it, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I get it. There were so many nuances of what Kenny was doing. And then he carried that into his career too, where if you're just looking for flashy plays and things like that, you might not catch it. But there was so much amazing stuff that he was doing as a 20-year-old at UCLA. And I think there's just some nuances of stuff with McClellan that you kind of pick up on a little bit on tape too. The more granular you get with it, where you're like, yeah, there's something there. And I don't know that he's going to work out. I was watching some of his stuff last night too. There is a lot of really pedestrian stuff on tape for McClellan that you do have to kind of stomach a little bit, but there's some really, really fun stuff there too. Don't get your hopes up, Beast Bumblebee. I'll do my best. It might be like the first 5-minute episode. You know me, I can never get like under 20. Like, I could be talking about toothpaste and I'm going to probably go 25 minutes. Maybe I can get Mason on for the kicker breakdown. Maybe I can get Mason on. I'll have to try that. I'll always take Micah, but this was a great draft if we were never going to trade a first pick. If we were ever going to trade a first pick. Yeah, this is a pretty good one overall. Smack also handled kickoff duties in college with just over 75% of his kicks resulting in touchbacks last season. Again, that's different in the NFL now. You don't exactly want that. Smacked for hype. Bleacher Report gave DDS a C. That's a weird grade. Again, I can understand if they just didn't like the tape and you just didn't, but in 4th round, that seems like pretty damn good value. Smack can beat out McManus and perform well. The salary cap savings over the next 4 years would not be trivial. That's a good point, Donald. That's a very good point. You also could have a situation where McManus just beats him out easily and you've spent 2 7th-round picks to move up for a 6th and have nothing to show for it. That's also, but I mean, in the 6th, 7th round, that can happen all the time on any draft pick. So yeah, talked about it, but like the overall selection of Damani Jackson, looks like an Alabama corner, a height, weight, speed guy, not the most fluid sort of corner, fits well in a cover 4. I think he'll be able to come in and compete pretty well. 6-player draft class, very bizarro for Brian Gutekunst. Only 1 offensive player is wild. Imagine I told you going into the draft when they had 8 picks that they would only draft 1 offensive player. What would your prediction have been? And like, imagine I told you they'd draft only 1 offensive player and it wasn't until day 3. That's another crazy one. It's got to be one of the least value, like overall value of draft value spent on an offensive draft class ever. Like, is any draft class ever spent less than 1 5th round pick? 1 5th round pick on an offensive player. That has to be some of the lowest valued draft class for an offense ever. I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, there's probably one less maybe out there, but it has to be extremely, extremely unlikely that there's been a less valuable offensive draft class than one 5th round pick. Andy, when can teams sign free agents and it not count against the comp? Tuesday. Thank you for doubling the super chat on that too. Appreciate you. Goody only kept 2 7th rounders from all of his drafts on the current team. Okay. I actually think Orzik, I still don't know to this day, by the way, in classic Andy form, and I've heard it both. If it's Orzik or Orchak, I think it's Orzik, but I've seen all over the place. I think he's actually developed really well into a nice long snapper. I don't think they need any competition there. Yeah, Valentine and John Williams are both on the team. So yeah, that's a true story. I'll finish out the draft. We don't have too much left, right? I don't know. Maybe we have like 40 picks left. I have no idea. But I'll finish out the draft and then I'll probably do, I'll take a quick break, get some food, then I'll do a reaction vid. And I'll probably take a little bit of a nap, watch some film, get ready for tomorrow's show. Well, we got 257. Oh man, we still have 31 picks left with no Packers picks. I don't know. Maybe I won't make it all the way. We'll see. Yeah, I think Bo will still have a chance. I mean, his odds at wide receiver went up quite a bit through this offseason with Dobbs gone and Wicks gone and no free. I mean, he's the 6th wide receiver right now. I don't think there's any thought of that. I do wonder if they like Isaiah Nair. I did not have the kicker on my draft board, by the way. So my draft board missed one again. Of the 6 picks, I only had 5. Failure on my part. I did not put any kickers on the draft board, nor did I have them on my most likely Packers selections. Unacceptable. Total fail on my end. Yeah, Jaeger was a Nagler crush. Yeah, we talked about that right away. He got one of his guys. Insight on how they feel about Williams from last year on the O-line? No, no idea. I mean, obviously they liked him enough to draft him, but hopefully he's healthy and can come in and compete this year. LaFleur speaking to the media. Listen a little bit. Talked about a kicking competition. Oh, tied for the smallest draft class in franchise history. That's interesting. Smack is an A-chord guy. All right. Interesting. Matt LaFleur brought up veterans on the street that they could potentially pick up. Didn't say anybody, obviously, but that's a little bit interesting. Lloyd looks like he's in great shape. Said they'll monitor running back throughout the course of the offseason. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. Who's the top 30 visit that they didn't do it? They didn't get any top 30 visits, did they? Am I missing somebody? Matt said it'd be big time if they could get Christian Watson re-signed. Is that Westendorf asking questions? I think that was Westendorf. Packet A podcast zone. I won't take too much more of this. So it felt like they needed to add bodies to the corner room. Said all 4 of the defensive players coming in can compete for playing time. Which is a little bit interesting for a 6-round corner, but don't necessarily disagree. Yeah, LaFleur said that there is Bengals selected Landon Robinson. That's fun. LaFleur said there's going to be competition at kicker. It sounds like maybe there's some thought of like the Packers are going to cut McManus. I would be very, very stunned if the Packers cut McManus. I don't think there's any reason to do that. You let them compete all throughout. I don't think you just hand it to a 7th round kicker. No, I'll leave it at that. I'll check out the rest later. But yeah, I don't think there's any chance that they just cut McManus unless there's something like that's out there, something that we don't know about. I would expect that to be a full-on competition. Great work this weekend. Listen to you a ton. Love our draft. A Packer fan from Georgia. Kevin, thank you so much. Thank you again so much for everyone who showed up all weekend long. This has been a ton of fun. Breaking down all these picks and talking with you guys. Absolutely a ton of fun. Smack jersey. Let's go. What number did you choose for him? I want to get caught up on what's happened here in the draft. These picks are starting to fly off a little bit more. Anthony Smith went to Dallas. We talked about that. Jaden Williams, offensive tackle, to the Cardinals. TJ Hall to the Saints. Toriano Pride to the Bills. Injuries to the Lions. Tyree West, an edge rusher, to the Lions. Injuries to the Bengals. Quarterback from Rutgers. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. To Washington. Robert Spears-Jennings to the Steelers. Jaron Kanak to the Titans. Landon Robinson, fun one, to the Bengals. Jackson Kawach, linebacker from Miami, Ohio, to the Panthers. We are at pick 228. Pick is in. We got to get to 257. If we draft a place kicker, we really need a new long snapper. Why can I not click that? I disagree. I think Orzek's been good. I think he's actually developed into a really nice long snapper, and I don't think you want to mess with that. Once you find one, you set it and forget it, and don't really worry about it. Don't try to mess with it. I would assume rookie minicamp is next weekend. I would not get your hopes up on anything, meaning it used to be a 2-day rookie minicamp where we would attend and they would actually do stuff in practice that was like legitimate. And it was really fun and it was awesome. Last year's was a 1-day rookie minicamp and it was nothing. It was like warm-ups and that was pretty much it. It was basically more of like an introduction to the players, to the facilities and things like that. It was like an orientation is basically what it was. They went through warm-ups and stuff like that, and they did it at like 75% speed at best, and they didn't really like nothing else. So there was nothing to glean from it or get out of it whatsoever, other than like some jersey numbers and seeing some of the tryout guys and things like that. Not much to take away from it. So I'm not getting my hopes up too much that there's going to be too much of substance. I also have a soccer tournament for my kid next weekend. So if it is next weekend, I might be out of luck with being able to attend, which I'm not going to lose sleep over because it was nothing last year. It was basically an entire waste of time. OKC beat Phoenix. There's Victor Payne goes to the Jets. So Payne finally got taken. VJ Payne to the Jets at 228. Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle out of NC State, to the Raiders at 229. Just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats here. Eric or Richard, I don't know if I got to yours. Thank you for that. Earlier, Justice said that DDS is a draft profile that the NFL always misses. Can you explain the general profile or player examples that fit? Tall, long arms, super athletic, good production in college. Those generally turn out pretty damn well. Justice used to do like his math rushers or force players. He used to study that stuff pretty in depth for like edge types that turn out really well. It's not a perfect formula by any stretch of the imagination, but he put a lot of time, effort, and energy that over the years, and was like basically like ahead of the NFL. Like he would put out his list of like draft players that would like hit, and his hit rate was just crazy. His hit rate was crazy by basically using that formula that he had. So I'm assuming he used that same formula to look at DDS and liked what he saw. I don't think Xavier Harris will be in the cards just because, again, there is some off-field stuff. I don't think Green Bay's probably going to touch it. Yeah, I would like more depth and competition on the O-line. So just seeing if anything else is coming in. Shea put up 42 with 8 assists today. That's crazy. Dude is good at basketball. There, Heidenreich went Steelers. Pick 230. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he's pretty emotional. Very cool. He's got the full Navy gear on. Oh, he's at the draft? All right. Again, not to tinfoil hat this one, but the hometown Steelers took the guy this is a little Baron Strelly from last year that just happens to be at the draft in the 7th round at pick 230. The guy with the full Navy uniform on. All right. Very cool, though. Very cool. Seems a little on the nose. But cool moment, nonetheless. Trevor Sikkema had glowing things to say, but what glowing things could you say? Made kicks? Nah, if he strikes the ball clean and hits it with confidence and the ball just explodes off his foot, that's a good sign. Yeah, nothing too crazy from Green Bay. All expected positions, all very Packers-y players. The kicker would probably be the most kind of outside the box, maybe didn't see that coming sort of thing, but nothing too wild for sure. Yeah, very cool moment for Heidenreich. I do agree with that. Why is Smack worth trading up for? I mean, again, I just think it depends on where your board's at. If your board kind of fell apart, you didn't have, any players left that you were really super enamored with and you wanted competition at the position, really like the player. That stuff is pretty irrelevant in my opinion. I don't put that much stock into, 2 7ths for a 6th is we're just playing with monopoly money at this point of the draft. And you hope that you roll snake eyes on something. If they thought he could legitimately be the kicker of the future and you wanted competition for McManus, awesome. I think the thing that's a struggle, right, is that, what does he have to do to beat out McManus? McManus was awesome in camp a year ago. Remember, he went through like a huge streak where like he didn't miss anything. He was unbelievable. And then, in some key moments, he missed some key kicks, including in the playoffs for the 2nd consecutive year. So, if your rookie kicker, who is undoubtedly going to miss some kicks in camp, like it's just going to happen. I doubt he's going to come in and make everything in camp. If he misses some kicks and McManus looks perfect again, it doesn't necessarily mean that McManus is going to be great in the season. Like it's a little bit of a difficult, like obviously if McManus just sucks in camp, well then, okay, maybe it's easy and it's as simple as that. But what is he going to have to do to earn the spot? That's what's going to be interesting to me. Kicker ended the 6th. Let's freaking go. Let's go, Vex. Yeah, Justice talked about that on a pod that we did maybe a couple weeks ago. So I know there was some like domestic violence thing. I know about that, but I don't know the extent of it for sure. Yeah, Heidenreich would have been fun. Would have been fun. Yeah, I don't think they're going to carry 2 kickers on the 53. Unless, again, there's some bizarro injury situation. That was the only reason that was taking place. Still probably a mistake, but I think you're safe there. No, I don't. No chance. I don't think there's any chance that they do that again. Especially because, if you go in that direction, once McManus is on the roster week 1, he's a vested veteran, so his whole salary would guarantee. So yeah, there's no real chance of that. I do not think they'll carry 2 kickers. Less, I'll gyre this one, 0.01%. 0.01% chance they keep 2 kickers, unless again there's some bizarro injury situation. The one thing I'll say, and maybe I don't want to really talk about this just because whatever. The one thing I will say is it feels like, Patriots selected Baron Morton, the quarterback that Green Bay had in for a top 30 visit. So he goes to New England. I'm sure maybe the families and spouses or whatever were not open to it, but would have just felt like easier if you could have, found a way to say that you were like in an open relationship or something and like just worked with it at home. I mean, obviously it would have been a lie or whatever, but felt like there maybe would have been a way to to do something different there. But I mean, the other thing I'll say too is just that I think the bigger issue for both is, when you get into these situations, you're best just to be transparent about it and just get it out there and be like, yep, this is what happened. We apologize or whatever. Cover up is usually, what gets you into a little bit more hot water with everything. There's another top 30 that just got taken. Onyanwa out of Ohio State. He was taken by the Falcons. So some of the Green Bay top 30 visits are starting to go a little bit now. So I'm trying to see who's left on the top 30 visits at the moment. Ted Hurst is gone. TJ Quinn is still out there. So TJ Quinn. Jacob Thomas is still out there. Josh Geske. Keep an eye on Geske as one, I would say. Malcolm DeWalt. Damon Bankston. Darko Perkins McAllister. Michael Heldman. Nigelak Kelly. Kyron Drones. So nine guys are still out there. There's also 2, I think, top 30 visits that we never found out, but there's 9 out there at least that are still worth that they could pick up. I'll be doing a gut reaction probably sometime before it should be up before like somewhere between like 7 and 8 p.m. tonight. I'll do like a gut reaction to the entire draft. That'll be on YouTube and the audio channel. I believe Ross will be doing something similar as well at some point. Tomorrow I'll do a little bit of a full recap of day 3 and the draft overall. Monday, Justice and I will kind of, talk through everything also. And then Tuesday we'll do a full deep dive on Cisse and then go from there. Tim Keenan III goes to the Rams. So I know some people were looking at him. Percentage chance we keep the UDFA on a week 1 roster alive, I'd say pretty strong. I think there's a lot of opportunities on this roster to make it as a UDFA. I think, the right UDFA might be able to make it as a backup quarterback, as a running back. There's a number 6 wide receiver job up for grabs. You could easily beat out a Josh Wiley at tight end. There's plenty of offensive line spots up for grabs. There, you have to beat out like Nasir Stackhouse and Jonathan Ford for a defensive line position. You have to beat out Colin Oliver and Brenton Cox and Aaron Mosby for an edge position. you could beat out Christian Welch or Nick Neiman for a linebacker position. Corner might now like all of a sudden be like one of the tougher ones if you're a UDFA, but there's not a ton of, there's still like opportunity there, I would say. Safety, you're battling at safety with, what the heck's his name? You're battling with like Jonathan Baldwin and Mark Perry right now, and maybe Jalen Simpson for kind of a number 4 safety spot. So there's a lot of opportunity. I would think the low amount of money spent on actual draft picks could allow us to offer some higher bonuses. There's the contracts are pretty much written in the CBA. So there's nothing really too much with that. They will save maybe a little bit of money by having fewer draft picks, but nothing that's more than like a rounding error. Honestly, it's not going to be that exorbitant. Probably less than like $1 million overall. Wes Hodkiewicz would be the one to know. He keeps track of it. I don't know what the exact number is for how many years in a row. It's in like the 20s, right? Is Jonathan Gannon top? Oh, okay. You're just saying he's happy with the defensive picks? If he's talking, I'm going to be pissed. I am surprised that Mason Rager is still out there, that he didn't get picked. I thought he would get picked today. Still time. Still time to get selected, though. He's running out of time, but So Baron Morton just goes to New England. We're at 235. Yeah, it's only 22 picks. Honestly, if you're a player now, it's probably better to get to undrafted free agency rather than having to go to one team. You do get potentially a little bit better bonus unless you're a priority free agent signing, but could actually be a little bit better to be an undrafted free agent at this point in time. By the way, in case you were wondering if Green Bay could move back into the 7th round, Goody is already talking to the media. He's done. He's wrapped up shop. He's not buying anything anymore. He has no interest. He's called it a day. So in case you're wondering of like, oh, they could get back in the 7th. Nope, not happening. He's already done his press conference. Mason Rager as UDFA for Green Bay would be fun. That would be a fun pickup. Gavin Gerhardt to the Vikings. Seahawks pick is in at 236. About 21 picks left, 20 picks left, somewhere in that range. I will probably, I'll probably head out around 5:30, guys, regardless of picks. Just get started on some stuff, get some dinner, things like that, so I can watch a little bit of tape and do the gut reaction vid and watch Matt's press conference, watch Goody's press conference. Going to probably be another long night. Get my Luigi's frozen pizza game going too. Got to get that in. So I'll probably be here for about another 15 minutes. If you want to get any final questions in, try to answer as much as I can. Andre Fuller, the corner out of Toledo, goes to the Seahawks. How many DBs did they draft? Or maybe that's just 2. They got Price, Bud Clark, Julian Neal. Oh, so 3 DBs, 2 corners. Bo Stevens, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., and Andre Fuller. It's a pretty solid draft. By this point in the draft, there are already UDFAs signed by teams, right? Just contingent upon if they get drafted or not, for sure. For sure. I haven't seen Dallin Bentley's name go. No, he's still out there. Tight end from Utah. He's still out there. He's 5th on ESPN's board of tight ends available. Yeah, Nussmeier, that's crazy. That's got to be one of the bigger. I thought Deontay Lawson would get drafted too. Very interesting. I don't know. Is ESPN and NFL talking a lot about Nussmeier not getting picked? Yeah, Vandenberg going to the Bears is not fun. I don't know. He's not really a Packers-y type. I don't know. I think if they had any interest in taking him, they just would have taken him with either the 6th or the 2 7ths or whatever. I would assume the drone strikes will be the one that they go after if they do a UDFA quarterback. Mason Rager is currently 24th on ESPN's big board, and there's again about 20 some picks left. Draft is over, my friend, for the Packers, and they did. McClellan is going to be a nose tackle for them in all likelihood. Again, he can play all over, but he's probably going to be a primary nose tackle. Yeah, he could potentially be on the list as well. Yeah, there's a couple of vet free agent offensive tackles, but not any that I'm like super excited about or think they're going to go grab right away. I think they probably like their room more than I probably like their room. My guess is they're pretty okay with Kennard and Travis Glover and those two kind of fighting for those spots as backup offensive tackles, and Jaeger Burton and Jacob Monk, and to an extent like John Williams, Donovan Jennings, Kennard, Glover fighting on the inside too. So I think they just probably like their room better, and I don't feel great about that. Seemed like there was a lot of reaching this draft. What are your thoughts? It's a draft that everyone had to reach. That said that it was a bad draft. It was a weaker draft for sure. You can find good players, but like literally you started reaching at, probably like pick 11, somewhere around there, maybe, maybe in the 20s, but you had to start reaching pretty early. It was just everything was shallow at the top, and then it just kind of stayed that way throughout the most of it. I don't think Green Bay reached on pretty much anything though. Again, I thought in at least for like this draft for where these Cisse was on the consensus. Let me just check. Let's check the final consensus big board and where Green Bay. That's actually a fun kind of final exercise here. From a consensus big board standpoint. All right. So they took Cisse at, or the ESPN draft board is just so stupid that it doesn't tell you what pick they were actually drafted at. Oh yeah, there we go. All right. So Cisse was 44 on the consensus big board. Green Bay got him at 52. So they're +8 there. McClellan was 108 on the consensus big board. They took him at 77. So about 31 in the negative there. Dennis Sutton was at 72 on the consensus big board. They got him at 120. So the consensus big board just basically would have swapped McClellan and Dennis Sutton. And I think we're still very much in the positive there. Jaeger was at 176 on the big board. We got him at 153. So it took him about 23 spots ahead. Damani Jackson was at 211 on the consensus big board. We took him at 201. So about 10 spots ahead. And then Trey Smack was at 352 on the consensus big board. We took him at 216. So maybe a little bit aggressive, but Cisse was right around. Dennis Sutton and McClellan just basically switch them. Burton a little bit ahead. Damani Jackson a little bit ahead. Trey Smack a lot ahead. Nothing too crazy. Is it Jaeger? It's actually Jaeger, not Jaeger. That's dumb. I'm calling him Jaeger still. Sorry, he's going to have to change his name. Sorry, muted. My bad. Jager Tunyon, worst name ever. Jaeger Tanyan would be a great name. Yeah, if you don't count the kicker, it's probably about even. Llewellyn to Miami. That's a good pick by our friends to the south. I'm not gonna like adopt Miami as like my second team or anything like that, but I am gonna kind of low key keep a little eye on Miami and certainly be cheering for them. It's like one thing if you get like a player or something, and I'm sure once the season starts, I probably won't give two craps about it or whatever. But when you get like the GM, the head coach, the defensive backs coach, the defensive coordinator, the starting quarterback, etc., on the same team, like there is a little bit of like a rooting interest in the AFC. Like if they could do well, I don't think they're going to do well this year, but if they could do well this year, that'd be a lot of fun. But just a little rooting interest. I would have preferred orange due to McClellan. I think it's choose your flavor. I think they're very similarly graded prospects. Again, Kuiper and Daniel Jeremiah both had McClellan ahead of Dominique Orange. And I just think it's, again, preference. They're in the same zip code and they're probably in the same neighborhood of prospects. If you want to put one in the, a little bit more of the penthouse down the road and the other one, but they're in the same neighborhood of prospects. I don't have any issue with it. Again, the only thing that was slightly annoying was having to give up the extra 5th round pick to move up to get McClellan. I have no issue with McClellan being over Dominique Orange. If I were the GM, I would have moved up using the same thing and I would have taken Dominique Orange, I guess. But yeah, overall, not too upset by it in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, very possible no Badgers drafted. It's certainly looking that way. So we had, let's see, Seth McGowan, running back out of Kentucky, go to the Colts. Max Llewellyn to defensive end out of Iowa to Miami. Tommy Doman, a punter out of Florida, to the Bills. And then Parker Hughes, a linebacker out of Middle Tennessee, to Jacksonville. Narrowing it down again, only NFL Network's only at pick 237 and 240 is already in. Come on, NFL Network, get your stuff together. So we're at 241. Again, only about 16 picks left. I like Dan I better than I like Jager. Oh yeah. How can you be upset with Barry? Updated tally for the Micah trade? What do you mean of like where we're at? Oh, like from what I was doing the other day? I'd have to go and look. All right, so I did write it down. Let's see where I have this here. Okay, so they would have been at pick 20. Well, let's just say they would have still been at pick 20. I would have traded down to get that Concepcion traded down to get the 2 4ths and then picked Concepcion at pick 23 because I'm crazy like that. I guess we didn't know the Jaden Reed. We didn't know the Jaden Reed contract. All right, so if I knew Jaden Reed was extending, maybe I don't take Concepcion. So do I take Chris Johnson at that point in time? All right, so I'll say Chris Johnson instead since I didn't know the Jaden Reed. Let me just see round 1 here for a second. What was there at 23? Not taking Lawrence. Rutledge would be fine. I'll take Chris Johnson. All right, is there any I got to look at all the draft trades. All right, so 23, was there any other chance to get down from 23? Ooh, I can also get, I'd have to give up 91. All right, that's too complicated. That's too complicated. Okay, I can also trade down from 23 to 31. All right, so I can trade down from 23 to 31, and I can pick up like 125 as well. I did have to give up a 7th round pick, the final 7th round pick. So now I'm at pick 31, and then I'm going to take, at that point in time, I got to go back to the draft board here. So we're doing if the Packers actually had the pick 20 pick, if I were GM of the team, what I would have done. So I've traded down twice. I got to pick 31. I picked up 3 4th round picks and gave up a 7th in the process. And then at pick 31, I'm going to take the player who went at pick 36. I'm going to take Caden McDonald out of Ohio State. So I get the nose tackle. Picked up 3 4th round picks in the process. So then I got to go to the 4th round. And I'm not going to mess with trades. I'm just going to take what I think is, best player there. At pick 114, we'll take Mike Washington Jr. In the 4th, I pick 125. We will take... Ooh, there's not much out there at that point. All right, I guess we'll take Will Lee. Add him to the draft mix as well. And then at pick 137... we'll take Sam Hecht. All right. So if they still had pick 20, and then we probably would have got the kicker still a little bit later. So I'm going to just count that as a wash. So instead of pick 20, I was able to get Caden McDonald, Mike Washington Jr., Will Lee III, and Sam Hecht. That would have been if I was GM and still picking at pick 20. So there we go. That's how that would have ended up if I was GM picking up pick 20. Move down twice, pick up 3 4th rounders, get Caden McDonald, Mike Washington Jr., Will Lee III, and Sam Hecht. How did I do? Kenny would have been cut. Kenny would have 1,000,000,000% been cut on that contract. All right, 244 pick is in. I'm going to head out here in a second, guys. Let's see what got taken here. Parker Hughes, we talked about that to Jacksonville. Armaj Reed Adams to the Bills. Devin Eastern to the Seahawks. And Aiden Fisher, the linebacker out of Indiana, to the Texans. The Eagles pick is in at pick 244. Yeah, I'll take Parsons as well. All right, friends, I am going to head out. Thank you so much for making this a wonderful draft weekend. Obviously not done yet. I'll be doing a gut reaction video here in the next couple hours or so, or right around there. Also going to be, again, Ross Uglum should have a gut reaction video coming out at some point, either today or tomorrow. Audio podcast will have a reaction show as well. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to be recording with Justice. I'll have a noon Q&A tomorrow just to kind of wrap things up, probably for just about an hour, right around there to get any final questions in that anybody has about the draft class, any other like UDFA stuff that we get coming in as well. And then again, Monday, I think will be the Justice episode. Tuesday, we'll start with the deep dives. Cannot thank all of your support, the super chats, the questions, the 3,000 people in chat plus yesterday. We had over 2,000 today. I think we had over 2,000 on Thursday as well. Just incredible. Thank you for all the support, all the love, all the chats, all the questions. I'll see you guys all very, very soon. Again, gut reaction later, Q&A tomorrow. I'll see you guys then. Until next time. And as always, go Pack Go.